Should be live. Welcome back to the Fish Tank, everyone. As you can see, I'm joined with the awesome DfogoX. Dfogo, good to see you. I haven't had you here for a little bit, so great to have you here. How are you doing?
I'm doing very fine. It's really good to be back. I've been wanting to be back and do this for quite some time now. Yes, I'm excited. It's like I said, it's fantastic to be here and really looking forward to what we're gonna have.
Yep. So this is Knights Duel number 23. Can you believe it? This is nearly
Wow.
2 years of the Knights Duel tournament. This is Team Honor Frenzy and BetaDwarf presenting this event. And as always, it's going to be a 1v1 event. There is no wildcards. The players, of course, have their bans available. So they are able to ban a master, and two specific cards. And that's always quite interesting, Dfogo. Back in the day, it was always just everyone just bans a pep and that's it. Whereas now the bans are a lot more interesting. There's a lot more choices that people make, so it's always interesting to see what people decide to ban, whether it's based on if it's strong in the meta or if it's something that they hate playing against, for example. Or, you know, these players, a lot of them know each other inside out, so sometimes they just ban stuff that they know their opponent's good at.
Targeted bans.
That's always good to see. Anything we need to mention? So we've got, as always, the the season cards banned. So that means currently this season, that is Rendrath, the Deathless, and Ghast. They are both banned. And consequently, Mana Chasers and Spell Dancers from last season. If you played last season at all, you would probably have come across Mana Chasers in about 95% of your games. Of course, they did receive quite a lot of changes. But Mana Chasers still seem pretty decent in solos, maybe more than duos. Have you seen people playing them? What do you think there,
I think some people are still playing them. I do see some people playing them with Guardian, which just mean those people have not learned about the new update, so Guardian doesn't protect them. But I don't think they're that bad, especially because you can simply play them as a 2-mana unit. You get some value out of it. So there's playing around. Definitely not as strong as it was before. We all know how that was going. But yeah, I do think we might be able to see them more than the dancer. So
yeah, for sure. I think with regards to the Mana Chasers, as we know, they did get nerfed with their range. They did get they can no longer be shielded by the Guardian, as you said. They can no longer receive the shields from the Bannerman. So I think that changes them a lot in duos, but in solos they were kind of played on their own rather than as this whole setup with the Guardian, the shields and stuff. So I think it really changed the duos meta, but I think that
for sure.
Yeah, but I don't think it changed. I don't think it changed how powerful the card was in solos too much. Obviously, the reduced range makes them trade a little bit more awkwardly or worsely. I need to close my window because someone's mowing. But yeah, I think it's still a good card, and as you say, it's an interesting card because you can play one of them or three of them, and I think that's kind of an interesting way to react to what your opponent has to clear it. If they've got a spell that they're going to clear it each time, then maybe just play one of them, and then that makes your opponent think, well, is it worth investing a spell?
Exactly.
And then you can get some potential value out of them. Where I think that was one of the things we saw. We won't want to talk about Mana Chasers too much, but one of the things we saw, or one of the things definitely I saw in the season where they were everywhere, is people just played them brainlessly. They would play them for their effectively 5 mana. You would kill them with your Poison Strike for 4 mana. They'd Bannerman it as well for extra mana. And they would just rinse and repeat this over and over again. They wouldn't have the thought, oh, maybe I should just spawn one of them. I think it is an interesting card, and it's more interesting to see it in the hands of better players rather than people just thinking, well, I've got to get 3, right? It's better value for 3. Well, you know what? 1 alive doing something is better value than 3 of them dead doing nothing.
Exactly. I think having cards that have this possibility where you can add mind games to the game have much higher potential because you do not know what your opponent's going to think you're doing, and you need to surprise them. Even the fact that you play them and your opponent's not aware, did you play 1 or did you play 3? Do I need to wait and see to play a spell? Do I need to kill them right now? All those small decisions will impact the course of the game, so it brings more depth into it. I'm really looking forward to seeing if we're going to have the opportunity to commentate on that in specific situations.
Yeah, I think we'll definitely see them. Spell Dancer probably not. Likely to get a buff in the next patch. but probably not currently.
It can, seeing that mana chasers are a 2-mana card, we probably gonna even see them from Apex if we get to see some Apex.
So we saw them in the last tournament from Apex, even though they were banned. Of course, you know, Apex likes to skirt the rules like that.
Always.
Okay, so the brackets are available there. We're just getting set up here. Sometimes the first round is always a little bit delayed because people are just new to the event, checking in, getting their stuff set up. But let's see if we can get in. Okay. So, yep. Okay, so if we have a look at who's here. So we got Dark Crow here, previous champion. He won not the last event, but the one prior to that. We've got the reigning champion Memfisto. We've got Set. I think Set and Memfisto are both multi-time champions. Dark Crow, I think, is a one-time champion. Maybe may have got that wrong. But we've also got a lot of not necessarily previous champions, but very experienced players. We've got Duck Westlin here, of course. He's taken a big break and he's come back. Ficus, Tjaenig, Destroy, very good tournament players. RenzoColonna. And we've got some new players, some new names in there as well. So that's always good to see. So we'll figure out where we're going to go for the first game.
We're starting off with some very good games, and but I really like how once again we have this mixture between the names we recognize and the new players. Always nice. Also good to have some players coming back. I'm really excited seeing Westlin here. We know that he used to play a lot of Azali with Blood Imps and Mana Puff Madness, and that deck can very well work in 1v1 right now. So I'm very curious if he's going to bring it in or not.
Yeah, we spoke about this bit.
Memfisto and Sat, their decks, but yeah, it's good.
Regarding Westlin, we spoke about this a little bit in the last event where it was his first event back for a long time, and I was comparing him to Memfisto, who was back in the day very, very good player, very, very top player, very, very tournament winning player, and then he took a long break and then came back, started playing the events, and it took him a few events really to get back up to speed and to get to the level that he was previously. So I wonder if Westlin is within that kind of transition where he's coming up to speed, because you know so much has changed in this game, just month to month, and you know if you've been away for 6 months or whatever, we've got the changes to the bridges, we've got new cards, we've got a bunch of balance changes always. So some strats that previously worked, you know, don't necessarily work anymore, or they need to be adjusted. So I think the players maintain their sort of their inner skill set of playing the game, but it takes a little while for them to get back up to that level and really just to get back into the meta as the metas shift. So it'd be interesting to see what Westlin does. And as you say, Westlin always plays some interesting decks, for sure. So we are...
It is what the second tournament we have now with the bridge changes, right?
Yeah.
So like, there's definitely been more than enough time for people to adapt. We might have deeper strategies. It's really exciting to see what's going to happen.
And of course, just mentioning the bridge changes, we are currently in the period where we're not fully sure if they're staying, if they're going, if they're going to be adjusted. Just to bring you guys up to date, of course, we're talking about the bridge collision mechanics and the playing units directly on bridges, which you can't currently do. And that's kind of being trialed. We've had the survey that hopefully everyone has filled out and sent back. And so the developers are in the process of reviewing the survey results as well as all sorts of other feedback. And then hopefully we'll get some kind of official word on what the plan is going to be going forward. Maybe everything will stick and stay as it is at the moment. Maybe it'll get reverted. Maybe it'll get partially reverted. We don't know.
No.
I feel like it's changed the game. I feel it a lot more in solos than duos. Yeah, I feel like duos it's just more manic, so there's always kind of bridge fights going on, whereas in solos you get this kind of, I've kind of alluded to it being kind of like basketball, where you have an attack and your opponent defends it, and then kind of like it's sort of back and forth rather than this back capping.
That's a nice metaphor.
That's kind of how I feel. So it'll be interesting to see how we see that in the matches today. And of course, with those changes, things like the Stint, the Wrecked Walker, the Walking Blind Date, all those sort of cards that have sort of an inherent bridge grabbing mechanic become so much more valuable. And we've seen the Walking Blind 8 kind of everywhere. I believe that's in the PTR at the moment for a potential change, where it won't be quite so valuable with regards to the unit it gives you, but it will still have that bridge interaction mechanic. So those cards, I think, become even more powerful. And one of my hopes is, if they do decide to keep the bridges as they are, then they can expand on these cards that have these sort of interesting bridge interaction mechanics, just to make I think what they said is they were hoping that if they did stick with these changes, they would open up some extra design space to do kind of things, because with bridges being so powerful and with cheap cards previously being so good at taking bridges, that made it so difficult to balance these cheap cards, because their real value was grabbing bridges. Anything else that they got on top of that was kind of just a bonus.
Like the body count stuff, like unit count, like how many targets it's gonna take for something. But right now that's true. It does open that design space, because, as you mentioned, being able to simply put something on the bridge instantaneously, now it's valuable. Now it's not just any card you can place there.
So I think we're kind of at an awkward point where we're not sure where we're going, and once that decision has been made, then they can really
There's no going back.
It's not that they can't go back, but they can then really start doubling down on developing in that direction. Whereas at the moment, because we're not sure where we're going to go, it doesn't make sense to let's make this card with this special mechanic, but that mechanic might not make any sense if we revert the changes and stuff like that. But anyway, so bridge changes. We're awaiting the survey results. Looking forward to see what the devs say about that. Obviously, the community's had their say, and we'll see what happens. Right, so we're just getting set up for our first game, having a little bit of a chin wag to catch up. I haven't spoken to you for a while, so it's always good to catch up, and you always have some very interesting thoughts for us, so that's good to share. Whilst we just got a couple of seconds, some people in the chat, they might not be familiar with yourself. Perhaps you could just give a very brief kind of overview of yours and Minion Masters' history together.
Ooh, okay. Well, I mean, I've played Minion Masters for a couple of years right now. I would say I've played with amount of 1v1 and 2v2. I would do probably mainly 2v2 right now. I've been in Bridge Baddies as well.
Well, you were the Bridge Baddie leader.
Players. I was the third leader of Bridge Baddies, yes.
The most recent leader.
That's much about me. I like Scrat Launcher a lot.
Yes.
maybe the meta right now doesn't allow him to see much play, but I like Scrat Launcher a lot. And yes, that's I don't know that much else to say. Participate in some tournaments.
Yeah, I was going to say you won a lot of 2v2 tournaments with Satan, I think.
Yeah, we win a lot. We got very far in a lot of them. We won a couple of them.
You were definitely a force to be reckoned with, for sure. Okay, well, so TLDR, you've played Minion Masters for a good time. You play at a very high level, and you're a very experienced player. That's pretty much all we need to know. Right. So we're going to look at our first game. Sorry for the little delay, but as mentioned, when we have these new players, sometimes it takes a little while for them to figure out how to do their bans, how to be where they need to be, how to be friends with who they need to be friends with. But we're going to set up here. So it's going to be set, previous champion, against GoldenSkeeter. So let's just get this set. Hopefully we've got some friends of these. Sets definitely available. Let's have a look if we have GoldenSkeeter.
I don't have GoldenSkeeter. But while we finish the setup, shall we go through the bans?
Yep. So I have a new ban screen. I just need to set that up in a second.
But does that mean it's good if I don't say the bans before the ban screen?
Just give me a second.
I'll be like, our bans are on hold. It's a mystery, everyone. We are not yet aware. I mean, I am, but maybe you are not yet aware. Like something like that.
Right. Okay. So, yeah. So go through the bans. Go through Set's bans first.
So Set has banned APEP, Caged Brawler, and Avea. Avea, as we know, a master that becomes very strong when you manage to get value out of her passive to proc shields on the units nearby. Although, similar to Bannerman and Guardian, Ave can now no longer give shield to air units. So some of those little tricks you could do where you play Ave and then you play some flying unit that's going to get the shield and it's going to be hard for you to kill before you proc the shield on Ave, that strategy is no longer viable. Caged Prowler, a 3-mana card that's going to give you 5-mana unit. That's always valuable. And then APEP, as we've talked about, and we've definitely been over the change on APEP recently. Although I really like that you get a new random card every turn. Right now, it really gives more versatility to the game, and I think that's definitely very positive. So that's what we've seen. It's basically, it feels like bans very targeted to, I would say, a more mid-late games with a passive playstyle, because you're not going to be putting some early pressure if you're going to play Avea and so on. So it's basically just lowering the power of late game decks. That's probably what Seth doesn't want to play against with, either because he's going to play that sort of deck himself and he wants to have that advantage, or some other reason we are not yet aware.
Okay.
GoldenSkeeter, shall we go over those?
Yeah, certainly.
GoldenSkeeter has banned Diona, Rocket Scrat, and Tantrum Throwers. I really love these bans. So I think Diona right now is a very strong master if you're going to go for more of a... Well, actually for everything. If you're going to go control, having the possibility of having the traps play a part in that is very huge. You can taunt units off the bridge. You can kill units before they... Like small units before they reach the bridge with a crossbow trap. So you have that possibility. It's very, very strong. Or you can use that to support pushes. If you're pushing and you have a DPS unit attacking something and you don't need to die, use a taunt trap to get attention away from it. You use the crossbow trap to get extra DPS on your push. It's very, very powerful. It's a very versatile master, and the traps are just 1 mana. It's really, really good. Then Rocket Scrat and Tantrum Throwers are fantastic control tools. The fact that Rocket Scrat can go, jump, and while he's jumping, he's basically untargetable. He's going to deal AoE in an area, and he can do that twice, where in the first one, if he still had his barrel shield, he will live. So if he actually jumps into a bridge and kills everything there, you are going to get the bridge if he had a barrel shield before the jump. And Tantrum Throwers with the possibility of hitting air. If you do them well, they might even like split a bit if you're very, very good at doing those splits. So cards that really can go in any deck, have very specific roles, and now they are banned. So for a new player, I would say it's very, very good bans. We sometimes see players ban random cards that we don't know what they're going to use. No, I like these bans very much.
Yeah, they both feel like very meta bans. You know, Diona and Apet, very strong masters. Cage Prowler is everywhere. Avea, very, very strong in solos. Rocket Scrat, really good, as you say, with the bridge interaction that it gives you as well, and does a lot of damage. And, of course, Tantrum Throwers, just a solid 2 mana. The Tantrum Throwers are maybe like the weakest of the bans. I'm not sure.
For sure.
But still not a bad ban. Right, I'm just trying to get... We might have to switch the players round. That might be the easiest way to do this, because I've only got... Okay, so let's do this. Put set here. Okay, we're going to switch everything around. We've got GoldenSkeeter over here.
Oh, you managed to get GoldenSkeeter in our friends in the meanwhile?
I had him on one account, but not the other account. And
got it.
Kind of needed it to be the opposite way around. Okay, let me just switch everything around on my screen. Okay, let's switch that round, switch the bands round, and then we should be almost ready to go. Right, sorry for this little delay. As we know, the start's always a little interesting. Right, so
we do it mainly so I have more chance to talk about something.
Yeah, there's always a lot to talk about with Minion Masters. And don't forget, of course, talking about Minion Masters, the PTR is open this weekend. The Test Realm with the 2 new cards for the upcoming patch, the next patch, and of course all the balance changes as well for the next patch. So if you want to get involved in that, so the whole point of that is for people to get their hands on it, to try it, to see what they think, to give their feedback, and then, you know, things can change as based on this feedback. So the more people that get involved, the better. All you need to do is go to the Minion Masters Discord, give yourself the PTR role, and just follow the instructions. Super easy to get involved. And you don't have to try out everything. Try out the new cards. Try out some of the balance changes. We've got some big changes in there to Setsu. Some big changes in there to Milloween as well. So the more people that test it, the more people that give us some feedback, the devs some feedback, the better. So please try and do that. And yeah, so
feedback is always appreciated.
Yeah. So the more people that get in there, the more people that give us feedback, the less chance there is of something like the mana chasers sneaking through kind of somewhat undetected, and then we have a season like that. So, you know, hopefully we can catch those. The devs and the PTR people kind of failed a little bit on that. But this, you know, this happens, you know. But the more people that get involved, the more that we can potentially prevent that situation again. Right, Shield Captain Afea. Just need to plug this in, and then we should be good to go. Right, so we've got set here. Right. Guys, it's almost time for some gameplay. I know it's shocking, but we can do it. Okay. Okay, we're ready. Right, we're going to go into our first game of the day. Reminder, this is Team Honor Frenzy and BetaDwarf's Knights Duel number 23. I'm here with Dfogo, as you can see. Sinobii, as always, running everything behind the scenes. We are doing a split event today. It's going to be Swiss format, and then it's going to be top 4. So 5 Swiss rounds where the players play against each other, and then the top 4 will play in a shootout. Okay. Almost ready.
Let's go.
Once we get through the first round and everyone's kind of figured out what they should and shouldn't do, it should be smoother sailing.
I also have GoldenSkeeter. Okay, I think I want to watch from his perspective.
Okay, looks like we're moving into the first game. I just thought of something that I haven't done yet. Right.
Okay, we are in. So, of course, as expected, GoldenSkeeter is playing Diona, the master they banned, and Seth is playing Apep, the master they banned. So, yeah, let's see how this goes.
Yep, they ban them for a reason. The reason is they're strong, and that's why they want to play them.
Makes very sense.
Let's see what Seth said. I think Seth's main issue recently is he played a deck just over and over again, and eventually when people figured out how to beat it, then he kind of dropped off a little bit. So, but it does look like he's playing a very similar deck, but that's fair enough. Maybe at the early stages of an event where he just wants to just try to get wins without maybe showing some more advanced or different decks that he might have.
Precisely. Ooh, letting... That was weird, so not protecting that drone.
We did have the Jolo available. Jolo did get nerfed, but I think Jolo's still fairly decent. Although I have been playing Armored Scrats instead of Jolo, you know, quite a bit. They just seem better in a lot of occasions, especially in duos.
Yeah, I was about to say that for 3-2 I definitely like Armored Scrats right now more than Jolo. We can see some misplays, but overall, Seth's dominating the bridge very much.
Yeah, it's kind of a shame about Jolo, because he might have gone from one of the best legendaries to, I wouldn't say one of the worst, but if you can replace a legendary with, like, what, I don't know, maybe just a common card, if that's what Armored Scrats are.
Oh, I see, yeah.
It's kind of sad. Okay, I like that bridge, that trap placement. It does get picked up by the totem, but yeah, that's a trap placement I like. Taking out the back line, that's always the power.
Oh, why play it here? Why not play on the pocket? And then... So he could have taken the damage on face, like play the Drone Walker on the pocket, take damage on face, the Drone Walker will DPS. Now you have no DPS there.
Yeah, one thing we often see with, I don't know what GoldenSkeeter's experience level is, but one thing we definitely see with newer players is that they are kind of very afraid to take face damage. And as I always say, health is a resource. Like, as you say, he lost his units there. He could have traded, taken some face damage, but those units would have survived.
And most of all, those units have killed the push right now because he didn't want to take damage. He ended up taking more damage. Sometimes it's about mitigating that damage, right? You're not taking some face damage because you're going to lose health. No, you're taking some damage so you lose less health. Yep. While it might seem contradictory, it's like, no, it's management. Yep. Okay, well, That's not the worst, but yeah, that could be a fireball. Fireball feels a bit interesting in this deck, considering he also has Beam of Doom.
Yeah, I would think I would go with Beam of Doom and a less heavy removal spell.
Exactly.
Maybe
Or
like a poison.
spell.
Yeah, or something that will not get blocked by a shield.
And right now, I think the set's just overwhelming.
Yeah, it's got a big XP lead.
Is that a real cleaver?
It's
Or is the
APEP,
illusion
so probably
from
not.
yeah, it's illusion from the APEP.
Well, now I've got into the habit of if I see a cleaver, I always look, is it APEP? if I'm playing against APEP, I'm like, might not be. Although cleaver is very meta
I know
today,
some
this
people
season.
still play the cleaver even on APEP, right? Right?
Yep.
Like some people do that. So.
Yeah, some legends.
No, like cleaver definitely has a very good DPS. And like the fact that you can just deal a lot of damage with one hit, it's fantastic.
I think
And
that's
if you
the
consider,
key.
for example, with Volko right now, a Berserker Raged Cleaver is dealing 600 damage.
Yep. Okay, this looks like it's going to be the end.
And it's gonna be GG.
Just getting kind of swamped. Okay.
There we go.
Good try for
This was very
GoldenSkeeter.
just like the game was just super constant. Like
Yeah. We know Set is a very, very experienced player, so yeah, I wouldn't fancy coming up against him. So if these newer players really do have it really cut out for them to try to beat them, but you know, everyone's beatable. We've seen
I mean,
that.
everyone can learn from this, right?
Yeah, that's
Especially with us here. Like now, you come to like you're on the stream, you hear us talking. We are commentating, but remember, like the comment also works as feedback. Like, oh right, maybe I need to take less damage. I need to let it go do some damage on my master tower to take less damage.
I feel like I can almost guarantee that players that play in a tournament will come out of it a better player than when they went in.
Mm-hmm.
They will have had the experience of tournament play. They've been experience playing against really top players, experience of bannings and stuff like that. But also, you know, experience of how these players are playing against you, because it's a very different game at the top compared to lower down. And,
Yes.
a lot of the strats that work lower down, and you know, a lot of new players will have something that wins time and time again, but they rank up and then they get to a point where it just doesn't work anymore because
Precisely. I mean, sometimes we forget that. Like that's also what makes balancing so hard, because you don't want to make something weak for the players that know and are very experienced players, but you also don't want to make it just clean the floor on lower ranks. Like it needs to find the balance in between those.
So we saw that Avea was banned, and I think Avea is probably one of those cards that's pretty bad lower down because people don't really understand how to effectively get her quest done quickly. But I like as we know at the top levels, Avea is really very strong.
Very strong. And here we go again. Same masters. It appears like GoldenSkeeter is doing the same deck. Let's see if there's even been some improvements on the play or not.
Yep. So you know you can improve hugely from one game to the next, especially if you know what your opponent's playing.
Oh, please tell me that guy's not gonna hit. Okay. Like, considering that your scratch also deals them. Oh, that's not really what he wanted to get there, especially because it's free while he was not on the bridge. The top bridge is also gonna be lost, but he's on 10 mana, and why there? I would have played that top if anything. That could even be a beam.
Yeah, beam would probably be okay there. Clear everything. Defenso would live and he'd hold the bridge. Now he's got to deal with it somehow. And he's got to deal with both lanes at the same time. Health is a resource, but you don't want to use too much of it.
And this is another example where he just used 5 mana that could have simply been taken
Oh,
there.
goodness me. Okay.
Oof. I think one of the main things you want to do in the beginning of a match, like first 1-2 minutes, like you realize what spells your opponent is using, and you need to play around them. I would say that's probably when you can notice a skill gap on players is when they realize what spells is my opponent playing, and effectively how can I not give him value.
That's it.
So probably at this point, GoldenSkeeter does not want to stack high value units because he risks just getting beamed.
You got to look at what counters your opponent has for you, what counters you have for them, and and you got to try to make those.
That's a nice defensive chopper.
Try and
He
make
could
those
even probably have
fights.
gotten Dalren. I don't like that trap. Yeah, and it even died right after. That trap was some unneeded DPS.
Yeah, like he could have kept that trap for here, could have cleared the back line. Still wouldn't take the bridge, but like getting rid of
the defensive chopper.
like a trap to kill a grenadier and a stint, you know, that's a real nice mono trade. Yeah, Jolo and Defenso choppers do not play well. Jolo doesn't like any sort of stun. Another situation where Armored Scratch would be better.
Slightly though, right?
Slightly, but still.
Yeah,
I feel like you would struggle
to... It makes the
to...
defensive chopper stay longer doing whatever he's gonna be doing to kill you.
I mean, I feel like you would struggle to say too many situations where where Jolo would just straight out be better than Armored Scratch.
Against single target units that
almost
deal AoE, like Colossus. That's about it, right?
Yeah.
If you are very good at playing Armored Scratch and you can actually split them in all directions on top of a Colossus, then it's actually better than... But then, in that case, Armored Scratch was already better than Jolo, right? That is true.
So still a big XP lead for Set. GoldenSkeeter just really struggling to deal with.
Oh, that walking by didn't get on the bridge. That's sad.
See, this deck from Set, this seems like a deck that he played a lot, as I mentioned, but I think he played this prior to the bridge changes. So I think
there was a team.
Yeah, I think that the bridge changes really like kind of helped this deck. Because one of his weaknesses was grabbing bridges, and that's no longer so much of an issue.
Very much true. I fully agree. Good. Now
This
when playing units that have pressure are
doesn't need it. Yeah.
I think he had just played units together. That taunt, you see, he played a taunt trap and then swarmers around it, but the Grenadier deals AoE damage, so the Grenadiers instantaneously kill those swarmers.
Yeah. Ghost adding insult to injury.
Something he wanted to get there. And at this stage...
Yeah, it's a perk 3 for Apep. He's got that extra card, looks like a musketeer this time round. Just more
there goes Jolo.
melee.
No, this is gonna end here. That fireball to save face gonna deal a bit. He's probably gonna play the crossbow trap, as well. I don't think it's in. Yeah, no, this is it. And that goes game 2. Best of 3, right? So we done.
Best of 3 to start with, yep. So Set was in control. Hopefully Skeeter got some good experience there playing against Set. Maybe found a deck to steal, maybe kind of felt...
exactly. Like, maybe I'll do what this player did.
Maybe kind of felt where he was a... Yeah. So, yeah, it just wasn't efficient enough with the trades. You know, a lot of times things didn't quite work out. The traps didn't quite get enough value. And just, yeah, that deck from Set is just constant pressure, really. Really difficult to deal with. Okay, so Set takes the first one. But the good thing about the Swiss format, Swiss part of this event, is that the players get to play multiple times. So they don't, if they lose at the start here, they don't get immediately eliminated. They get another chance. They get many chances. They'll get 5 games. So more experience. And hopefully although it's only 5 Swiss rounds, hopefully as they go on, they should... The better players should play the better players, and the lesser players should play the lesser players. So the matches kind of get a little bit more interesting, and also a little bit fairer for everyone as well. So we'll see that as that goes on. So that's the first game. I think there's kind of some seeding in the first round, so we won't get some of the previous champions against each other in the first round. But once the first round's over, then the Swiss, the behind-the-scenes Swiss calculator takes over and figures out who's playing who. Okay, so it looks like all the rounds have been completed. You can always check the rounds in the brackets from home, should you wish to, if you want to keep up to date. We do have our dark mode now for the Smash site, which is good. We're not going to get blinded for this. So Dark Crow's got a victory, as expected. Set, again, as expected. Memfisto's got a... So Memfisto's got a bye in the first round, but as we've seen in the past, a bye, although it gets you a free win, in a tie situation, it can count against you because you've got a free win, you haven't kind of worked for it. Okay, so it looks like Kyle has beaten Malice. Westlin getting a victory there. Ficus, Tjaenig, Destroy, Renzo, Mambi. So looks like everything going as we kind of expected to start with. So if you've got an accumulator bet going on, then you're probably still in with a shout.
Yep.
Oh,
and literally all the names we mentioned that have played before have none played against each other, and all won their rounds, right? So...
Yes, and one thing I want to say is it's a very special day for someone today. And I would like to take a moment to say that I really appreciate them. Yeah, happy birthday, Andre Agassi, 53 today.
You're goddamn troll.
American tennis player, of course. I don't know if we got any other birthdays, but everyone kind of pales into comparison against Mr. Agassi. Right. Joking, of course, it's Todd Life's birthday. Todd, he's been with us commentating sometimes, and it's his birthday today. We've got the chatbot, ChatGPT, giving us a lovely birthday song. On this special day, we celebrate Todd Life with endless energy and curious mind. Your joy and wonder brings us to a new high in this moment. You're a star, bright, shining bright in the sky. And then we got the chorus. Happy birthday, Todd Life. You're magnificent. The world is your playground, so let's make a grand ascent. Here's to many more. It gave us the words. It didn't give us the melodies, so we kind of made it up.
That was beautiful. I think that effort shows how much we appreciate Todd's birthday, and I want everyone at home to know that Fish was in with such effort that some notes actually didn't go through the computer. Yeah, that shows how much effort he was putting into it.
Unfortunately, my mic's not high enough quality to correctly pick up the accurate voice, the accurate sounds.
The high notes, right?
Okay, so there we go. Happy birthday, Todd. Hopefully you had a good day. Thanks for being here on your special day. Right, so we are awaiting the computer to spit out the matchups for the next round. Oh, it has been spat. Dark Crow against Westlin. I want to see that game.
That one looks nice.
We've got Dark Crow against Westlin, Ficus against Carl Bickford, Mambi and Set, Renzo, Destroy, Tjaenig, Memfisto, Spoon, The Fang, Kekotlares, GoldenSkeeter and Enlightening, and OHV123, and Pentamium against Soso, and Malice against Jackowick. So, let's get set up for this. Both of these are very good players. I would say, if I had to bet, I would think Dark Crow would win just because he's been more active recently. Whereas Westlin's kind of coming back from a break. But
I agree.
Who knows? The chances of seeing Azali pretty high. The chances of seeing Mana Puff Madness also probably pretty high. From Westlin, of course.
I mean, I think some matches we can already kind of maybe foresee the result, and in other matches it's really a mystery. For example, I would say right now I would expect Set to win against Mambi or Mambi. I would say Mambi, right? And I would expect Ficus to win as well. But there are also some matches where I have no idea who's gonna win. That's a good thing. In the first round maybe we look and we're like, yeah, makes sense. And now we're like, this makes sense, and this I have no clue at all, which really leaves a lot to be desired and to see what's gonna come out of this. But yes, we still don't have bans or anything, right?
Not yet.
Yeah. So it's the moment where we wait. We preview the brackets. We try to predict the results. We probably fail, but that's for later. For now we try to predict, and then we go to the bands that we have.
Okay, and looking like some targeted bans. Yeah, if you want to go through them, and I'll add them to the site as we go. Starting off with Dark Crow would be great.
Let's see. So Dark Crow has banned. Oh, Dark Crow has banned Wrecked, Azali, and Chain Lightning. So remember how we were mentioning how Westlin played a lot of Azali with the Blood Imps and Mana Puff Madness? Well, everyone, we are not yet gonna see that, sadly. Which is really sad because I really wanted to see that, but it is what it is. That, as we mentioned before, sometimes players do this. They know what the other player is very prominent and likely to play, where their mastery lies, and they do a ban targeted to that player. In this case, that would be Azali. And in Westlin's case, shall we go through Westlin's bans now?
Yeah, certainly.
Westlin has banned Apep, Defensive Chopper, and Beam of Doom, which might be cards we are very familiar with because both of them were in Set's deck that we just saw. So it goes to show how these players rely on those cards. They are very good cards used on top tier players' decks, and they are now all banned. Well, the cards and the master as well.
Okay, well, see, we talk about the bans and how, sometimes you see someone ban a card and it's fairly easily replaced. Azali is not a card that you can replace in any way, shape, or form. So that's a great ban. Just looking at it in a vacuum, it's a great ban because it gets rid of one whole strat, and it's a really good ban against Westlin because we know that he's kind of the master of that. So Azali, a very strong ban.
Would you ban Wrecked with it though? I think Wrecked works very well with Azali because Wrecked has the possibility of jumping from one bridge to the other a lot, and he can come back, go forth, so you never really know when you can play on the bridge, and you can capitalize on that to trigger Azali's ability to give extra shields. Yeah. But if you've got Azali banned, is that the master you'd ban against this player, or that like? That's a bit of what I'm thinking. Because we also know, as we mentioned, Westlin is a really good player, so he knows that people that know him will ban Azali. So I will at least be very confident that Westlin has at least one or two other decks in his pocket to play around with precisely for these situations. Now the thing is really, would those options count on Wrecked? Because I would not expect so, at least, but maybe they do.
We talk about you've effectively got your 3 ban powers. You've got 1 master and 2 cards. You don't want to kind of ban the same thing with 2 of them, right? You want to try and ban 3 different. Like we see some people they'll ban Milloween and Dragon's Nest, and you think, well, if you just ban one of those, then it kind of gets that off the table. Not that it's necessarily a wrong thing to do, but you've got to try to be as efficient as possible. Because these top players, you ban one thing, they're going to have something else. And another thing to remember, of course, is these players, if they've been playing a lot this season, they will likely have played against each other a lot this season. So they'll be able to draw from that information as to what that other person has been playing a lot or what they've struggled against. There may be a deck that they think, oh, well, I know Westlin's going to likely play this, but I don't feel that I'm worried about that. So let me ban something else to try to push him towards that. So there's a lot of different thoughts that go into that. But here we go. We're loading into our round 2 match. This is likely to be, no disrespect to anyone, but this is likely to be way more competitive than the previous one.
And right up from the start, before 10 seconds, you already see everyone going for the bridges. Westlin is playing King Puff, and Dark Crow is playing Rex. Dark Crow is playing the master he banned. Westlin is not playing the master he banned. We see Dark Crow playing Netherbed, so it's a very annoying card and good for pressure, and especially because it's an unpredictable card, so it's always hard to play around something that's unpredictable. Here we see the Cage Prowler. Oh, I think we are about to see something amazing. So yeah, we just saw a Jink pretty much counter
Brilliant.
that one. Ooh! Oh, I think that's actually good. He's mana banking a bit with this guy.
Yep. Okay, so here we go. We got a big push from one side and a big push from the other. He really wants to kill the Jing here, so there's no stun, but it's...
he managed to kill it. That was very nice.
Yep.
Be surprised he didn't swap the bridges there when he saw the statue would probably kill that. But he probably has not. He wanted to get that Prowler to also do some pressure itself.
It's interesting to see King Puff because King Puff's in kind of an awkward place with the changes to the bridges. It makes it perk 3 makes it real awkward to get those Night Puffs. But let's see. Can he shut down this Prowler? I think he's just got time to do it. There we go. And this gives you an example.
Wow, that was very nice.
This is like the players are not thinking about their current move. They're thinking about their next move after that, or what their opponent's going to do and how they're going to try and protect it.
Oh, those brawlers just...
I don't know if they attacked each other or hugged each other. Right, that's a giant growth on that blue golem.
Very good. Yeah. Yeah.
It's going to murder that statue unless it gets supported. Okay.
Ooh, this is really nice. This character really, above all, it's gonna make so that the statue doesn't focus on, so that the golem doesn't focus on the statue. And we see. Here's the thing now. This swap, it was good because it made the statue not be killed, not attack the golem, but it kind of split Dark Crow's push, which is something that Rek really likes and is very prominent. That Jink just triggered 2 Rek illusions, so he dies in this because of damage.
Yeah,
He's playing
kind of frustrating.
That.
Okay, Westlin's going to clear this up, but he's a long way behind on XP now. Dark Crow has his Prowler.
And it's going to live because
the flyby's already been used.
And here's the thing. This deck... Oh, that's a real cleaver. He's going to stop it with slingers.
Oh my... Okay. I mean... It does have a...
Oh,
okay.
So that the chain
That's
lightning,
over.
this is gonna be game over. Wow. Yeah. The pressure.
Okay.
There. 2 brawlers, 1 cleaver. Too much damage for a small golem. Well, not a small golem. Actually, it had a growth burst room which increased its health, plus a spear that further increased its health.
Yeah,
that golem was as tanky as they come, and it still got decimated by the chain with the problem.
Yeah, he didn't really have any good answers there. He either used his golem or I think he, I don't know, he had the flingers, but the flingers would have just melted anyway.
Above all, I just think it was a really unfortunate match for Westlin here, because as mentioned, with King Puff, you want to be playing around the bridges, swapping things up, and Rek is just like, I don't care. You swap that top, I'll go top. Oh, is it bottom? I'll go bottom. Like, just Rek can very easily play around those swaps when they have a constant double lane pressure. Rek favors that, and King Puff just cannot force that. I guess you could try to do something a bit counterintuitive, which is instead of trying to split, you just put it all in the same lane and then try to deal with it. But again, I also don't think Westlin's deck had tools to handle big pressure overall. Like, if you're in a situation where you're forced to play Rock Rivals to defend, your Rock Rival's not going to be able to deal very good with the statue that's going to come, so you're just giving them another push, basically.
Okay, looks like we're going into our next game. Game number 2. Dark Crow took that first one.
Oh,
I feel like it was kind of...
he changed.
The King Puff choice was kind of interesting, because King Puff's really not in a good spot right now, I don't think. But let's see if Westlin can reset, going with Stormbringer this time against Rekt. So he's got Zip Zapinator, which is always a card that can be frustrating to deal with. A lot of players complain about it being OP, but I think this is likely to be a good opportunity to see how the top players deal with it. Musketeer, really nice there. We got some mana being burnt by Westlin here.
Yeah, he probably wanted to try to secure that top bridge, but didn't really go well.
Right. What do we have to deal with Zip? Artillery's going to come in.
It's going to be a Daggerfall, I think. Daggerfall to protect all these.
Okay, but this massive face damage coming out already.
So much damage.
Those Scrats are going to struggle against the clones.
Yeah.
Stormbringer very bad against dealing with anything more than 1 unit on his face.
Yep. And when you consider Rekt, it spawns extra units. Oh, but this is very... Oh, that pincer!
Yeah, the pincer is really good for removing awkward things like that. And again, we see the cleaver. I think we're gonna see the cleaver a lot today. It's really coming to the meta.
I agree.
There's a lot of high DPS units, but the way the cleaver deals its damage in one massive attack is just often so much more valuable. Like if you think he attacked twice as fast but did half the damage, like if you consider that against like a Bara, he would trade so much less efficiently against the Bara, even though his DPS would be the same. So I think the way that he does that huge DPS is like just instantly is so important.
Especially when you consider that other cards that are very strong on the meta right now are cards like Zeppinator, Zeppinator yes, but like Defensive Chopper, where you want to play against that. Cleaver just looks at the fence and is like, thank you for that.
Oh god!
That's very sad. That's gonna call it GG. I think that's gonna call it game.
That was annoying. He loses all
you
the
don't
scraps.
have anything here good to handle that.
He handled that Prowler like I would.
Yeah. Oof. Well, this is how it's a good example of how sometimes a small misplay, small miscalculation can just lead you to lose a game. And I think this was another matchup where Westlin really could not afford to do many mistakes. He needed to be very precise with what he was doing.
I played Ratbo a bit yesterday, and I was playing Scrat Tunnels, and I hadn't really played it for a long time, and on a couple of occasions, it did catch me out how long it takes to get that first lot of Scrats out if you don't use the emergency tunneling ability. But in that occasion, it was like almost instant. Like he just jumped straight on it. It just felt like just a complete misplay. Okay,
I
so
think it's like play on the other side and then jump to that side and be faster. But like then there's a travel time as well. It's a rough situation.
It's kind of frustrating because Westlin took a lot of face damage at the start there, but he was still kind of equal on XP, and we know Stormbringer can kind of get annoying as the game goes on.
Especially second perk, yeah.
Perk 2, everything suddenly starts trading better. So I was talking about the Zip Zapinator. You just saw how he dealt with it. He was able to just get on top of it and to swamp it, really. Every time he
had the right spell for it, right?
The Scrutineer I would say it's just perfect for getting on top and just aggroing it away from your units.
Exactly. And especially the fact that the Scrats are very likely to just spawn all around the Zapinator.
Yep.
That just means like Zapinator attacks in kind of a weird way because he doesn't attack in a cone. He doesn't attack a single target. He's going to send some rays like single targets, but on a cone. It's like the mix of what I just said. He's going to attack basically multiple targets on a cone, but not in an AoE way. So if the Scrats split well enough, the Zapinator is actually not going to be able to clear most of them with one or even two attacks. So that means he's going to stay there a while. And Zapinator has a really, really good high reload time unless you trigger the ability. But triggering the ability implies what? Investing extra mana. So you're kind of stuck in like, oof, do I pay extra mana to try to free my Zapinator as much as possible? Like, it's not worth it because at this point I'm basically just making his spell be free, and I've already lost like some utility here on the Zapinator. You really need to try to think how to play against that part.
Okay, so that was a pretty quick game overall. So we're going to be able to jump into another second round match. This is going to be Ficus against Kyle, and it looks like Ficus has taken the first game.
Mm-hmm.
So let's set up Kyle here. We're trying to get the bans, so we'll try to give you that information once we get it. Okay, so let's just update this. How do you feel about Rock Rivals at the moment? There's some discussion in the chat about how bad Rock Rivals is at the moment. Obviously, the big change is the fact that it gets the statue every time. It's only 4 mana now, but the statue is given to your opponent every time. Do you feel like it kills the card, or do you feel like it changes how the card should be handled? I think it's a big nerf. Is it too much?
It definitely changes how the card plays out, right? And above all, I think it makes Rock Rivals a very situational card. And sometimes you're put in a position where you cannot afford the cost of that situational. For example, right now, if you play Rock Rivals to defend a push, he's likely to take some damage. He has taunt, but you are going to have to deal with an incoming damage. You just gave them a statue. So there is that part to consider. If your opponent can capitalize on it, it's gonna cost you a lot. That's why Westlin was trying to basically get the Prowler out so that the Prowler would jump on the statue, and then you're already damaging the statue and you still have the Rock Rifles good. But well, let's see if we're gonna have more opportunities to evaluate how that goes on this matchup, because Ficus and Kyle have just started.
Yep, so it's Apep against Florian.
Apep with attack that now splits onto several units.
Out of interest, Ficus banned Setsu, Strange ban, Beam of Doom and Ardera. Kyle both banning Setsu, Fireball and Blue Golem. Okay.
And Blue Golem, not Rock Rifle. That's also an interesting.
Right, then we see Mana Chasers.
That's a beam.
Yeah, that's a beam.
Yeah.
That's asking for it, right? That's kind of a... Let me find out if my opponent has a beam play. The answer is yes. Yes, he does. Now, Ficker's banned the beam. Kyle didn't. Fireball seems a strange ban. Like, how I feel like you're way more likely to see a Beam of Doom than a Fireball in solos. Or, you know, a Chain Lightning.
You're more likely to see a Dragon Ball than a Fireball.
Yeah, or Chain Lightning point. Almost any spell I think you're more likely to see than a Fireball. But seriously, though.
But do you know why? Because Fireball's banned. Okay, well that could be a scary push, if not for the fact that Ficus has, I think Ficus has the right tools to handle this. Like, Kaelith with that Priestess is really nasty.
I feel like he could have kept that Grenadier alive. He's got so much that he could have used to tank there, and the Grenadier would have killed the healer.
He probably wants to save this Shen as much as possible, and now he's gonna go Zealous or something.
So the best way to deal with Kaelith is pretty much stuns or very high DPS. If you stun him, then it resets his shield counter.
What a smite! Did you see a very interesting and strong interaction there? So, Ficus units are very small, so they deal like very small inches of damage. But any sort of damage enough to trigger Kaelith, Divine Shield. Now with the Priestess is gonna move if she's healing something, but if she's attacking something, she stops to attack. On that situation, since the Kaelith was taking very little damage before being activated, the Priestess would kill him up back to full health while he had a Divine Shield on, and then whatever was attracted by the taunt, she would stop to attack him. So virtually, the Priestess was pretty much moving at the same speed of Kaelith, which reduces her weakness of going before the unit that you want her to heal.
Though. He's got such a massive XP lead.
The XP is huge. And this situation, I think Ficus is burning mana because he wanted to make... Yeah, so this was a very interesting mistake. Ficus wanted to get use out of the fact that he has Zenshi Flow activated with Shen, so he burned some mana to get that activated to try to stop the Divine Shield. But he waited so long that the Master eventually attacked and virtually triggering the Divine Shield, so he burned mana for, I would say, nothing.
So in this situation, with the XP as it is, Carl's win condition is a huge push in killing Ficus. But Ficus has so many tools to just delay. It's got Shen, he's got the Defenso.
He's got NF DPS. As soon as that Divine Shield... No, wait,
oh my god!
Wait!
That's...
Yeah. Also, why was that raged? The other one's... Oh no, that's a Lone Wolf, never mind.
Okay, that was kind of a weird beam. Like...
That was a terrible beam.
I say weird, you say terrible.
Where, like, you're too nice, I would say. Like, in that situation, you know that you're talking, like, the Zealot is a unit that has enough health to tank Kaelith for a while. So, and like, you're not gonna be dealing extra damage by killing the Priestess before, because, like, yeah, you stop the healing, but the damage you deal with the beam is gonna be much more damage than the Priestess is gonna heal in a very good long time.
It was basically, Kaelith was basically full HP anyway, so the healing was kind of irrelevant.
Yeah. Exactly.
Okay, massive
so you
XP
paid 7
lead.
mana for a Priestess.
I think Kaelith's one of those cards that... Kaelith is one of those cards that either your opponent can handle and you lose, or they can't handle and you win. There's kind of no sort of middle ground. It kind of destroys your opponent.
This is so over.
I like the strat though, with the Kaelith, with the healer, with the Sanctum. I'm just surprised it's been... Maybe it's just unlucky with what he's come up against.
Well, yeah, defensemen and Shen are very bad. I like very good at handling that. But I also think there's the fact that you need more tools to play around your Kaelith. It's like just healing him, I don't think it's enough, because like, yeah, you're gonna heal him, but what, do you expect Kaelith to do everything on its own? He's not gonna be able to do that, so yeah. And here we see how he now got overwhelmed.
Okay, so Ficus, that was the second game. We joined it in the second game, so Ficus taking that. So, if you're playing Kaelith like that, and you know Kaelith is so susceptible to things like Shen or the Defense or whatever, do you have to ban more specifically against that? Like Kyle banned Setsu, Fireball, and Blue Golem. Could he have banned things that would have empowered his deck in a better way? Obviously, he doesn't know what his opponent's going to play, But sometimes if you've got a deck that gets really hard countered by specific things, do you have to like just go all in and say, I'm going to play this and I'm going to ban this to try to make it better? Or do you just roll the dice?
Honestly, I think there are several things here that have gone better for both players. For Ficus definitely needs like not BM with the beam. I know beam. I know BM stands for beam, but yeah, he needs to not BM with beam.
You think it was BM or just bad?
There's a B there for sure.
Bad
There's
manners or bad mana?
Sure. For Kyle, I think there are definitely some things that could be polished. For example, if you're going Empyrean, you could run Bannerman to protect. Like he banned Fireball. Fireball is a very good card to go against like the healer and everything. So he probably banned Fireball as a specific card that would counter what he was doing. Maybe he didn't need to ban Fireball as we were saying, and he could have played something to go against that. There's also the fact that he was playing Fireball and Smite. They are both gonna target very similar units, and the only difference is do you deal more damage to ground units and ground units alone, or deal less damage to ground units but also hit air. And I would say that's a decision you do in deck building and you play around it, not something where you have both of them.
The problem is both of those spells are very much negated by shields. So if you're going to play these similar spells, you kind of want to let me play a poison strike. So if they have shields, I can do damage through the shields.
Honestly, instead of Fireball, I have played Black Hole. Like you have Mana Chasers, they bait out spells. Yep. You can Black Hole if you want them to live. You have Priestess and Caliph, Black Hole. Like the only disadvantage is that when Caliph comes out of the Black Hole, the Divine Shield is gonna be fully reset. But then again, you can also do it the other way around. Like let Caliph trigger, let Divine Shield trigger. Caliph protects it's protected, taunts, deals damage, whatever. The Divine Shield comes out. You know they are gonna spell it, bam, Black Hole. Like
I don't know what Black Hole
you can do there.
I don't know what Black Hole needs to encourage more people to play it. Like it lasts for 5 seconds now.
I don't think
it's 3 mana. But you rarely see it played. There's so many cool things you can do with it, but at 3 mana, the cool things are kind of a little bit more expensive than you would like them to be. So it's
above all, I think to get good value of Black Hole, you need to be very reactive.
Yeah.
And I don't think we are in a meta where like super reactive playstyle is favored. Of course you need to react, but like before you needed to react because you want to get right on the bridge. Now you don't have that pressure because the bridge is gonna belong to whoever put something there first.
I hate it when
I wait a bit.
When you play randoms and your teammate has a Black Hole but they're just not ready to use it at any point. You're just like, listen, either play it and be prepared to use it, or don't play it. Don't have it in your deck and never use it. Like, you see all these things getting destroyed and you're just yelling, Black Hole! Like, for 3 mana, it can trade incredibly well.
Oh, yes, for sure.
Especially in duos.
Chain Lightning, bam.
Like, almost any spell that you prevent is a mana positive trade, right?
Yep. Like, if we go to the Premier Leaderboard and we see what spells are being played, like Avalanche, you can Black Hole it.
Yep.
Beam, Black Hole. Poison Chain, Black Hole. Howling Moon. I think Howling Moon you cannot because of the true damage. That is one.
I don't know. Does true damage go through Black Hole? I don't think so.
I think it does.
No.
Or at least you need to Black Hole much earlier. I've had some situations where I was like, I thought I Black Hole that on time. So
maybe you're just bad.
That's also very likely. Barrage, like if Barrage is focused on a unit, you can Black Hole it, and that's also positive mana trade because of the 1 mana freeze. Pincer, I would say it's the one that's harder to. Like Pincer, you probably
you gotta be super fast,
super on point. I know Arcane Bolt. Arcane Bolt for me, it's that sort of card. Arcane Bolt should be really, really good right now, and very little people are playing it. I think Arcane Bolt right now is just the better version of Pincer because you can guarantee a kill on many units.
Especially the zip. We're talking about how people like hate the zip. Just run Arcane Bolt and don't worry about it.
Diplomancer. And not to mention, like, most tanks have 600 health. Not like all tanks, but like several tanks that are very strong right now have 600 health. and they are going to kill whatever you play. But on whatever you play, it's also going to be attacking it. And Arcane Bolt, we are talking about a stun that lasts for 5 seconds. In 5 seconds, dealing 150 damage, it's not a lot, okay? It's really not. It's 30 DPS. Like, getting something with 30 DPS, it's not hard, okay? Like, literally a scratch pack, all of them together have more than 30 DPS.
I think people get into the mindset where they're like, the Arcane Bite either kills this or it doesn't kill this. They don't think, oh, it kills this with a little support. They don't think about...
It's 5 seconds. 5 seconds. I think people should be abusing that much more, like to the point where they probably need to reduce 1 second out of it. Because this card should be changing lots of stuff. But, well... I
think I'm going to play Black Hole
more. More on duels. Yeah, Black Hole is also good. But he started because of Black Hole. Because you see, you can Black Hole Arcane Bolt if you are fast.
Yeah,
you need to be extremely fast to Black Hole.
Those are the good ones when you But like those are the ones where they Arcane Bolt your thing first, and then you're ready for it the next time. You know that's their strat. You play the card. You bait the spell. You're ready with your Black Hole.
I also see some people in chat mentioning how the main problem of Black Hole is how it's not instantaneous and so on. That's not exactly true. Before, like a couple years, well, yeah, it's years now. A couple years ago, Black Hole did have an initial cast delay, but that's no longer the case. Black Hole has no delay right now. You play it, it goes. The only delay there is the delay from your input. So maybe if you're not that fast, there's some delay, but like you play, it goes.
But we like those cards that require, quick reactions, a bit of skill-based gameplay, right?
I would say the best thing of Black Hole is that it can do something that no other card can do, which is force redirection of attacks without taunt, right? Like instantaneous. Like taunt is the thing with taunt is that whatever has taunt will die eventually or can be removed. Like if you play Trap, it has health, Ruler has health, Divine Warrior can be removed. All those things are only going to taunt for a specific amount of seconds, and your opponent can react to your taunt. But Black Hole, they cannot. Like, you have something focusing on something, you Black Hole, they are going to shift their focus to something else, and then you can play around that. And now they cannot shift the focus off their own unit like as easily, unless, well, they Black Hole themselves, or like use Vortex to push it away. But you see, like, it's so big.
There's so many cool things that Black Hole can do, but I think a lot of people don't know, and a lot of the way it affects units is not necessarily what you would expect. It's kind of, you just have to learn. Like, for example, we know that if you have a cleaver against a musketeer, the musketeer will kill the cleaver. But if you Black Hole them, it'll reset the musketeer's riposte, and the cleaver will kill the musketeer. Would you expect that to happen? I don't know. Does it happen? Yes, it does. So those are kind of the things that you need to kind of sort of learn. And as you were saying with Caleb, it resets his shield and stuff like that.
Exactly the same. You have a horde about to go into Caliph, or like you have a horde going into your opponent's tower, and you know they have Caliph, and they are very likely to play their Caliph. Now, as you know, units have a summoning sickness, like a period of summoning. You can literally be ready to Black Hole, and you can Black Hole it. Like as soon as they play you Black Hole, and the shield will probably not trigger if you're fast enough. That is possible. So like it's insane.
Yeah, I think it's a really fun spell. You just have to learn the intricacies of it. And even if you don't play it, like I see people playing like a future deck, and they'll get a super cheap Black Hole, which is just insanity. But because they're not used to playing the Black Hole, they don't know all the cool things excuse me, that you can do with it. You get a 1-mana Black Hole from the future present.
Oh, that's
my God,
awesome, dude!
Like, how can you not trade efficiently with that every time?
Every single spell from that moment on, every single spell their opponent tries to do, you can counter it. Are they gonna Shock Rock? You just Black Hole the Shock Rock. Just Black Hole the Shock Rock. You're ready. If you know what they're gonna Shock Rock, you can be ready to Black Hole it.
So I think it's kind of a bit of a people sleep on it because they don't really realize what it can do. Maybe I'll make a video.
I think there's one spell that's probably, well, two, that are very hard because you cannot react to the animation, you need to react. So as most people know, whenever you play a spell, there is an animation on your master tower. Pretty much for almost all spells, if I'm not mistaken. There's an animation. And that animation always happens in the beginning of the cast of the spell. Unlike some spells animation. For example, Smite with the Holy Fire, or well, without Smite, that you play Smite and then there's a small delay before the light effects show up on the board, which cuts. But if you look to the master tower, there is no delay on that animation, so you can be ready. They are gonna smite these units. I'll be looking at the master tower, ready to black hole here. And the only other spell that does this similar to smite, if I'm not mistaken, is Snap Freeze, where you probably also need to look at the master tower because the animation is like super blends a lot with the environment, so you need to be very on point with that. But then again, you might also just not want to black hole Snap
So
Freeze.
Captain Jack Falcon in the chat says the problem is not everyone runs Arcane Bolt or spells like that, so it makes it a dead card. I disagree. As we were saying, almost any spell it will trade positively against, and the chances of a game not having one of those spells, your opponent not having just a 3 or 4 mana spell at least, I feel like that's very, very minimal. And of course, you know, you can protect from the Daka if you're playing against Ratbo. It's not such a good trade, but you can protect against Searing Light. You can do all sorts of things with it. I think it's a great card. Yeah. Right, anyway, we're not going to spend the whole day talking about the black hole, even though you know we may want to. If you just joined us, thanks for being here. I'm here with DfogoX. We are currently enjoying Team Honor Frenzy and BetaDwarf's Knights Duel, number 23. This is a 1v1 tournament. We are in the third of the 5 Swiss rounds, and then we'll go into an elimination. Mark says it doesn't reset his shield. It resets his shield counter. So if he's already shielded, then that just carries on, I think. But if he's like 8 seconds into his next shield and then you black hole him, then it resets the counter and he has to go again for the 14 seconds or something. Does black hole reset Avea? I would assume it does, but
it does.
Sometimes I think one of the things I don't like about Minion Masters is sometimes the inconsistency. That makes it really difficult to learn because then you have to learn all the specifics. Like when it comes to, can some spells target invisible things? Yes. Can some of them? No. And then rather than learning the rule, you've got to learn the specifics of kind of each spell or the things that don't go with the rule. Like I know some people yell at me, but I think flyby targeting invisible things is kind of
breaks the rules.
Is kind of a bug, but because like there's some spells that do, some spells that don't, especially targeted ones. Targeted, like, what's the point of stealth if things can still target you through the stealth, right?
I think that's pretty much the way. It's like, am I targeting or is the game gonna target? And in cases where the game targets, if it's invisible, the game doesn't know. If you're targeting and you hit something, you get the benefit. You get that value. Like, it's like Barrage, you don't target. Barrage, you set an area and it goes. So
with the flyby, you have to target where the invisible unit is, right? So that's kind of you know where the invisible unit is at that point, but then the unit keeps moving, and the flyby then tracks that unit, which is invisible. Like you target an invisible assassin, you know it's there, you target it, and then it tracks the invisible assassin.
Like, but that's the thing. But wouldn't it also be weird in that situation? If like the flyby starts going because the assassin is visible, the assassin becomes invisible, the flyby disperses.
If you ask someone but that makes sense, right? You target something while you can see it, and then if it disappears, you can't see it anymore, so you lose the target, right? It's like it turns on stealth, or it jams radar jamming or whatever, right? I think it kind of makes sense. And I think if you can implement things that make sense, it just makes it so much easier for people to learn and understand, right? Because it's just like common sense when it's different. Anyway, right, let's go for some gameplay. Right, we're going into round 3. You can follow the brackets. Would a black hole clear a Rimigal res? I have no idea what that means. Does he mean Does he mean a Rendrath res? I don't think so.
Oh, it might. Because Rendrath Mark lasts for 5 seconds.
Oh right. No.
So, yeah, the black hole, that's...
No. Bad Defogo.
All right, it's
Bad.
not right. Yeah.
It's permanent. The 5
No.
seconds is the time it takes for the res, but the mark itself is permanent.
It's really?
Yeah.
I think I've seen some units that were targeted and then they lived for like a long time, like more than 30 seconds, then died and they didn't get res.
Because I thought I found a bug in the PTR because I was playing both of them and I played Rendrath and he marked a bunch of stuff and then died, and then like 30 seconds later I played Ghast and then Ghast started rezzing all these units. I was like, what's he doing? But then it was because Rendrath had marked these other units like 30 seconds ago, and they'd come across the bridge and then they'd died. So the mark is permanent, I swear. I don't think there's any way to clear it. Once the mark is marked, there is no unmarking. I could be
not
wrong.
Sure if that is a bug or not then, because like the mark there, the description clearly says it has a duration, but
yeah, I did say that was confusing when I looked at the card, but I think the duration is the time it takes for it to res.
Come back to life.
I literally had that conversation with the Deads because that was confusing to me as well. Right. Anyway.
We're moving forward.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Right.
How do we even pronounce this name?
We've got
with letters. No, it's letters. I got it. Shall I go over it? No. Capital letters. You read the capital letters. You see. My name is DfogoX because it's a capital X. It's not.
I wasn't trying to pronounce his name. I was still coughing. Sorry.
You see the. No, I could. That's so believable, but yes. So, going over the bands. OHV 123 banned Morelia, Rakinator, and Laeliel. Okay, so interesting bans. Rakinator we've not yet seen. Even Morelia we've not yet seen much right now. All cards we've not yet seen. Interesting choices though, because these are all bans I would target more to 2v2 than 1v1. But yes, and Tjaenig, he banned Stormbringer, Spawn of Fury, and Azali. So here we see the advantage of like broadening your bans to try to target as many strategies as possible. The Azali ban for the Azali combo we talked before. Spawn of Fury can shut down decks like Milwin Colossus that we know were very strong and are very, very prominent as well. I guess the sort of strategy, as we were saying before, that at lower ranks can probably very, very strong. And then Stormbringer banning several strategies, maybe with Crystals, with Outlander. You're just, if not shutting them down completely, at least you're tuning down their power. So, yeah.
Okay, sorry, I was a little bit.
Read it.
I zoned out a little bit there.
You're still coughing, right?
Okay, so let me just set this up, and then we'll get the bands up on the screen for everyone, and then we'll get some gameplay. Right. If you've got any questions, I know we're kind of just chatting about some things, but if you've got any questions or anything you want to ask us, feel free. Just a reminder, we are on a 3-minute delay, just to keep everything as above board as possible. But I appreciate you guys being here. Thanks for the follows. We've got some new people in the chat. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the tournament. And if you're new to Minion Masters, of course, if you've got any questions, anything like that, feel free to ask. The community's really, really helpful. We've got a lot of YouTube content stuff. Yeah, sorry. We're just getting set up here as quickly as possible. We did get distracted talking about the black hole for 8 minutes. But I enjoyed it. So stick.
Very much.
Fishy is correct. Mark is permanent. Let's go! Ching! So either you saw a bug or some weird interaction. Or you're wrong.
No, I think it's as you mentioned, like the description there can be very misleading.
Yeah. Okay. Right, sorry for this. Let's just do the bands quickly so we can do that efficiently. So we got okay. So Morelia. Okay, let's get rid of this. Okay, right. So let's just put this in. So we got Morelia, Reconator. How do you feel about these bans? Do these feel like targeted bans, meta bans, kind of a bit of a random bans?
I think chaining bans look like solid meta bans targeting different strategies. I think OHV bans sound like 2v2 bans.
What is Laylal's official name?
I am Mage Lelial.
Do I have a missing?
Oh, but it's there's like an if and like a slash between the high and the mage. It's like high/mage. Lelial.
Okay, weird. I don't see it on my list. Anyway, we'll just leave that blank for a second. Right, Tjaenig banning Stormbringer. And
we found a bug with fish, guys. We found a bug with fish.
That's what I thought it was, but I couldn't see her in the list, so I don't know. Right, anyway, Tjaenig, Stormbringer, Spawn of Fury, and Azali. Okay, Spawn of Fury, as you were saying, it shuts down that strat entirely. Azali again. So both cards that are difficult to replace or impossible to replace. Shield. Is it Shield? What's Azali's name? Commander Azali.
Commander Azali.
Yeah. Okay. Boom. Done it. Right. Okay. We're ready.
Well, we are ready. They are not ready. I see OHV is still in deck building. I would assume something similar. Tjaenig is in many, so I'll say Tjaenig is ready and OHV is deck building.
Da-na-na-na. Right, sorry for the delay, but we are ready. The delay is now someone else's
And we
fault.
are jumping in!
Round 3, best of 3.
That sounded nicely.
Yeah.
Oh, so we have OG playing Apep and Tjaenig playing Valorian. Now we've seen both of these masters. That's an interesting opener at an Apep. Tios rather trying to avoid that
Black
to get
hole!
on the bridge. He didn't. Tjaenig's playing Black Hole. Let's go, Tjaenig!
Did he hear us?
And the best part is wait, Tjaenig asks if it resets Zion. Right. Tjaenig is literally the one that said, oh well, the problem is that Black Hole, like some spells are hard to read, so Black Hole is not that good at that, but I'm gonna play it because I can read them.
Oh, he tried to Black Hole the Wheel of Doom. It's so hard to do though, especially on that side of the field. Wheel of Doom is slower than it used to be.
But Tjaenig, I super appreciate that you tried to do so. That was very nice, and you deserve a shout out for that. That was very good.
Oh.
Attempt. Very interesting here. I like that they are playing Bridge Shrine. Bridge Shrine is a card that personally I think it is in a really good spot, but
yeah,
you need to play very specifically around it. But did he just played the spell, but I didn't see anything happen.
Okay, true damage not really helping against Face. Doing some good damage, but good XP to start with.
Definitely. I mean, missing that wheel there is likely to cost Tjaenig a bit. There's also the fact that Bridge Shrine... Wait! Why play the Bridge Shrine so up ahead? The biggest disadvantage is that if you are also running wheel, right now you just block a lot of angles for your wheel.
If you
that
watch...
Bridge Shrine is not going to do anything there.
If you
because,
watch...
unlike the previous Bridge Shrine, some very long time ago, Bridge Shrine used to passively give you XP. But now, why are you protecting it?
If you watch OHV's playing, and this is kind of what you see from a lot of newer players, he's spending his mana immediately when he's got it. It's like, oh, I've got a card available.
He's spending his mana immediately to protect something that doesn't need to be protected.
But he is ahead on XP, so...
Not for long. He could have gotten an extreme advantage, and he fully lost it, and now he's... You know, imagine when the first...
No, don't do it on the defense zone! Don't do it on the defense zone! No! Okay.
No, this is over. This is over. See, this is called panic plays. The first minute of the game, I was like, nice. He's making good usage of his spells, of his deck. He's capitalizing on it. He's doing good. Now I'm like,
No, don't win it, do your own.
He's gonna do it. Well, just
Do the top. Do the top. Why would you do the bottom?
No, do the bridge right bot. You have the bottom
bridge. Okay, he had a good start. Okay, let's be respectful. But like Avea, is that activate Avea? I can't remember what Legionnaires look like now. I don't even think so. Right.
No, that's not activated. That's not activated.
He's still in the lead XP wise, right? Avea's going to change things a bit.
Yes.
But yeah, you watch. He just spends his mana as soon as he's got it. Boom.
Don't do that.
Gotta be quick. Gotta be quick. Gotta be quick. Oh, didn't quite get it. Oh no.
I don't think there's.
Oh!
Hey, he enraged that. That's nice. It's gonna stop everything, right? Look at him with his own unit.
Okay.
Oh! The black. Oh, but no, it was not on time. It was
too late anyway. She survived. She had a shield and more than 150 health, so she survived. Okay, that's good. That's better. Okay, you're behind on XP, but it's not over yet. Just why would you spawn that into her? Okay, I think you're right. The plays do feel a little bit panicked. Like we've had some really bad trades. You know, we've all got into that, right? You just like a deer in the headlights sometimes. Gotta be careful, right? But I think he did really well at the start. He had a good XP lead.
He had a fantastic start, dude. I was like a really good start. And Tjaenig, like, it's a good player. Tjaenig knows to do. Okay, he is small misplay, but like that's not
shield.
That's not about that, right?
Use your shield. Use your shield.
That would be like doing effective. Effective play.
So you could have played that.
If he can. Oh
no. Oh no!
That was a very good black hole. That was a very good black hole.
I mean, it not for
Ardera,
it wasn't.
Right? No, for the Ardera, no. But like, I was like, you've done your job. Thank you very much. You can go now.
Can you imagine seeing that from Ardera's point of view? She's black hole coming. She's got all this in front of her to block her. She's like, oh, this is fine, and then everything disappears.
I can't even see the meme where like you imagine like. Black holes coming my way. I'm like, I look behind me at my master, like I look at my teammates and like, ooh, like they are scared, and I'm like, don't worry, guys. Then I look at the master, like, you got this, right? And he's like, I got this. And I'm like, I keep walking, and I just see my friend like go well, and they look coming my way, like, dude, what? Like I thought we had a deal. So like,
okay,
okay.
Right, okay. Right, no spoilers, Tjaenig. We are on a delay. Okay, right. I know we're just having a little bit of a giggle. We don't want to be disrespectful to anyone. But we've all been in that situation where you kind of make a misplay and then it kind of just snowballs. But you got to... I think what I would say to OHV is just, please... just play more patiently. You don't have to spend your mana as soon as you've got it. Just be a little bit more patient. And just pay attention to things like playing the horde, the prop horde on top of the defense. So that's, you know, that's a big no-no. Right, Bridge Shrine again. So we did see him get a good early XP lead thanks to the Bridge Shrine. Remember, the Bridge Shrine gives you double XP from the closest bridge. But of course, if you don't have the bridge, 2 times nothing is nothing. 2 times something is big something. So like, just be patient, right? Because that's a okay.
Oh, there we go. Yep. You see, now here's the thing. From this point on, from OHV's place, I would not play wheel when the units are on on their side.
Like, what's this?
On my side, that's...
Don't play the totem in... This is like... This totem's got no chance of doing anything, right? Just gets absolutely destroyed. And now he's got no mana. The spawner totem.
No. It just disappeared.
Okay.
You see, here I would have waited 2 more mana to play the golem.
Yeah.
Because this is gonna be game.
Like he just
He needs to
rushed
save
it.
mana for the golem.
Yeah.
And he needs to go golem instead of Harbinger, because Harbinger target is too slow. He needs golem on the infray, but well, that's a detail.
Okay, so that's an illusory cleaver, but it still hits for 100. So if it's not, okay, it's probably gonna die here.
That goes there.
Like again, straight away, like takes the bridge at the bottom with a
And he's
6
gonna
mana
play
unit.
the
that's
bridge
not-
shrine behind it, or to tank top.
So you can wheel the top, but okay, it's got to be just a little bit more patient. You've got to wait for that to drop under 300 health and then wheel it. You can tell how much health it's got by the marks in the health bar. Use a shield, okay.
And our rocket's free to go top, and he's gonna go there and grab the
But like,
bridge.
why play those? Like, just immediately play those to do nothing. Like, how? That's not going to help him. He needs defense.
This is gonna be game here. GG.
Okay. So I saw some good things, but I also saw some mistakes that were really punishing, and you've just got to. You've got to react to what your opponent's got there. Just as I said, I think my biggest advice to him would just be play slower. Right? He's playing the mana as soon as he's got it, and that's generally not going to be the best way to do it. Right? You want to try to be as efficient as possible. Save as much mana as possible. The more mana you've got, the more choices you have. Right? And the more choices you have, hopefully, the better decisions you can make. So. Really good to see them here, but I think there's a few little things they could do to definitely improve. But yeah, definitely think about what you're playing and what your opponent has. We saw them play the Swarmer Totem just into just instant death. You know, that just made no sense. It made no sense at all. Sometimes you gotta go back, look at the replay, maybe watch the VOD, and just think about, just stop the game at these points and say, okay, if I'm gonna make this decision, how would I make it differently? Right? You've got time to reflect. Think about it. Okay, should I have done what I did here? Probably not. What other options did I have? Could have saved mana, played the golem defensively, and things like that. So I think watching your replays and kind of second guessing yourself, looking at the decisions you made and deciding whether they were a good decision or a bad decision, then the next time you run into that situation in a real game,
much better prepared.
Yeah. But yeah, I feel like it was just rushed gameplay, which is something we definitely see from newer players, where they just feel like, oh, I've got a card available, let's play it. And that's not always definitely the way. And his strat with the Bridge Shrine is he needed to have some kind of... He needed the Bridge Shrine down, he needed support on that lane, but that never kind of sort of worked out. A lot of the times we found the Bridge Shrine... Like, it felt like he just had to get the Bridge Shrine out as soon as it was available, even if it didn't give him any value, which is obviously not the ideal strat. So, hopefully some feedback there. But Tjaenig, very, very good player. So no need to feel bad about it. GoldenSkeeter in the chat says fun tourney.
Top 4 several times, top 2 even, right?
Yeah.
Tjaenig has played a lot and did fantastic matches. So.
GoldenSkeeter says, planning on watching the replay to learn. Exactly. That's what we're saying. Watch the replay and think about what you did in your match, what your opponent did, and how you could do things differently.
Exactly. I don't hesitate, reach out. Reach out to players, to community in Discord, like, hey guys, what do you think about this card? What do you think about this? I think the community is generally very open to that, so don't hesitate. The
Discord's really good. The streamers are really good. Lots of people to answer questions. Okay, looks like we've got Memfisto against Dark Crow. We'll see if we can get that set up. Looks like Memfisto's won the first game there.
Shall we go over their bans out loud while we prepare this? So, Memfisto banned Wrecked, Event Caged Brawler, and Dark Crow banned Apep Caged Brawler and Jing. So, both banned Caged Brawler, one banned Evade, the other banned Jing, and we have Wrecked and Apep banned. We can see that Memfisto banned Wrecked, is playing Wrecked himself. We can see that Dark Crow banned Apep, it's playing Morelia. That's Spirit Lake Morelia, and it looks a bit reddish. Is it just to me? It does look like she like.
Yeah,
super
you
red.
gotta remember this. That's like the red light from the arena.
Yeah, yeah, very likely. Oh, that's a very good Bannerman. Just gonna make the issue. It's the thing. Bannerman probably didn't change the outcome of that fight, but it made the fight so much more favorable that now you have much more units leaving and you can get more value out of it, or maybe force a bigger play out of your opponent. Here Memfisto is playing slow, although he got the bridges first. Dark Crow is betting more on the splits and getting some sort of constant pressure. That was such a nice thing from the walking blind date. Oh, and yeah, there was that chain. And I really think I like this sort of play with Avea, and Ardent Aegis is really nice because you heal her. Did I say Avea? Sorry. Ardera. Well, Avea is also good with it. Avea is also good with it. But in this case,
did you know Ardera does the same DPS as a cleaver? 60 DPS. Obviously, gives the DPS very differently in a channeled theme, but.
Literally what you were saying before. What would it be if Cleaver did a DPS in other instances?
Yeah.
Well, imagine that DPS in constant instance. That's
exactly. It's like the complete opposite way that they do their damage. Of course, Ardera does do the damage to herself, and she
again. Ardera.
Yeah, don't worry. And of course, she does the buff when she dies. So you kind of want to kill everything else and then kill her, or you know what you could do? You could black hole everything else and then kill her.
Yep, or you can black hole her and kill everything else as well. You see, it works both ways.
Another thing you can do with the black hole, add it, black hole use number 73. Okay, so XP's about the same, but well, I guess Memphisto's got a little
an
lead.
advantage though.
And it's going to get a bigger lead now.
Looking at the decks, I think Memfisto has a very good advantage deck-wise. So, number one, third perk. Once the dragon is out of the way, Dark Crow's advantage is out. Number two, Memfisto's third perk, Rex third perk in this case, that when Punch Blast goes into a straight line, he can reposition himself and deals 2 damage. So even if he fails to kill Ardera and Ardera dies first and gives Divine Shield to something, that something might still die because the 1 Punch Blast is 2 damage, right? So there is that. It's a shame that Runewalker died there. Dark Crow is definitely putting a very big pressure on Memfisto. It's like we can see that Memfisto is very low. It's getting very, very low.
Yeah.
If Memfisto manages to deal with this pressure better, he's definitely gonna have the advantage late game.
This is going to be very much. We say it a lot with Morelia, and I know Morelia is a master you like, but it's not a great smite there. Kind of missed the Battle Monkey, but it's going to be a lot about what he can get done with that dragon.
And the Tranquil, she who just healed everything. Why? Okay, yeah, he does the Spirit preemptively. This is one thing that I think lots of people don't do, and it's not that bad as well. Even though you are second perk, getting a 0 mana shield.
Oh, lovely Bannerman.
Very nice Bannerman. Oh, you see the Punch Blast there?
Yeah, perk 3, 1 Punch Blast.
Look at that Shield Guard of Light. That's the thing. A 0 mana Spirit on a targeted unit can be worth a lot.
Yeah, very, very strong. Right, let's see what he can do. So his dragon is available. He's burning mana. He's trying to set something up here. Is this a beam in the pocket? Not a beam, a smite. I feel like a smite would have been okay there. It would have cleared everything, and maybe he would have kept the.
Maybe he was saving the mana for. Yeah. His third perk wants to do the dragon push.
Right. Okay, so I feel like this dragon either wins the game or.
Oh, that's very nice. She just needs a small tank there. That's gonna be more than enough. The chain lightning is gonna help a lot. Wow.
Okay.
I guess he didn't have any need to play.
But again, we see the spirit dropped on Mirvir. The monkey doesn't really help at all. Jumps past, doesn't really do anything with the bridge.
The shield was on the Mirvir, but also on the Ardera. It allowed them to win the trade bottom and force more mana out of Memfisto, which is good because it means Memfisto has less mana to play on this dragon push. And the mana that Memfisto just played on this dragon push, he cannot play it on the bottom push that Dark Crow started preparing.
He's got to be so careful.
So yeah, I think this is gonna be game because wow, the division of the pressure here was so good. Topped force more. You see, just because of a 0 mana double spirit, like it's how the snowball effect happens. The 0 mana spirit on an Ardera bottom made her live long enough so that your opponent had to play extra mana.
Yep.
Playing extra mana there means he has less mana there. When that reaches your side, now you really cannot afford to get on the face, so you need to play extra mana. And now you play extra mana there, but was pretty much left unattended. That was huge. It's like small plays just can impact the game like so much on a long run. Because like it just allowed it allowed the Dark Crow to make 3 pushes in a while before we were making the metaphor about how it can feel like it's basketball. One team attacks, the other team attacks, and goes swapping. Now imagine if one team attacks 3 times in a row, how much of an advantage there is. Wow, that was awesome.
The big problem that Memfisto had was he took a lot of damage early on, so he had like just no backup plan.
And I think he was playing a lot with the monkeys. Like he had 3 monkeys, but like not really any shroom and so on. Like sure, you want to have the monkeys like on a boost Rex attack, but for example, this sort of thing, big pushes, how do you handle them? Like a Curse Bearer. I feel like he could very easily feed a Curse Bearer there. And also like Battle Shihu puts much of a bigger pressure than Whirly, but like in situations where you're using one, I think he could have used the other. So there's definitely a lot he could have done, but as we saw, it's the problem of dealing with strong instances of big pressure.
Okay.
This does mean we have one more match, right?
Yeah, it's one game more. I put the bans up so it kind of makes more sense to people. Cage Prowler getting a double ban, as we see. Again, we talk about the PTR proposed nerf to Cage Prowler.
Shall we spoil what is the proposed nerf or not?
That it takes longer to spawn and requires less damage to deny.
I do think it might be too much. Like if you need less damage to deny it.
But it's only like 120 damage as opposed to like 133 or something. So it's not, it doesn't kind of break like too many spell breakpoints.
Frostfire Flyby, it's already killing it, right?
Yeah. But like you can lose a few of them and it will still go. One of them, 2 of them maybe. So it doesn't change too much, but I think it's the length of time that it takes to spawn as well. You've got to defend it for longer, right? How many times are you like defending it and it just pops out just at the last second before it gets shut down? Now you're gonna have to wait longer for that. You're gonna have to defend harder.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, you might get a 3 mana Prowler, no, a 5 mana Prowler for 3 mana, but if you spend 8 mana trying to keep it alive, are you winning?
No, you're not winning.
Right, so 1 game all. Dark Crow against Memfisto. This is the 3rd round of the Swiss part of this event. We've got 5 Swiss rounds and then a top 4 shootout. We are best of 3 at the moment. When we get to the elimination shootout, it'll be best of 5, and there'll be conquest rules, which means once you win with a master, you can no longer play that master.
While we wait for these players, since we are kind of like in the middle of the tournament, shall we go over the standings?
Yeah, you can do. Or just very quickly before that, GoldenSkeeter mentions about using the Spirit as the Morelia. That's a real good example in that last game from Dark Crow. Is he's got the plan in his mind. He's got his unit that he wants the Spirit on. And you can see, even at perk 2, it's given out 2 spirits. We saw only 1 of them landing, but he was still happy with that. That was still enough. But yeah, and again, then on the dragon, and of course it's hitting random targets. But if you play it correctly and you've only got 1 unit out, then it's the randomness is removed. You know where it's going. But here we go. We're going into the 3rd game.
We see Memfisto going Valorian and Dark Crow going APEP. So now Dark Crow is playing the Master he banned, and Memfisto appears to be playing a very aggressive Valorian deck with Zealot and the Razor Squadron.
Yeah.
Razor Squadron and Stint. This is always such a hard combination for me. You see, here he just used all his tech.
Yeah, 75
on
tech for the Stint
bridge.
is very expensive when you've got the...
And then he played Razor, so now the Razors are gonna...
Yeah, I always see people overcommit killing the Razors. What I like to think is, look, these units are going to die of their own accord. Let's try to manage the fight and let them die rather than committing all our mana to kill them, right? I mean, sometimes you have to if they've got a lot of tech and they're splitting out DPS.
I think it's as we were talking about before, how the mana chasers, depending on how you play it, might force a reaction of your opponent or might not. I think Razors do a similar thing. Like, can I afford to let them die or not? How much tech does my opponent has? We don't know. That's gone. Ooh, that could have. That's just a barrel spreader. That could have been a fantastic beam, if not for the fact that Zeppinator targeted both those units. That's a poison right there. You see?
Yeah.
And I think that's a very good poison, because it's you want them to die because you want Zeppinator to do more thing.
And as I say,
if you do that,
one of the power of the Zip is the fact it's so tanky and it's so slow and lumbering that it can really just keep a lane occupied. It can just get you so much XP. It can kind of prevent your opponent playing into it. It's just a frustrating card to come against if you haven't got like the appropriate counters for it. But we see Darkrai here with a little bit of an XP lead.
And I think
Darkrai doesn't know that Memfisto's got a beam yet, so there's still a good chance that Memfisto can land a real juicy beam at some point here.
I think Memfisto is definitely gonna have the chance to do that juicy beam, but and it's not that's the juicy beam. It needs to be more than that. Like a cleaver needs to show up for that to be juicy.
Yeah.
But the thing is, oh yeah, there we go. You see, that would have been a nice beam. It's the same thing that happened before. Like, he had just played something, so he didn't have enough mana for the beam when those units were beamable together, so he lost the opportunity. Yeah, it's...
Like, here we see it's still pretty tanky, and it's still on the bridge. What's he gonna get? The Rammer doesn't really help too much. I mean, it tanks a little bit, but... I don't know. It tanks, and it held the bridge for a while, but...
we can see the lead is slightly expanding.
Yep.
Slightly, ever so slightly.
So remember, he's got his lone wolf, which is going to be a raged werewolf if nothing else is out. I think werewolves
he's actually
are very
playing
strong.
it. That's not future.
No, it's actually what he's got.
No,
yeah.
In the future, no. I meant ABAP. Right. Interesting. That's a sniper.
That's the second one we've seen for one for each team, I think.
He got XP out of it, though.
He got a shot. 2 XP, thank you. That sniper was like, I'm gonna die, but I'm taking you with me.
Oh, using poison here is not necessarily a good thing, because now races are possible to play.
But that's one of the things the top players will be aware of. Like, Memfisto will know that the poison counters his razors, but he will also be immediately aware that the poison's just been used. So does he want to take this opportunity to get value out of the razors? Let's see.
Another beam opportunity missed.
I mean, it's probably now. I mean,
no, because the Zeppinator's too far away.
I don't know. I think he just gets both of them. Okay, there we go.
He needed them, the Zeppinator, to block that bit.
That's so valuable because those 2 units take him a good amount of time to clear up and therefore loses a lot of XP. So that's the value of the beam as well. You know, you've got to not just think, am I killing enough units worth to make it worth it? You've got to think about everything else as well. Like, the XP is so crucial.
That's a set priestess. It's gonna go there. They're gonna play razors in the middle, or like legionnaires.
Zealots.
And then razors to support the zealots. You don't want to let the cleaver on the razor though. She's not gonna on the zealot.
The cleaver's not really having the best of times. There's not a great cleaver target like a Bara or something like that, although we don't see that too often in solos, but just kind of as an example. Okay, does the Zip got zapped. Right, XP, let's have a look. It's close, but Darkray's got a good lead. Does have his perk 3, of course.
A lead that started with like 10 XP, it's now 20, so... Ooh, that's a thing. In case of 2 rocket scrats attacking, the one that goes first is the one that loses.
Okay.
If they are both like same health and same barrel and everything.
Okay, again, so that's
a good beam, I guess.
The Darkrai beam.
Yeah. They're both playing beam often.
The XP's really close. Feels like Memfisto's closing up a little bit. Needs to clear this bottom out. Rocket Strat's going to help a little bit. Doesn't get it second.
But the fact that the sentry didn't target the Rocket Strat made the cleaver deal 1 more shot, so the cleaver didn't stay behind as much. That is slightly impactful.
Okay.
That could also call another beam top.
Right.
Yeah, that's
Darkrow knows
there.
he's just a few XP away from Mana Frenzy.
Oh, he Memfisto should hold mana for the Racers right now after them at the bridge front.
It's very
Or
close.
beam that.
Okay.
I would still have gone Razor. It's more pressure with what you have.
This is
And you know
super,
they
super
just used the
close.
poison,
Like 4 XP in it.
But you see, Darkrow is about to get the bridges, and he's gonna be the one having the bridges on the Mana Frenzy thing.
He's taken a lot of face
So-
damage, but like you just have to do this sometimes, right? Just accept that face damage, go for bridges. Mana Frenzy for blue team, Darkrow. Slowly, I should say quickly followed by Memfisto.
has it
Red
now,
team.
and Memfisto has the bridges now.
Yep.
Memfisto's gonna come back here. Yeah, Memfisto got it here. Because Darkrow is not gonna be able to contest that. Oh wait, he got the poison there. But how is he gonna handle the Razors now?
Razor
the Rocket
Squadron.
Spread gave him top.
They're burning through that tech pretty
Darkrow
quickly, but
loses
they...
here.
Yeah,
Darkrow loses here.
He
Because
cannot hold on against this.
he had the bridge bottom and he need to have gone further on top. I think, honestly, the free assassin, this is incredible. The free assassin, the assassin that came out of the Walking Band-Aid on top really was kind of a game changer because Darkrow played a stint on bottom using tech to get top, but there was an invisible assassin there denying that. So Darkrow invested on top and bot bridge, but he only got the bottom bridge, allowing Memfisto to get the top bridge, maintain the top bridge, reach Mana Frenzy. They each had a bridge when they were on Mana Frenzy, but Darkrow had just invested his mana on both bridges, while Memfisto had enough mana to re-grab and contest the bottom bridge. So he got the 2 bridges at that time. Darkrow played the Zeppinator on his base, so he lost all bridge pressure, and Memfisto was like, sure, I have splits, I have bridges, let's go. Bam.
Yeah, that deep,
Wow.
that late deep zip, as you say, not able to put any pressure on the bridges at the kind of the worst time. Darkrow did get Mana Frenzy just ahead of Memfisto, but Memfisto was able to get the better of the bridge interaction at that real key moment in the game. And once you've solidified that, it's very, very difficult for your opponent to come back against that. Okay, so Memfisto beats... Memfisto, of course, the reigning champion. Darkrow, the champion from the prior event. So this is a very, very stacked match. Very close, but Memfisto coming out just on top by 2 games to 1. Let's have a look where we are next. So remember, you can always follow along with the brackets at home, and of course we've got a giveaway running as well, so if you want to get in the giveaway, check the pinned message that should still be there. Yep, it's still there. Okay, and follow the instructions, copy and paste. Make sure you hit the follow button if you're new here. Appreciate you guys joining us today. Soldy Soso says, thanks for the tournament, I'm very bad at it, but I'm having fun. That's the important part. You're having fun, and I bet you, thanks for the bits, I bet you're learning stuff as well. Whether that's learning stuff that you're doing well, or maybe not so well, or stuff that your opponents are doing against you. You know, this is the joy of tournament play, regardless of your ability. It's a great way to learn. So you're getting tournament experience. You're playing against some good players to see how they play, and you know, maybe you're listening to the feedback that we're giving the matches that we're following here. So you know, we try to cover what's going on, but also, you know, feedback where appropriately. You know, a lot of these top players don't really need the feedback, but the newer players that we get to check out, hopefully we can help them out in some way. We're just figuring out where we're going to go for round number 4.
Very interesting matches, right?
Yeah. You're gonna hate me, but
No. Nothing's gonna change. Don't worry. Now you can take it however you want.
Yeah, I can't hate you any more than I already do, Fish.
I don't mind. Let's go.
Right, let's get set up for the next game. We're going
Especially
into the...
like I agree with you. But because I agree with you, I would do it the other way, but let's go.
Why? Because you don't want to agree with me?
No, because I agree with you. See, since I think we are starting from the same premise, we're just reaching different conclusions based on it.
Right. So next up, we're gonna see Memfisto again, reigning champion, against Destroy. Now, we had some issues with Destroy in the last one where he had a stupid name and it made me really freaking mad. And he's still got the stupid name, MM 1.45 XD Edition. I believe that's Destroy. Thanks.
Where? On Myanmar? On Steam?
Yes, in the game. I'm pretty sure that's who it is.
Why? Why 1.5 XD edition?
I don't know.
We are on the Destroy. We are on 1.46. Update 2.46.
Like in the last tournament, I couldn't find this person. No, I couldn't find Destroy because I was looking for his name as Destroy, as you would, since that's his name. I didn't realise it was something completely stupid.
Too trustful, fish. You're being too trustful.
I learned my lesson, though. Trust no one. Right, okay, so we're going to do Memfisto against Destroy. Pretty sure this is the right person. When we start the spectating, if the matches don't start at the same time, then we know it's not. Right.
I mean, we can always dig up a bit. So let's see if I go here.
Memfisto.
Yeah, it's Destroy. It's Destroy.
Right, Memfisto and Destroy. So this is.
I've confirmed. It's Destroy.
Confirmed. Yep, confirmed. Thank you. Over.
There's your proof.
Okay. We are.
So, shall we go over the bans?
Yes.
Starting with Destroy.
No.
Starting in Memfisto. Memfisto banned Wrecked, AV, and Caged Sprawler. Wait, isn't this? Wait. Isn't this exactly the same ban?
I mean, maybe.
Yeah, so Memfisto is doing the same ban as he did just now against Dark Crow. So I guess this goes to show how Memfisto is doing standard ban. Like, okay, I'm going to do these bans. These are strong stuff in the meta. I'm going to get him out of the way. So he banned Wrecked, AV, and Caged Sprawler. And Destroy now, right? Destroy now.
Mm-hmm.
He also banned Wrecked. He banned Plasma Marines and Beam. So Wrecked, as we see, it's a very strong master. The whole double lane pressure can be very strong. One punch blast as well. We're gonna see no Wrecked right now. It's banned for everyone. Plasma Marines is an interesting ban because I think it's like a solid high low tier / bottom mid tier card you play for bridge grab, but like also some air support and tech in case you need tech. And Beam, we've just seen like pretty much most of decks right now are having Beam. Even if you don't use it, you can get a huge value. We saw how Memfisto used Beam once on the previous match, and it gave him the value it did. So there is that. But yeah, those are the bans we got. I'm really interested to see how it goes. Like, I think Memfisto did a really good job coming back from in that last match. I think Darkrow had a good advantage.
Okay, Jackowick in the chat says, I'm here, but I'm learning and having fun. Good. That's what we want. Glad to hear it. You got any questions, hit us up. Okay, Plasma Marines are missing from this band thing as well. Why are some random cards missing? Okay, I'll have to...
Another bug, guys. Good job. Keep it up.
Shut up! Okay, Memfisto...
Someone bet a random card. I'm sure it's not going to be on this list.
Okay, so we are ready to go when they are ready. So let's give them the ready. I really want to figure out why it's broken, but I probably shouldn't do it now. But, let's have a look. Cards. Plasma Marines are there. Okay. High Inquisitor. Oh, no. High
Are we ready to go?
I'm ready. Yeah.
Let's go. And now they're gonna wait for that like for 3 minutes.
Good. Maybe I can fix this while we're waiting.
How
How many cards are in the game right now?
many cards are in the game? 269, counting the new cards. I have no idea who Salty. Oh well, I guess Salty Soso is Soso. Oh, cause I was going through the list of names, guys. You see, I'm very smart. I was going through the list of names on the website, and I was like, who has that name on Twitch? And I was checking the Twitch name on the Discord tag. That doesn't work, because people usually sometimes you'll have different usernames on Discord than they have on
Isn't it
Twitch.
as annoying as shit when they do that?
I think a good advantage of the website like that we are using is that they can put them all, and like we are here, and I can literally check that. Sadly, there's no one to put the Steam name, but yeah. But then if you're dumb like me and you're checking the Twitch name on the Discord part, you're probably not gonna find who you're looking for. Probably, there's a small guaranteed chance.
Can you just call yourself both smart and dumb, kind of almost in the same sentence?
Huh? When did I call myself smart?
I thought at the start you said about how smart you were, tracking these people down, and now you're saying you're dumb.
No, and I didn't say I was smart tracking them down.
Okay.
I said here's proof.
Just dumb.
Yeah, just dumb.
Okay, right, we're waiting on the players. We got Memfisto, and we got Destroy. We're ready to go. They are almost ready to go.
We are ready to go. They are clearly not ready to go.
I'll try to figure out why.
But now they are. You see, this happens. It's the same thing when I'm waiting in a queue. I'm like in a 5-minute queue, and I'm like, should we restart? Bam, match. Like, well, we are ready. I guess the players are not. Bam, ready. Like, wow, thanks guys. You're really waiting for us. So, Destroy, aka MM 1.45 XD edition, is playing Morelia, Spectral Morelia, and Memfisto is playing Diona, Galaxy Diona. We are playing the Jade Spark Arena. Why am I saying the Vanity and the Cosmetic guys? Because I know them and I can do it. So,
if you play duos with Dfogo, step 1 is making sure that your skins match. Hashtag vanity check.
That's an interesting bit, yes.
Always good to see
Memfisto was full and wanted to cycle, because like I don't think it changed much on what I was going to do. That's a very nice and solid defense.
Yeah, defense shreds everything. It's gonna take a little while. He's gonna wish it was a
Caged Prowler.
Yep. Hold on, didn't they both ban Cage Prowler?
No, Memfisto banned Caged Prowler.
Oh, yeah, okay. Seen
I
so
like
many
that Spirit
Cage
on the
Prowler
Battle
bans
Monkey.
today. Yeah, but that Prowler gets the jump.
I don't like that poison. I don't think he's in the value for the 4 mana. I would have used those 4 mana to play Tranquil on top of the Prowler to avoid him from jumping out. He would leave and you'd get the bridge.
Yep, small XP lead for Destroy on the red team to start with here. Jackowitch in the chat says, I thought I had some skill to get into Diamond as a newbie. I was so wrong. That's the beauty of this game, right? It's like pretty easy to get into, but it's so deep.
Real Spirit, you do Spirit and then you could split them, because that would be a huge value on the Tranquil. He's gonna have more health to heal, I think.
Okay, there we go. Tranquil healing up. Always fun to see that. Skeleton Horde splitting, taking the bridges.
Now, do you go ATG for the Yeah, exactly. ATG for the pressure. Now, that's something to be, some force to be reckoned with. ATG is going to be fantastic. There, the trap is in range. The trap is not in range of the ATG, so the ATG is no longer a threat. Yeah. It killed the boomer, the reboomer though. Killing every boomer there, it's very, very huge, because it inhibits Memfisto from doing some extra push there.
Does the impetus do enough?
Does the impetus do good?
I don't know. I think that Prowler's dead. Okay.
Yeah.
Impetus didn't do enough.
And I think
Boomer.
that
Very nice.
Situation for it. Ruffles the second part, gives him some XP to Memfisto. And
he needs it at the moment because he is
that's
behind
the poison
on
bot.
XP.
Yeah, there's still the poison bot. That's gonna be on top. Yeah, exactly.
We've seen earlier with Dark Crow playing Morelia, that's perk 3 Dragon, one time only, but sometimes it's enough to close the game out. Whether you do the face damage directly or it's just a huge tank that your opponent needs to deal with.
I'm surprised Destroy didn't play the Tranquil up top. Like he would hit defensial once, get stunned, take some damage, but would protect the buzzers, leave the buzzers kill the archers, and he would
Look
really
at that
help.
rocket scrats, so much value.
There goes that.
Still
Now it's
going.
gonna be a.
Ruffles gets some XP. Always got to be careful when Ruffles picking up XP. You got to make some mana. You got to make sure you're not topped out on mana so it gets wasted.
That was a fantastic impetus. That one was wow. That was scary as hell. Like impetus everything into the reboomer, just getting a huge clear. The ATG, if it doesn't go bots, okay, it won't go bots, not gonna do much attack.
It could sense something.
That's so, no, you see, that's awesome because it just stops the ATG from targeting the Ruffles, so Memfisto got the health.
Yep.
The push went through because it was not fair. That was such a huge value for Memfisto.
So I think units have like an attack
that.
range, but they also have like an aggro range.
Yeah.
So, and we see that
Which
sometimes.
makes sense, right? Like I can
Yeah.
see you before I can reach you, so.
It was kind of just tracking it. Right, perk 3. This is the only dragon of the game. So we need to get some value out of it. Is that value going to be face damage? Is it going to be a lot of XP? Let's see.
It's a shame. He cannot do spirit now. He played too much. He's gonna split, yeah.
Right, so
That's
there we see.
gonna be a
Turns the
poison.
dragon around. It's being DPS by the master. But the poison does remove
That was-
a lot of it.
I think that was a perfect example of how you wait to see what your opponent does. You see,
This dragon
if
is,
the
I think it's too much for him to deal with.
Yeah, but he's also dealing something with himself.
Yeah, but look at the
And he
XP
can
though.
do
As
it.
long as Destroy doesn't die
The strike keeps.
during this period, then he probably, as long as he doesn't lose, he probably wins.
I mean, usually winning is good, right? I mean,
Winning is, yeah, I think it is a good thing to try to do. Well, let's have a look. Memfisto's dealt
gonna
with the
have
dragon,
top.
but like, it took a while to deal with the dragon. He didn't have any substantial DPS for it. There was no curse, anything like that. So whilst he didn't really take
Exactly.
any damage, it took ages to deal with it, and then he found himself a long way behind on XP. And Destroy is closing in on Mana
He has
Frenzy here.
a battle advantage because he has a third perk and Morelli does not. Dion has an extra trap that's huge, but
He's also
you have
almost
like
50 XP behind.
8x, yeah, you have 8 XP to use that trap to make up 450. So
Okay,
that's
Mana Frenzy
usually
coming
hard.
from Destroy. He's going to be able to close out this first game. And this game will have gone exactly as he wanted to. He got so much value XP-wise from the Dragon. Sort of Nirvir, the Fallen, his perk 3. And he's going to close this game out.
I just don't think Memfisto has enough tools to handle this air pressure. We saw how Dark Crow, how Destroy banned Plasma Marines and Beam, and I think we can see why here. Like he wants his units to go pushing all together in the same lane very strongly. You want to have some medium-sized tank, aka like one of the monkeys, the Battle Monk, the Tranquil going forth, and you want to support it with either ATG or Razors, depending on if you know your opponent's going to react with a strong air defense or a strong ground defense, and they are not going to be able to beam because you banned that card.
Okay. Good start from Destroy. And we are still in the early stages of this tournament, the Swiss stages, so he can keep playing the same deck, the same master, should he wish to. He can't do that in the later stages with the Conquest rules, but for now, he can do. So let's see if he sticks with it, or if he changes. And of course, Memfisto's got to be thinking, does Destroy stick with this deck? And if he does think he's going to stick with that, what does he play to try to counter it? As you say, a curse would really help against that dragon. Some more substantial DPS for sure.
We are talking about the skill in the game and the skill in the banning, but we can also not forget the skill at adapting. That's the thing, when you're a good player, you know, like, okay, I just lost because I misplay? Yes, but could I have changed something? Could I play something different that would give me a different advantage? And when you can recognize the combos in the game, and like, okay, if I played this, I would have this advantage, and I do need that advantage, so I need to play it like that. That's also part of your knowledge, and you need to also realize that and adapt based on it. So
I think one of the things you mentioned, potentially Destroy could do a little better with regards to the spirits. I would have liked to seen the spirits dropping on some of the big units, especially the dragon. You know, you might just use the spirits once in the game, but if you get a spirit on that Nirvir, that's so valuable.
Yeah.
I don't think we saw
the reason
that.
why I like Morelli the most. Like it's because at one point I thought he was going to do it because he played a dragon. He had some mana he could play to do a push, but I was like, I guess he's waiting for the book. And one thing, by the way, it's a shout out that I don't know if than a lot, but lots. Like we mentioned how some perks had the timer, and it's a very good quality of life. And Morelia perk for a long time didn't have a timer. Same with the Golem, and now they do. And I think BetaDwarf deserve a really big shout out because that's a huge quality of life. Like the fact that I don't need to be like, when was the last time? Like I look, I know, I play. Like that's huge. That's a huge quality of life. That's and even like in terms of gameplay, it's also very impactful. So I thought Destroy was doing that. I thought it was like, okay, I'm about to get the book. I'm just gonna wait a bit and then do a spear to play with that. And then he played Elite Swarmer and the spear throwers and opened the book. And I'm like, yeah, he's not gonna do spirits now when he has 6 units on the field. So I guess skeletons it is.
So basically, what DfogoX mentioning there is a lot of the perks in the game are timer based, but previously there was no indication of the timer. Whereas now, if you look at the circle, the perk circle, you'll see most of them, if not all of them, that are timer based have a timer. So it really helps you to plan. You're not quite so surprised when something pops into your hand that you weren't expecting. Which could be really helpful. So as you say, a real nice quality of life improvement there for a lot of the perks.
Yeah. I think the only method that has all of them is... No, APEP cards and Diona perks and Diona traps, right? Those are the only two that don't have.
The only thing I don't like is like how awkward it is to see in streamer UI in duos. You only get half the circle.
In duos, it still needs a little bit more of a tweak. I would say like making the numbers smaller.
Yeah. Well, 2.0 is probably going to have a completely new UI, so hopefully...
Yeah, that's going to be fixed. Oh, those guys are all going to go top, aren't they? Oh, one of them went boss. It was nice. Oh, this is a good old push. And yeah, so this is strategy. Oh, and there it goes with a musketeer for reasons unknown. That could have been an enraged problem.
This is going to be scary, right? What does he do?
This is scary. Damun lived there. Oh, this is okay.
Yeah, he's got some slither bounds coming.
Oh, but APEP attacks more than one target now, so that guy's about to die. Oh, but he rests there.
Out.
That was a huge push.
What he wanted to do there...
Now.
Yeah, I think what he wanted to do there was wait for his statue with the 2 slithers attached, but he couldn't wait, so then he had to play the slithers. So he had to pay for them instead of getting them for free. Okay. Yeah. I think Memfisto did a good job dealing with that, because Brutus with the Herald is always kind of scary. We're going to see that probably... We're going to see the statue...
I'm confused why he waited. The Destroy had them activated, so like the Slitherbound Darters, like if... Well, Slitherbound Gang... If you play them within a few seconds after you've played a card, instead of them coming as the...
You get the ranged ones, the better ones,
Yeah, you get the ranged ones. And in that case, especially as a Ravager, where your master attack is limited...
Ooh,
no!
The Screaming Scrat killed the Slither.
Yeah.
No Rabid Prowler, but still a Prowler. Still can be really difficult to deal with.
That you paid more
how's Jolo doing? I mean, Jolo did pretty damn well there.
And he didn't play the other Slithers in time, so like Amun reses with health based on how many Slithers you sacrifice. He didn't play those Slithers on time, so he res with less health and died almost instantaneously. Could not kill the Vulture, forcing Destroy to play extra mana to kill the Vulture. You see, guys, like just small plays will have a huge impact on the game.
These Slither decks are definitely not beginner friendly, because you've really got to pay attention to the Slithers you've got out, the sacrifices you need, where your free Slithers are. There's a lot that you need to take into account. So Destroy's going to be working overtime.
A 1 second difference just cost him lots of health, mana, and XP. That says a lot.
I don't know what that Impetus Blast did. Okay, so he's got a Musketeer with 2 Slithers attached to it. So they're free Slithers. Nothing to be sacrificed at the moment, though. But he can get the Rabid Prowler out.
I think he's gonna go Musketeer on top and take the Cleaver and then Rabid Prowler on it.
Yeah. Doesn't want to risk... Okay. He doesn't want to risk losing... Oh, the Cleaver!
What he just did.
Holy shoot.
And that's why you play Rabid Prowler on the Cleaver. And I think this calls it, because now the XP is too much. He lost all chance he had at making some pressure. No, sorry. Guys, I take it back. Let's not forget we are talking about a Brutus. He will have a 3rd perk, which is gonna be a Terror Brutus. If he can do something, if he can do a strong enough of a push with that, everything is possible.
You've got to say Terror Brutus in all caps, otherwise Tom gets very upset.
Why?
Because I did a patch note video and I spelled Terror Brutus without being in all caps, and Tom was very upset.
Small note, guys, if you die before the third perk, what I said becomes invalid, and yes, you are likely to do.
Perk 3 is great unless you don't get there.
Yep. But there's a tiny iffy detail, like you need the third perk. You need health to get there.
Right. Okay. One game all. I think that's a...
Wow, it almost feels like these matches are so close, and we are gonna see a third one that we could have... No, I wonder what I'm thinking. Let's go! So, I mean, I'm a bad person, I needed to put that detail there.
That deck, the Destroy play, it's a tricky to play deck, but it's also tricky to play against. So I don't think we should forget how well Memfisto did to deal with it, because having the Herald with the Brutus, with the statue, it's always awkward to deal with. So he did a good job.
I think Destroy definitely applied a very strong pressure. Man, I'm watching on the stream like those small details.
Yeah, like that Cleaver killing that Prowler. That was kind of like the rabbit.
I'm still on the part where the rabbit probably didn't come with Berserker's Rage. That is so sad.
Yeah. But the thing is, I don't think that would have mattered, because it was against the Jolo anyway.
Yeah, exactly. In that situation, it didn't, like against the Jolo and the barrel of a rocket scratch, so it made no difference. But like, just so less satisfying. It became less satisfying.
Yeah, but I do like the Slither deck, because you've got the you've got the kind of fairly simple play your slivers, sacrifice them, and then you've got the next step where you've got your Slither bind being attached to other cards, so you get them for free. So that gives you something else to think about. And then you're thinking about, hold on, how do I get value out of my slithers and then sacrifice them? Because that's the key. When you get your slithers, your free slither that does DPS, takes a bridge, and then gets sacrificed, now we're talking mana efficiency. So there's quite a simple mechanic, but it's got different levels to it as to how valuable you can make it. So that's always fun to see. Tangelizer in the chat says, huge Ion Grenade. Yeah, Ion Grenade I think is a little bit slept on. It can, especially if you've got a lot of tech, can really shred.
I think also another thing I really liked about this Slitherbound deck is that it's not running the usual the usual combo you would expect with the Idol of Sacrifice. I think for a good time now, maybe people, especially because of the huge impact it had, people will just associate playing the Slither combo as like, yeah, you play Idol of Sacrifice, you play the Rabbit Prowler, huge push, you do a lot, or you play the Idol of Sacrifice, you go with the Empowered Soul Stealer, huge push, yeah, that's a lot. And we saw none of those cards. No Idol and no Empowered Soul Stealer. And it was still a force to be reckoned with.
And also no Impatient statue. And the Impatient statue, I think, has 3 Slither binds. So I think that's really powerful.
I mean, honestly, I think for the extra 1 mana, right? It's wait.
This makes it a little awkward to play it, but it's something with a plus side, right?
It has the disadvantage that the haste you get from playing it Impatient kind of does nothing, because you're gonna get it. Well, you have it on the start.
Wait. Does it still get haste if it's Impatient?
If it's played Impatiently, yes. But it's 6 mana now.
Right, here we go. We're into game number 3 of this best of 3 decider.
That's 6 mana on the bridge, because you can. It's not gonna do much because it's Skeleton Horde. Which doesn't do much because Iron Grenade.
Okay. But he did take that bridge back with the skeletons, so even though there is no play on bridge, those skeletons, because there's so many of them, they kind of bustled around off of each other, and one of them ended up on the bridge. So.
But think about it, you didn't pay 3 mana to grant your bridge back. You paid 3 mana to deal 700 face damage.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
Right, here we go, the Spirit. Now, we mentioned about that. Maybe he was listening. Who knows? But let's see.
She was already doing this on first work, I think. That's gonna do a lot of damage. Even with the defense, it's still gonna be a lot of damage. And if he has enough mana, now if the Destroyer has enough mana to play the Elite Swarmer, Frank will be better, but he cannot afford to get damage on the Swarmers, on the Razor. There's more Iron Grenade, but...
Yeah, nicely done.
time.
Both players doing a lot of phase damage. Remember, Morelia can heal, but you don't really want to heal unless you have to, right? Because if you're healing, you're not doing something else with the spellbook, right?
But I mean, Morelia can heal, APAP can shield, so until second perk, I would say health taken is manageable because both players can play around that resource. Now Tranquil gets the attention. Oh, Tranquil is dead.
Okay, it's not healing from that.
You cannot heal back from the dead.
No, I mean...
The thing is, does Memfisto have Iron Grenade right now?
Nope.
Yeah.
Look at this
so
cleaver!
If
Sinobii's somewhere yelling, I'm going in!
So here's the example of how you need to manage and control the spells your opponent has. If you keep in mind that your opponent had just played Iron Grenade like 2 cards ago, you could probably have tanked the cleaver with the Skeleton Horde and played the drone buzzers in the middle because he was at 10 mana. That way you have done push, kept bridge, applied pressure, and saved on Tranquil.
Well, we saw Destroy feeling like he had to heal. So sometimes you're healing just for healing. Sometimes you're healing, you know, as an offshoot of having to remove. And sometimes you get the best of both worlds. You're removing something and you're healing. Whereas that case was really just healing because he didn't really kill anything important.
Yeah, he could have afford to get that reboomer on face.
His dragon is his win condition, but I don't think he's going to get there.
Again, guys, you gotta reach third perk to get value of it.
Okay, Battle Monkey doesn't want to take a hit from the cleaver. Oh, the cleaver was smelling blood, but didn't get to taste it.
I mean, then again, though, Destroy is not losing on XP. You see, he could have been fast. Why then?
Well, he went for the heal, but didn't get any. The heal was on the Jolo. I'm not sure where the other one was, but the Jolo blocked the heal, so...
The elite scrap that died right after.
So if the unit doesn't take damage, then the heal doesn't give you any healing. Is he going to survive this? No.
I think the Destroy could have applied much bigger pressure there. But again, like, small misplays just snowball a bit. And of course, we talked about how good players can capitalize on your mistakes. And Memfisto was like, is there a small opening? Bam, thank you. Boom, 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 boom.
Yeah,
and he just kept shooting at every small opening he had.
Destroy couldn't really handle the cleaver. And the smart thing that Memfisto does is, you know, he's got the cleaver. He knows that it gets countered by all the skellies. He has the Iron Grenade to clear it.
Can't he, though? Like, can't he? Because that's the thing about it. Cleaver and Iron Grenade is 9 mana. Skeleton Horde is 10 mana. 10 mana, nothing, sorry. It's 4 mana. You still have more mana to play it. And the cleaver was usually being played to kill out some small units, like in the beginning and so on. There was the one on the Tranquil, but Destroy knew that, so he should not be playing Tranquil when available. So like, the cleaver was at most making up for 2 mana when played. So if you play the Skeleton Horde, you're on 6 mana, and your opponent is also on 6 mana. They play the Iron Grenade, they are on 9 mana. You have 3 mana you can play around. You're on your side, so you can even afford to play a bit extra for the counter push. So I definitely think he had more than he could have done, especially when he has Spear Throwers, Plasma Marines, lots of cards that can take 2 hits off the cleaver. And with what you have in your deck, with like ATG and Razor, you can definitely afford to. I would say like ATG was the best answer you have against cleaver because it doesn't die to Iron Grenade. So he could easily stop the cleaver with a Plasma Marine. That's 3 mana. If he Iron Grenades it, you have ATG, although he would probably not Iron Grenade. You would just play all of them together and start a counter push with ATG and something else.
So I think Memfisto would have been well aware of what happened in the first game when once Destroy got to the perk 3 with the dragon, that effectively ended the game. And he didn't want that to happen again, so he was able to put on a lot of pressure. We saw that straight from the start, where he kind of just raw dogged that cleaver straight away. Let's put on some pressure. I think that cleaver got to face straight at the start, so you know that was
yeah straight at the start 700 damage. Well, to be precise 690, but who cares.
And then that kind of forces Destroy to have to start using the heal from the spell book, so then he's not able to use any more skellies or spirit things, and it kind of changes the dynamic a bit where he's really put Destroy on the back foot at that point. So
and then Destroy tried to heal, but he missed the timing of the heal.
Yeah, the heal is difficult because you've got to pay attention to what it lands on. So it's going to hit the closest or the two closest things, but it's also you've got to make sure that those units don't die between the heal being targeted and the heal triggering. And then, of course, you've also got to make sure it doesn't land on something like the Jolo that can block it, or something with a shield. Or so the heal is not the simplest of things to use. Okay, so that was the last game in the 4th round. So guess what comes after the 4th round? That's right.
Is it the 5th round?
It is the 5th round. Nailed it. Okay, so the 5th round, which is going to be the final Swiss round, the final round of best of 3, and then we'll have our top 4 set up, and the shootout will begin.
I would also say this is a fantastic opportunity to check the standings, because based on that we can see the match is going to determine who advances and who does not. So 4 people advance, right?
Mm-hmm.
So view all standings.
So just by luck, I've got them right here. We got Memfisto, who's won all matches so far. He's the only one with an unbeaten record. We've got Dark Crow.
You have the standings sorted? Because for me it's not appearing sorted on the website. I see.
I mean, sometimes it's weird how it updates. Sometimes we don't see the same thing. But yeah, so I'm seeing Memfisto, maximum 12 points. We've got Dark Crow, Destroy, Tjaenig, Westlin, Set, Renzo, all on 9 points, but with very different records as they go through with regards to games won and lost and the strength of their opponents, etc. It looks like Destroy's probably in. I mean, it really could go. It's so close. We've got 2, 4. We've got 6 people on 9 points. So any of them could get through, depending on the results that go. Let's have a look. So Sinobii suggested we check out Westlin against Destroy. Now I know we've seen both of them, but they are. This is basically a winner probably goes through, or a winner definitely goes through, and the loser probably goes out. As we can see here, we've got Destroy on 9 points and Westlin on 9 points, so an equal record. But...
Where are you seeing the points? Nothing is appearing to me. I don't see the points. Is the website trolling me?
I just clicked on standings. It says rounds, it says standings. Yeah. I mean, just refresh it. I don't know. Sometimes... So hold on, let's just clarify the Skeleton Horde. It's 4 mana for 50 skeletons, is that right? I can't remember. It's... Does that sound right? Or is it 50 mana for 4 skeletons?
You get 8 skeletons from the Skeleton Horde.
8 skeletons for 10
4
mana,
8 skeletons.
8 mana for 10... What?
Skeleton Horde, right?
Yeah.
4 mana.
50 skeletons.
8 skeletons.
10... What?
How are you playing a Skeleton Horde more than 4 mana?
Just messing with you.
Oh my god, I was taking it serious. But no, yeah, my standings are bugged, by the way. This is what I see in the standings.
Okay. Well...
That's my standings page.
I mean, the website's sometimes really weird how it doesn't update for everyone at the same time, some kind of weird delay cache or something.
I think it just doesn't like me.
Well, makes 2 of us.
But as we were mentioning, it's definitely a situation where win in, win out. I think
what win in, win out. What? Win in,
loss out, win in, loss out.
Win in.
So
you know what they say: win in, win out.
My God, I think we also need to keep an eye out for Tjaenig. Who's Tjaenig facing off against?
Dark Crow, I think.
Ooh, that's gonna be a rough match. But if you Oh wait, if Tjaenig wins and Dark Crow loses, Dark Crow is also out, right? Because that one gets 4.
Yeah, a lot of them are on. Yeah,
4.
There's so many people on 9 points that basically winner goes through.
Maybe not because Dark Crow. Maybe not because Dark Crow has lost against Memfisto. Whoever has lost against Memfisto, I guess.
Yeah, if people are equal on points, then it starts looking at all sorts of other stats. But we haven't got 45 minutes to go through how that works here.
We do not.
Well, hopefully.
But yeah, basically, so this is interesting. But no, yeah, let's not go over that. Let's go over Westlin and Destroy, right? That's what we're gonna do, right?
Yep. So Westlin versus Destroy. We're just waiting on the bans.
Please don't ban the man Azali. Let the man show the power of that card. And I say this, and people are like, damn, DfogoX really wants to see Azali ever, and don't misunderstand. Azali is fun, but he plays it with Mana Puff Madness.
Yeah, that's like...
That is the true cherry on top of the cake. And like, that's
such
unmissable.
It's such a tricky card to play as well. Like, you play it at the right time and you can win. You play it at the wrong time and you can just lose. It's so tricky to get it where you can keep your puffs alive.
It's super fun.
So I think it's way more skillful than people realize. And
mainly because madness is fun, right, everyone? So you just go with it. Mana Puff Madness, like, whoo, just throwing it out. Let's go.
It's also interesting.
What's gonna be? Who knows?
Not only what does he have in his deck, like the Mana Puffs and the Azali, if he plays that, like what counters does he have? Because you know you've got to think, right, I'm giving my opponent these puffs. I need something to kill them. So you'll see a lot of smart strats.
Wait, isn't his deck on the leaderboard?
Quite possibly.
Leaderboard. I'm doing a little bit of cheating. There we go. Ah, no, he's playing another deck.
Right, so we are just waiting on the bans of these players. We've got Westlin against Destroy. A lot of stuff going on elsewhere as well. We'll try to keep you updated on that. And you can, of course, follow the bracket from home. We try to encourage the players to update their scores in the matches as the games proceed. So you can see exactly what's happening at any particular point.
Can I do a small break while we wait for the bans?
Yeah, sure.
I will be right back.
We do have a giveaway running if you want to get in that. There should be in the pinned comment at the top of the chat. Just copy and paste that. Make sure you're following the stream. And yeah, appreciate you guys hanging out with us today. We are working our way through, almost at the final part of the Swiss part of the event, and then we'll have our top 4 shootout. This is, of course, Team Mana Frenzy and BetaDwarf's Knight's Duel number 23. Right, we've got some bans coming in. So Duck Westlin has banned. Let me check. Where's my control ban screen? Okay, so Duck Westlin banning APEP, pretty standard, Defenso Chopper, and Beam of Doom. Okay, well, Beam of Doom would be good against Azali. That's for sure. So that may suggest potential Azali business. Defenso will be good against that as well. Destroy banning Wrecked. Also, the Plasma Marines again. Okay, the Plasma Marines don't show up on the ban thing for some reason. Well, let's just pretend they're there. We'll fix that for next time. And Beam of Doom. So both players banning Beam of Doom. So once you see that being banned, it gives you an idea they're probably going to have some big pushes. And then if the beam's being removed and you can't beam the big pushes, what is your backup spell? What is your what is your second best removal if the beam is not available? So we'll see what they decide to go with. So
you will.
Okay, so Azali has not been banned. Beam of Doom
neither has Mana Puff Madness.
No, and Beam of Doom has been banned for Duck Westlin. So this is kind of really suggesting that he's going to go for something like the Azali.
I hope so.
But we'll see. We'll see. No wrecked.
Can I just commentate that? Go on. I
was just going to say no wrecked with it. So that might be.
I think he plays it with Milowin though. I think he plays it with Milowin.
I don't want to see him play King Puff again.
If you make it work, it could be.
I mean, maybe, but I just don't feel like King Puff's in a good spot right now. I would like him to play King Puff, but I wouldn't rate his chances if he did play King Puff.
I definitely think King Puff is better in 2v2 than 1v1 right now. one very big advantage of playing King Puff in 2v2 mainly in randoms is that if your teammates screw something up and plays some unit in the wrong space, you can just swap the bridge like, no, you're not supposed to play that top. Go bot, go bot.
Yeah, but then you've got the other side of that coin when your teammate's the King Puff and you play something in the right.
That's why you play King Puff. You see, that's why you play King Puff. So you cannot get paired up with a King Puff.
Yeah, but then
you can mind game your opponent, but you can also mind game the game.
But you're already playing Morelia to stop getting your bad accursed teammates.
Then you go pre-made and you divide the morale and the King Puff between both of you guys. But we're not gonna see that because we are in 1v1, jumping in this first match of the last round, Westlin versus Destroy. And I was like seeing MM and I was like, versus what's that? Destroy?
Right, Ravager.
Oh,
We've got an aggro deck from Duck Westlin. Milloween.
I think this is the deck that was on leaderboards that I was mentioning just now. So yeah.
So we see Brotherween. So we're going to see Brothers of
Brotherween?
Light.
Okay.
Yeah, we're going to see Spirits. We're going to see Heals. We're going to see Rage. How does Dark Westlin deal with it? Let's see. He's got some good DPS. He does have Zip Zapinator as well.
Yeah, I was going to say that. I think he just zaps it.
And you can see exactly why we've seen the Beam ban from Destroy.
Westlin is the... No. Westlin is the one that banned Beam, not Destroy.
They both banned Beam.
They both... Oh, it's there, the Beam.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Right. Let's have a look here. So this could be...
remember.
If he plays the Zip right here, it could be massive.
Wait, I didn't hear it! Well, why so long on the recharge to the point where you let your assassin die? Because now you have zero good tools to handle the push that's coming on top.
I feel like at that point you just spam that reload, right? And there comes the heal.
And
he's lost all
as well,
yeah,
and
he's
now
lost all his DPS.
He's dead. It's over. He's dead. Like,
okay, classic Brotherween.
I think he had some stuff you could have played, but like it's definitely a very threatening push. If you're not expecting it, because that's the thing, right? We were talking about Brothers Venus, like we know what's coming, but he doesn't know what's coming. He rather he can suspect it, but bam, that just comes forth with all of it.
Did he mishandle it though? Did he just like sometimes with the Zip, you just gotta go right? I'm going fully in with this. I'm just gonna cycle. I'm gonna like because
I think he needed to.
You gotta think.
I know you don't want to overcommit, but like the Zeppinator is 5 mana, right? 5 mana Zeppinator. 4 mana assassin, you're sitting on 9 mana. Your opponent just played Brothers and he played a Golem, so he's on 11 mana. You do 1 zap, that's 1 mana. You're on 10 mana. You do 2 zaps, you're on 13 mana. You're one you're one above mana, but it's still worth it if you manage to kill because you want to kill them fast. Because if not, all damage gets nullified by the heal ball that's about to come.
Yep. And
actually, I think he also played Spirits before, right? So they were actually not 12 mana. We are actually talking about 15 mana. So you could literally do zap, because you need them immobilized, because you need the assassin to go on that. Because that's the thing. As soon as the assassin kills one of them, your next hit or from the Zeppinator is going to go to a single brother. So the damage of all the zaps are going to be focused on that brother and deal an extensive amount of damage. So I think
is, like,
you
if
just can't afford that.
If he's not committing his mana on the Zip, then he's got to play it on something else. And he didn't really have anything else that was going to be good DPS. So, you know, like
Cleaver.
What choice did he have?
He had a Cleaver, but like it was so far in the deck.
Yeah.
And then like I'm like, okay, now he sees push coming. He's gonna save for the Cleaver, but then he plays Bloodim's bot, and I'm like, sure, it's 1 mana. I guess he can afford to, and he also has more Ghoul Ragers in case he just needs them out of his face. And then the shield buff got on the bridge and started giving shield, so he played bats, and I'm like, I guess you need those bats to try to get rid of the shield, because otherwise you'll take more damage. And then he also plays Crystal Arts, and I'm like, you have no mana. Those are not going to deal any DPS, right? So like at that point you lose a bit of the all the tempo you could try to gain back.
Do you think Westlin got unlucky with the fact that the Brutus went down the bottom lane?
Because if he went top, the brothers have destroyed it. I think the Brutus going bot lane allows him to also try to go bot and apply some extra pressure. For example, instead of playing the Zeppinator and the Assassin there to try to hold the push on the bridge, you could go Assassin on the bottom lane to put more pressure. Then you don't need to play the Zeppinator right after. You wait a bit more, and now you're in a situation where you can play Zap on the pocket, Cleaver on the Golem, spam.
I don't know. I feel like the
of
Brutus
course,
game...
like talking now it's easy,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
like,
yeah.
I'm not in that
like...
match. It's slow over. He lost. Talking now it's easy. Like, it's decisions that you have like 1-2 seconds to.
But the Brutus
handle,
going, the Brutus going down the bottom was completely irrelevant. Like the face damage was irrelevant. It didn't help with his defense. If he'd gone at the top, it's got to have helped in some way, right?
That one would, but what help will it do if it gets slammed in like 2 seconds and you cannot support it?
No, but I mean, like, if the Brutus goes at the top and then he's got his zip and his assassin there as well, like,
in that case,
that's,
yes.
Like, I'm not talking about the Brutus just like going at the top on its own.
I just think
like, I think that would have
the
changed
brothers
it a
still
lot.
have enough DPS, and you would not kill them fast enough to the point of the healing without anything else. Like, I think you were not fighting the brothers in the right spot.
Yeah.
Oh! Milo in.
Okay.
Lots of spells and the Zali, let's go!
Okay.
Please also Man Up of Madness, but here we go.
Right.
And also the new Unholy Ground. We know Unholy Ground was changed. Now it only spawns units if there's an enemy unit nearby, which we all hope.
I kind of hate the fact they changed that but didn't update the card. That confuses so many people.
Wait, what? Oh, yeah, because the card says
didn't really change anything.
It grounds and it immobilizes ground air units, flying units, and immobilizes them. Like if they literally swap the description, like it immobilizes units and grounds at flying units.
But it doesn't specify that nothing spawns if nothing's there, so that's what they...
Oh wait, it doesn't specify that?
No, that's why it confuses everyone.
Oh, that part, yeah, I see, yeah.
Right, Mana Puffs are out, shielded, 2 die, 3 die, 4 die.
All
Did
die,
they get anything off?
All
Not
died
sure.
for everyone. And like, this was the first push he needed to do because he needs to rotate that. Oh! He got it on time, that's very nice. Yep, since he managed to get that spell there, the Golden Leaves, that's huge value, that's really big value.
Yeah,
there's also
stun.
another fact that I think is very important here. It's like, ATG is a great counter to Azali, even if you have the Golem behind, and Westlin was not aware that the Destroyer was playing ATG, so he used the Unholy first, but right now, he knows that. And here's the thing, Azali hits very hard, especially against an ATG. So at this point, if he can like wait for the Unholy Ground, one of them leaves though, and that's actually bad because now you only have one consuming the tech, so that one's gonna live longer.
Yeah, but it's still burning the tech, does it? I mean, he might get lucky here. The Marine might pop out and grab a bridge. Nope. Okay.
But
good to hear people in the chat having a good time in the tournament, especially newcomers. Great to have you here. Great to hear that you're having a good time, getting some wins, and we look forward to seeing you in the next one, of course.
You were forced to play Azali here, which is good and bad because like Destroyer should be about to get the ATG, which this okay now he has the other one back. I think you had afford to go heal puff bot to keep the Jing.
I don't think the monkey's gonna get stunned. It's a little bit too far away, but it okay.
Immobilization is good, but like I guess he has enough air units there to support and handle the ATG that should be about to come.
Hit Mana Puffs
and now
now,
you're gonna
maybe?
spell that and Scratillery. Scratillery goes there.
Okay.
Pam. Yeah. And those Scrats might look like nothing, but let's keep in mind, Red's not at the tower. I just mentioned Scrats have a DPS of 10. Every Scrat has DPS, well, it's a DPS of 9, but like, guys, let's run it up. Each Scrat has DPS of almost 10, and those were 5 Scrats there.
Okay, Westlin catching up on XP a decent while. He's got 2 Puffs alive at the bottom.
And the health and pressure. Like match-wise, I think like master-wise, I think Westlin has an advantage because the Golem is much more powerful than the One Punch Blast from Rex, in my opinion.
Remember, we were speaking earlier about the PTR proposed changes to Miloine in that. Check it out. Go to the Minion Masters Discord. Check out the PTR. See what the proposed changes are. Try them out. Give your feedback.
Oh wow, Miloine Golem is getting a lot of proposed changes.
Yeah, and Setsu. Right. This deck from Duck Westlin can spiral out of control real damn fast.
And I think we're about to see that spiral out of control.
It's getting a lot of pressure on it.
I don't think Destroyer has the tools to handle this right now.
ATG
sure, there's the ATG, but that's going to be the Holy Ground. There's 2 skeletons. They're hit. That dies, but it's too much pressure. Yeah, he's
Looks
dead.
like it is. Those puffs are popping off.
Mana buffs! Mana buff madness, everyone! Let's go!
Okay, that made DfogoX week. Made his whole week. That made your whole week.
The whole well, at least the weekend. It made the weekend. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. I had a good
Okay.
week.
Okay, one game all. And one thing I wanted to mention there, now with the unholy ground, the way it immobilizes all units, it really highlights in some situations how different melee units have different melee range. Because we saw there that Azali was smacking the Battle Monkey, but the Battle Monkey didn't have the range to hit it. And I think that's a thing that probably some of the top players will be aware of, and you can use that to your benefit if you know that the way sometimes these interactions will work out. We see that again sometimes with things like when we see something in Diona's Bear Trap. A melee unit can't reach another melee unit because not all units have the same range, which it's kind of like a hidden stat. If you look at the game files, if you look at the data files for the cards, you see what their range is, but you only see ranges in the game for actual ranged units, not just melee units. So I don't know if the stats back up what we saw. Let's see. Let's have a look. So if we have a look at Azali, Azali has a range of 1. This is probably gonna just like not make any sense, and like we're gonna have no idea. Battle, yeah. See, there we go. Azali has got a range of 1. Battle Shihao has got a range of 0.4. So both melee range, but not the same. Not all melee range is the same. Which it kind of makes sense because Azali's got a weapon, whereas the Battle Monkey's just doing hands, just throwing hands. And that's not really an interaction you see too often because it requires one of them to be immobilized. So we're talking about things like the new Unholy Ground, the Snake Druid, the Bear Trap, things like that. That really show these interactions. Is it very important? Not really, but it's just another one of these little things that you can, once you understand it, and you can just take your gameplay just to the next level. This game is all about interacting efficiently. It's all about mana efficiently, and these little things can help you be more efficient in certain cases. So just a little thing I thought I'd add there. I found that quite interesting, and it's definitely something the new Unholy Ground makes us aware of. I'm glad the stats backed up what we saw. That was going to be kind of awkward if not. Okay, so one game all.
It gives the advantage, I think, of stopping. If you can play it on the bridge even without spawning anything, keep in mind you're inhibiting your opponent from grabbing that bridge for the whole duration. Because if you place, the unit gets immobilized and you're going to get skeletons. So it's like, I don't want to play into that. What do I do?
Right, so we're one game all here, right?
Yeah.
So it looks... It looks like...
I was also slightly distracted because I was reading the changes proposed for the Million Golem.
So it looks like Dark Crow...
It's interesting.
It changes a lot, but like it changes. There's a lot of changes. I don't know. I don't think we've got time to go through it now. But
I think the best way is just the description. They say they want to make it a tank instead of a ranged support.
Yeah. I want to see like how much it changes things.
I'm just slightly scared because basically you can get it level 10 from the start.
I think it's only level 5, right? Oh, you mean level 10 from the start from perk 3?
No, the golem. From perk 3, yes. From perk 3, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe we'll talk about it later if we get a chance.
Yes.
Yeah, check out the PTR. Lots of changes, proposed changes. Right, so it looks like Dark Crow's beaten Tjaenig while we've been in this game. So Dark Crow is... Where's this?
Dark Crow has moved on.
Yep, Dark Crow is into the next round. We've seen Ficus beating Malice. So Ficus looks like he's just going to lose out.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going into game number 3. So it's Westlin against Destroy. So
are you playing the same decks? You feel like they're playing the same decks they just played, right?
So the winner's... Hold on, the winner's going to have 12 points. Yeah, so I think the winner's going to go through. Right, let's have a look. Looks like a similar deck, if not the same deck.
Yep.
We
I'm
heard a
glad he
ping. Not
opened
sure
with
what
the
it was.
Zali, although now he needs to open the Zali. He's gonna go Zali bottom probably. Top.
Bless you. So we saw how the Zali deck can spiral out of control. Maybe needs a little bit later in the game for the mana to speed up for it to really pop off.
For sure. Ooh.
Nice pincer.
Pincing the Jing. Wow, that's a Scratillery.
Yeah, that's a great value.
Not there, but I guess
I mean, it might work out, but it
got the
could have
bridge,
worked.
yeah.
It could have worked out better, I think.
Yeah. Because like Azali was gonna grab the bridge himself. That's an arcane golem on the top pocket. After you grab bottom bridge, you don't need to wait for that. Now you can do you cannot do mana buff madness. You cannot do Holy Ground because you kind of need it, so you just wait for that to go, and then you split the unactivated Swarmers once again. No, he can go Azali here because he has this cousin spawning. Yeah.
And the Morgrul's quite a good answer to the puffs, because a lot of the times I don't know if the puffs can get far enough away from Morgrul.
Sometimes they are, sometimes they are not, right? Because the puffs are not stationary in the middle of the bridge; they are just walking around.
Right, here we go.
Those keys, not the same deck. He added Succubus, so on. That's an interesting shock rock. He wants to Scratillery that. 100%.
Doesn't have the mana though.
Holly instead, that's bad. Well, he's also gonna Scratillery, but
I mean, it's okay. Look, it's
Holly
locking it down. Okay, that's okay. I don't hate that.
Oh yeah, he got the mana.
Yeah. And the Battle Monkeys are quite a good answer because, of course, the puffs are going to trigger it to be even faster. But he probably got some value out of that. There we see the clones just hanging around, denying the back cap. XP lead at the moment for the red team for Destroy.
But now this second perk is very good. Like this extra spell, it's very good on the Golem and on the Jing. You can use it for a lot of things.
So yeah, that Unholy Ground is so good in this deck. It just keeps those puffs alive.
You pay 3 mana, but like the mana you get from the buffs, it's actually more, right? Because it's for duration. If not, it's at least 2 mana, which
as
means
long as they last long enough. I don't know how long they've got to be on the bridge for. It doesn't take long for them to pop their first.
I think it's 5
load.
seconds.
Right, here we go.
That's a Scratillery, but he's first gonna play that spell there. The Scratillery is not gonna be on time to... Oh wait! The Golem focus on the Succubus, that's huge. Yeah. I guess he's still
nice, clears everything. Puffs alive.
But yeah.
Okay, could
Puffs
this be
are alive,
over?
which is the biggest part.
Puffs alive.
Golem's
and
gonna go
supported.
bottom. The Marines died on bottom, so the Puffs are still alive as well. He's not gonna die here, but he got so much mana value. And if he and Holly's there, he would also keep the Puffs alive for even longer.
Yeah.
He gets 1 extra mana. Yep, he got the extra mana bottom. Wow, this was big. This was really, really big. It's the thing, you just need 1 push where you get to do what you want to, and that doesn't matter.
Once you get a few mana from those puffs, then you can get round to your next
Scratillery top.
before the last one's been cleared.
I guess he can afford to Unholy a lot because there's no big air threat.
Now it's getting a little bit crazy. Azali's going to go down soon, but that's a thick golem at the top there. And we've still got the puffs at the bottom generating. Blood Pact, of course, doing damage to Westlin's face from
But there is a heal buff on that bridge that's going to leave for a while, so he's going to manage to heal a bit. And as we know, like if you are healing, you have a tool to handle the resources to your health, so you can be more greedy with it, play more Blood Imps, which is really good in this case.
Now, Battle Monkey's going to do well, though, because all the puffs are going to help trigger it.
Ooh, but the fact that he died there is huge. If he kills the illusion there, okay, now we know the illusion. He's going to kill the not target the real one. Okay, I guess.
Right,
that's going to be a shock rock bottom bridge.
Westlin. We're seeing this like the previous game. The longer the game goes on, the better it seems to get for Dark Westlin. The mana puffs are out, but there's not too much to support them.
Look where it immobilized. Everything is there. Everything's there. And Blood Imps with the Shock Rock are enough for those guys on top to die, meaning so that the Puff might just leave. The Puff lived and got 1 mana.
I feel like that's
another Azali there.
Yeah, but I don't... Okay. It felt like those mana puffs, 1 mana puff man is too many there. Because he didn't have anything to support it, but he has cleared it. The Jing being able to clear them off the bridge is nice. XP lead for Dark Westlin now. Okay, Battle Monkey's not getting too much value, not much to trigger it. There's the Unholy Ground. Azali's going to go down pretty quickly. A lot of range for it to push into. Bridge at the bottom is still blue.
There is the fact that Westlin cannot afford to play Blood Imps right now anymore, though.
Yeah.
How does the Blood Imps interact with Wrecked One Punch Blast? Like, damage goes through,
no,
but do they all take the 3 damage?
I don't think there's any overkill damage.
Okay.
I don't think so.
That's a Scratchel report. Yeah. Bam, 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 bam,
But the
bam,
thing
bam,
is,
succubus.
like, low HP for Wrecked, the Destroy. Needs to be very careful there.
He has no good spell to go face with, because let's keep in mind that Dark
Westlin's
Enemy
healing as well.
on deal 14 damage or 15 damage on face right now.
Yeah,
all of
like
them, not
gonna...
each.
One Punch
The
Blast
golem
is
is
good.
still gonna... Wow.
That golem is massive. Right,
And
Mana Frenzy for Dark
Westlin.
Westlin.
Gonna go there.
This is likely to be
Oh, he can
Westlin's
just get out
game.
of golem.
Westlin is the master of this kind of deck. It might look easy to play, but it really isn't. And you know, you play it, you try it, and you play the Mana Frenzy, the Mana Puffs at the wrong time.
Speculary bottom bridge.
You give it to your opponent, and then you just wonder what he's
or face.
done. He's going straight for face. 60 HP left.
Speculary is little, right? So we are Mana Frenzy, has enough health. Yeah, I think Westlin got it here.
I mean, the missiles do less face damage now, right?
Yeah, but the scratch, I meant for the scratch. Look, he can speculary top side and or bot side.
Oh, okay.
There we go.
Okay. That was pretty close, though. It didn't spiral out of control. It kind of looked like it might be at one point, but Destroy did a good job staying in there.
Yeah. I think Destroy used everything he could to ensure, like, okay, if he has the bridges once he reaches Mana Frenzy, I don't touch him. Those buffs are going to give him even more mana. He's basically going to be playing from 10 mana the whole time. That cannot happen. Yeah.
Okay.
Destroy played really, really good there.
Yeah, that was a good game. We got to see the Westlin, Azali, and just how strong it is. Interesting that Destroy didn't ban that.
Thank you, Destroy.
I don't know, it's
really
just
want to
trolling,
see
but
that.
you know, I don't see any trolling. It's just a strong deck, right?
It can be both, right?
I mean, maybe, but if it's strong, is it a meme? I don't know. Is it a troll? I'm not sure. Can it be good and trolly?
How about this? It's not a troll in his hands.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, that's a good compromise, right?
Mm-hmm. Right, so...
In the meanwhile, Seth and Memfisto are still playing. They are both in Mana Frenzy and the game is super close. This is... Oh wow, this is nice. I think Memfisto is gonna close his up-hand window, but that's just me.
Yeah, Seth needs to win
I
that,
definitely
but...
think Memfisto is gonna win here.
Okay, we're not going to join it because it's about to finish, I think.
Yeah. Memfisto is got like the bridges were kind of tied, but Seth uses all his mana, and Memfisto got the bridges and the mana now, and I don't think Seth has any tool to get back on it. So everyone, you can take my word for it. The game's about to end.
Okay, so once
it's still like 30 seconds, but
once that's locked in, Memfisto. Okay. I don't know if Sinobii meant to type Memfisto, but it made me laugh. Right.
But he typed it right. He didn't type Memfisto. He typed Memfisto.
Oh, well, this is Memfisto.
Oh, now wait. It feels very intentional.
Right. How's it looking? Keep us up to date.
Oh, they are still going at it.
We'll pretend we're watching it. We're listening to it on the radio.
Like as I said, like Seth used too much of his mana, so he's not meant to do it. But like he has enough tools to like delay these. Mainly, Memfisto has Caged Prowler, which I think on this situation is just extremely powerful because Seth cannot afford to invest resources into shutting down a Caged Prowler on Mana Frenzy. And his fourth perk right now was the Cleansing Shrine, which puts 0 pressure because he needed his units, so he died. Yep, GG. Yep.
I just turned the spectate on just as I heard the defeat noise.
I told you didn't need to. You could. Do you not trust me when I say it's gonna go down to the Memfisto's gonna win?
Yeah, but it kept going on for ages.
I said it's still gonna take 30 seconds to 1 minute. I literally said Memfisto has it, but it's gonna take 30 seconds to 1 minute.
Right.
We're done. So we have our finalists.
Let's make sure. Let's check the site, see if it's
I would love
in.
to tell them to you guys, but yeah, again, my standings on the website are clearly not working right. So if I had to guess, I would say Dark Crow goes, Memfisto goes, Westlin goes, and oh wait, we have something here. There's all wait. Okay, wait. So Memfisto goes for sure. Dark Crow goes. Westlin goes. And we have this guy that we've watched 0 games from, RenzoColonna, that has 4 wins. I guess one of them was a bye, I think one of them was a bye. But we can check these very, very quickly.
Okay. Right, so the top 4, it's Memfisto with 15 points, a perfect 5-0 record. Dark Crow on 12 points, Westlin on 12 points, and RenzoColonna on 12 points. So 9 points was not enough, 12 was required. So Memfisto, Dark Crow, definitely expected. Westlin, very good player, but a little bit out of tournament practice, obviously getting better. And Renzo, a fairly shocking placement. But Renzo, clearly a very good player. Not entirely sure quite how experienced he is in tournaments, but it's really interesting to see. So a lot of big players not quite making it. Destroy, Tjaenig, Set, Ficus, all right on the cusp. 9 points, not quite getting through. So 4 wins were required. So you can see that players were able to lose 1 game without being eliminated. But any more than 1 game, it was just too much.
So we now have a few moments before we start off the top 4, right?
Yep. I'm going to use the restroom real quick, and then we'll get the fans in, and we'll figure out what we're going to... Hopefully we'll watch both of these. So there's going to be 2 semi-finals and a final. Best of 5. Conquest rules. Cannot play a master after winning with said master. So that should make things a little bit more interesting. Right. So, did Renzo get some buys, or like what happened?
Nope, Renzo had 0 buys. That's why he managed to get there.
Interesting. Right, BRB.
Maybe I think we have some information on how this happened, but it's still very hard to manage to win 4 matches out of 5. So congratulations, Renzo. That's gonna be very good. Right, but fish into the bathroom. So this means my time. Okay, nice. I have all. Oh, I have all. Like I was talking to Fish and I was like, okay, he just ignored my commentary, right? No, but he just here in the bathroom. I guess I'm the one who ignored them. Guys, the last time I managed to do this, we picked the card. Okay, I picked the card and I talked about it. So let's say anyone pick a card for me to talk, guys. Any card. Quickly, choose a card, guys. Pick a card, and then I'll try to talk about cool things about that card or bad things about that card. It's gonna be interesting, and it cannot be Scrat Launcher. Fenrir, fine. So Fenrir is it's an interesting card as well. Nice, thank you for being. It has true damage, which we know it has kind of the unique mechanic of charging. So Fenrir is gonna charge. If when he has no enemies nearby, he's gonna start moving very fast, and if the damage he applies, if he kills the unit, it does not stop his charge. You know, it's a man on a horse. He's just charging straight. He's dealing true damage to everything. If he just goes forward, he doesn't stop if he kills the unit. So he's great against hordes, not if he's played in the middle of them, but he's played far from them and then charges through them. He's very good with Volko because he can pick up the embers, effectively increasing his damage, meaning you need to play units with extra bulk to stop the charge, especially on third perk. He gains Berserker's Rage. Okay, just so we have a clear picture of what this means. This means we are talking about a guy charging, dealing 280 damage. So you need to place units with 280 damage to stop that guy. Otherwise, he's gonna reach your face and start dealing 280 damage on your face. So it's a lot, right? With a DPS of over 80. Okay, and if you're APEP, you cannot stop with the totem because it's true damage. So true damage also applies to Master Towers. Same with the guy that costs 6 mana, and now I'm forgetting the name. Same with both. Both also has true damage when he reaches the face he attacks. So yeah, it's just a really big force to be reckoned with. And if in Primate you pair up Volko with Mordar, what you can basically do is Fenrir goes, Mordar plays it, right? But any unit can pick up the embers from Volko, which means Mordar units can. Fenrir goes, picks up the embers, deals a lot of damage, gets rezzed, has now Spirit, Haste, picks up embers. That guy's a beast. So you can really do very sick and strong combos around the Fenrir. Thank you for the suggestion, Panada.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Right, so thanks for describing Stormcharger Fenrir. So we're gonna have our best.
It was a chat choice.
Nice. Right, so we've got Memfisto from first place against Renzo in fourth place, and then we've got Darkrow in second place against Westlin in third place. So those are our semi-finals. We'll see which one we're going to go to first. But good job to all of those players to get through to the top 4. So, as mentioned, we are now changing to best of 5. So you've got to win 3 games to get through. And conquest rules, so you can play whatever master you want, except what's been banned. But then once you've won with that master, assuming you do, you can no longer play that master. The deck you can play afterwards, but not the master. So we'll see what people decide to do. GoldenSkeeter says, thoughts on Rock Rivals? Rock Rivals it's gone from like being OP to being pretty underwhelming, I think. It's kind of been a huge swing.
For example, you can play it on Mordar because when it reses, it has no taunt. So effectively, if you like just simple interaction, excluding all extra factors, like Golem goes against statue wins, Golem dies, Golem gets rezzed, Golem kills statue. So you paid 4 mana and you have a statue res. So if nothing gets in the way, right? So there are some stuff you can do with some masters, or also like with Volko, you can get the rage, or even you burn the bridge, deal extra damage to the statue, kill whatever deities they play to fight it. King Puff, you swap the bridge, the statue gets stunned, you get 2 extra hits in the meanwhile, I believe. All those interactions. Taunt Trap you get from Diona, you can place it near the statue, so the statue focuses it first. You can play it, it's not like completely a bad card, but while before you could play it in the beginning, support it a bit, and now it's super strong. Now you need to play it around that card. You need to constantly play around that card, and you cannot have it as a standalone, just gonna win me lots of things, lots of trades. No. You need to like have some curse, have something to deal with the constant pressure of a statue on your opponent.
You had to think about it a lot more. Like previously, you only had to think about the first one, right? And you just like, even if you don't specifically make your deck to counter the statue, you've at least not got to throw the game away at that first time. But now you've got to handle that statue every time, so you need to have. It's just far more difficult to play, more difficult to get value out of. Previously, it was like super easy value, right? Whereas now you've got to think about every time you play it. Can you deal with that statue? Do you have enough mana? So I think it's way more interesting. Right, we are going to be going in to the first semi-final. It's going to be Darkrow against Westlin.
They banned Azali against him.
The thing is, let's have a look at the bans. So Darkrow is banning Rekt, also banning Azali, which is, you've got to, right? And Chain Lightning. Chain Lightning, okay, so we'll pop that in. And then Westlin himself is banning Apep. and we are also banning Defenso, and of course the Caged Prowler, which has copped quite a few bans today.
This is quite interesting because in round 2, this is the exact same match we watched. Dark Crow versus Westlin. Of course, it was best of 3, not best of 5, and there was no conquest rules, so you had no master being banned after you win with it. But it's interesting to see how the bans evolve. For example, Dark Crow changed 0 of the bans he did against Westlin. Dark Crow literally banned Wrecked, Azali, Chain. It worked well for him. He didn't change anything. Westlin, however, adapted. He still banned APEP and still banned Defenso, but now instead of Prowler, Westlin banned Beam of Doom. So instead of being worried about the threat of having to give the value of the Cage Prowler, Westlin is probably going to be more focusing on doing pushes, applying pressure, and does not want his opponent to have a chance to single-handedly remove it with a 7-mana Beam.
Sometimes you're banning what your opponent can do to you. Other times you're banning of like what you have to handle of theirs. So like for the Beam of Doom, you're banning Beam of Doom because you don't want him to shut down your push. You're banning Cage Prowler because you don't want to have to deal with the Cage Prowler.
Yeah.
So we are best of 5. This is the first semi-final. It's Dark Crow against Westlin. There is no Azali.
No one's crying. Okay, guys, no one's crying.
I think you are secretly.
No, it's not secretly. I did a tear thing on the camera.
So we need to see, like, is Westlin like this one-trick pony with this real strong Azali Mana Puff Madness deck that he can play to perfection, or is that just one of the decks in his armory?
There's no fight for third place, right? So once you're out here, you're out, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
And we are jumping in.
But it's also interesting because if he's almost forcing his opponent to ban something specific, so then he can maybe think about playing something else, playing around it, playing something different.
But this is the deck we've seen him play before, the aggressive deck with Ravager, the deck that was not a really good matchup against Brother Wings. Let's see if he does a better thing against the Wrecked we've seen Dark Crow play before. So on this situation, I would say he's probably... Oh wait, those are Blood Imps. He can't just cleave the Blood Imps. Yeah, I think he's gonna cleave or assassin the Blood Imps. Yeah.
So remember...
I would have played it in the middle. Like the cleaver takes some extra damage from the Blood Imps, but you managed to get all the hits.
85% of that damage the Blood Imp's taken.
Yeah,
I think so.
85. Damn.
Okay, nice chain. Really, really nicely timed chain. The assassin goes invisible at the last second. The cleaver tried to hit it. That was massive.
That guy is gonna take some extra damage as well. Poor Brutus, straight up down to half health. That's gonna be an assassin bottom lane. No, assassin top away from the Brutus because he doesn't want the spells and Soundtide. Westlin has Sunburn available, so he can Sunburn stuff here to get the Rage, which he doesn't need to do, so he doesn't.
Okay, the assassin going ham. It's gonna start getting poisoned. Okay.
The Dark Crow's rotation is really small.
Lovely walking blind day.
Compared to...
Would like to take the bridge with it as
Westlin.
well. Oh, the Swarmer can't quite reach it. Okay, that's fine though. What's he gonna get? How's your luck? The assassin there onto the cleaver.
Nice.
Oh, the chain lightning's gonna kill the cleaver. Wow. Okay, so we see here
gonna kill almost everything here.
Yeah,
like
the
even
combination the combination of the high DPS assassin plus the spell
and the damage
support
from those
with
Blood Imps is also not nice.
the chain lightning. It's just massive. Right, again, this is gonna get punished.
Very much so. It's funny, yeah. But the fact that both teams have those two cards, it's really fun because it allows us to see the calculation. That's a bad blind date because it's a 5-mana card, but that's effectively gonna function almost like a 3-mana card.
Oh, he's got to be careful here!
Yeah, no, this is game. Because you're gonna overinvest a lot, and now you are too far in XP to the point where you can get the value out of it, and Rex is attacking from outside your range. You need to play units for the cleaver, you need to play units for the clones.
Oof. Yeah, that cleaver.
And now he cannot afford to play Blood Imps, so he's just gonna have to wait.
Well, okay. The Cleaver getting onto
Okay, at
that
least
in the
that,
pocket. I
that
don't
guy
even
is
know
on
how that
pincer
happened.
range, so he can pincer that. That Cleaver is dead.
Yep. Everything going in Darkrow's favor at the moment. It's just not working out for Westlin currently.
And Westlin has no mana defense, he needs to play
How did
the
he stop
imps or
this?
just...
He hasn't got the imps.
Yeah, yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
the imps.
He doesn't. He doesn't.
He was dead.
Like,
Whatever he did there.
Yeah.
It's better to
Like,
take a
there's
hit on
that
the imps in the
point.
face, but they're just going to get punished afterwards anyway.
I
That
think
Cleaver
there's no
killing.
point. You're like, okay, I have no way here. Don't
That
go
Cleaver...
next. And I think it also takes a lot of fortitude to realize, like, that's fine. Best of 5. I learned from this match. He cannot play this stupid rec deck anymore. That's adapt and overcome.
But the Cleaver killing the Zip in the pocket? Like, how does that even happen?
I think Weston was expecting the Zeppinator to focus the Cleaver, so he was gonna stop it. And the moment he's focused, he can charge. But for some reason, no, I think Darkrow managed a good jump. Like, one of the wrecks got the attention from the Zeppinator.
What I thought we was going to see is there's kind of a weird thing where when you pincer something and fear it, if it's in the pocket, it kind of runs out of the pocket for a little bit and then runs back in. I thought he was going to fear it out of the pocket so the Cleaver could kill it, but ultimately didn't need it. Didn't need it.
He played Scratillery, which is more mana, but
yeah,
like it helps with the fact that you have those Scrats dealing some insane.
But how does the Cleaver get
DPS.
in the pocket? Or was it
But
not in the pocket?
because the guy was not fully in the pocket. He was not fully in the pocket because that's the thing. He was playing in the pocket, but then he moved forward a bit.
Yeah.
And because of the rod that he had in front of him, he probably draws aggro from further than you'd expect. Like his model, his unit just further.
Sometimes that's when you burn a mana or so when you're just waiting because you need the aggro. You need to be in the pocket.
Oh yeah. It makes more sense. Like, I'm gonna burn this extra mana because I need to do this, and I cannot afford to play something else. I'm gonna play them following.
Darkrow pinging the Scrat tunnels.
It's interesting because Westlin is playing Diona. I don't think we've yet seen him play Diona. No, we have seen these. No, that was with King Puff, right? That he played the Scrat tunnels. Maybe not. I know he played. I think he played this deck before. Darkrow is playing Morelli. We've also seen him play Morelli before, right?
Yep.
Oh, but you see, look, it's Spirit Lake Morelia. He's on the red team for me, and he has no extra light off, like he has a fever or something. Bam. Oh, he jumps if he kills. Jump into... Oh, the Bannerman shield!
Bannerman helped.
And now they're giving those Divine Shield to everything. Something that you can waste out the time with Black Hole.
Okay.
Just putting it there. I mean, I think Westlin is...
It worked out well XP-wise for Westlin that first interaction. I don't know.
And he has
I think he had the top
buddies,
reach,
so
so
he
that's
can
fine.
just go. Crossbow trap on bottom bridge? Question mark. He doesn't need to, right?
So when you're seeing all this Imperial Army stuff, you've got to be thinking that he's probably going to have a smite, which he does. You know, Westlin doesn't know that, but you've got to kind of be assuming that's what he had. So
yeah,
you've got to
I would
consider
assume
that.
he assumes he does. I would assume he assumes.
Yeah, but here we've got the brother. And
That's
of course,
a fantastic
we may
beam.
be seeing some
That's
spirits.
the beam. That's such a good beam. That's such a good beam.
Yeah, there's the beam.
It's like, no, but
okay.
They need to be slightly further away.
It's okay. The Ardera is dead, but that's raged and healed now, that brother. And spirited. The spirit, he gets lucky with that spirit. Lands exactly where he wants it. And Westlin's going to take some serious damage here. Okay, he's going to taunt this back. The Prowler's going to spawn and help with the defense.
And he can jing it. He can jing it, and yeah.
Okay.
I'll jing here to save some health from the Prowler.
Prowler gets knocked back and then gets an extra jump, so kind of survives when it probably wouldn't have previously. Still ahead on XP is Duck Westlin. But yeah, we saw that the Ardera generating that sort of Divine Shield for the Shield God of Light, really getting some strong value.
Honestly, I thought it was within a good enough of a range where the Shield God of Light would start blocking and get out of range.
Yeah.
It was not. That's Ranked Walker, so I really like Ranked Walker right now. Look, like, sure, you're not having the reach forever, like, you kited everything and you killed everything, like, that's worth something.
Okay, Spellbook coming, Spirits dropping. Where are they going? Not where he wanted them. Not where he wanted them.
Not where he wanted them.
So he got lucky to start with.
Oh, the jump was so sad! But if he didn't jump, I think yeah, well, whatever, but he managed to do it.
The important thing there is basically everything
shield,
else is dead, and then the Ardera kind of dies almost last. That's what you want. Ardera, you don't want it to die first. Okay, Ruffle's
gonna give that mana, that's really good. And now he jumps back bottom,
Okay,
right?
I think Westlin, he kind of had a bad first game, but it feels like he's getting into this game nicely. But it's going to be another case of what does Darkrow's perk 3 Dragon do? Is it going to do enough to sway the game into his favor?
Why did Darkrow use Bannerman for the Frost Feathers?
Nice heal. Remember, Ardent Argus will heal an Empyrean unit. Here comes the Chain Lightning.
Oh, he got Spirit Throws out of it, right? That's gotta be very annoying.
Okay,
this is gonna be a
he's got to be careful because if these all get raged,
Ching, you need to change the fan.
Okay, needs Ardera to die.
He needs to do everything as well.
Oh, okay, look at that. Okay, he like that's just you have to do that really. You've got to try to kill it. But
no, he could have kited this with the Wrecked Walker.
Wrecked Walker's really good at kiting with slow units. Okay, right, Westlin, he's fallen behind on XP. Now, here comes Darkrow's one and only Dragon. What sort of push can he make with it? What sort of impact can it make in the game? Westlin is healing, though, and that could be really important.
Oh, yes, for sure.
He's healing a lot. So you
and he got some XP there.
It looks like Darkrow said, look, I don't care what's going on at the top bridge. I don't care you're healing. I'm going to push at the bottom. I've got my spirits exactly where I want them. Can you deny this?
I don't think he can deny that. Again, sure, you have some DPS, but like you're not dealing a lot of damage and you're not making use of the Jinx.
Okay, there's the shield, but there's just so much HP. Those units would be dead if it wasn't for the spirit. That's the power of the spirit.
Very, very strong.
Okay. Morelia. Dragon.
Nah, I want to play that deck.
I mean...
It looks so fun.
Just the power of Morelia with that perk 3, the spirits on the right units, and you know we saw at the end there those units would have been dead if not for the spirit. It might not have changed too much, but it really does just show you the power of those spirits and how important it is to manage the board so that you're getting them on the units you wanted, getting them on the dragon, getting them on the shield guard. Incredible. If they dropped on spear throw or something like that, irrelevant. Okay, so Darkrow is 2-0 up. I mean, Westlin played okay in that second game. It just didn't have the tools again. Well. Like how do you DPS through that huge wall of HP before you die?
Honestly, that's a good question.
He just didn't really have the tools to do it.
You also need to be careful with Ardera, because even if you kill Ardera and she doesn't give Divine Shield to the dragon, she's gonna give Rage to the dragon, right?
Mm-hmm. It's really hard to deal with, and he did have Jing, but it wasn't a spell-based deck, so he couldn't really utilize the Jing juggle with the stun for ages. So he wasn't able to. I
think he could have used it more.
He could have used it more
because you're low. You have some guys there. Like you need to be utilizing your Jing.
You seem to play it in the pocket a lot. You know, you need to get that Jing over on top of the units, right? You need it. That's where it's going to be doing the stun. That's where it's going to get the value if possible.
Exactly it is.
So Darkrow's 2-0 up, pretty quick. The first game was very quick. The second game went longer, but we always identify the dragon, that perk 3 power spike. It's going to be the be all and end all, really. You got to do enough at that point. You got to either win the game or get far enough ahead, because once that perk's gone, it's over forever. No perk 3. People complain about that perk being very strong. It's got to be strong. It's a one-time only thing. And that's why you've got to use it correctly.
Here we go. I just found... So we have King Puff versus Miluin. Interesting what Miluin's going to be without... without Commander Azali, right?
No Azali, correct.
There's also something very interesting. So you know how in their lobby, Darkrow is player 1 and Westlin is player 2? Okay, that means Darkrow mid lobby invite Westlin. And I was spectating Westlin. And while they were waiting, I started watching the replay. And then they got into the game, so the replay stopped midway and I went into the game. And now I'm watching from Darkrow's side.
That wolf, that raged wolf, did over 1,000 damage.
That was a very good one. I think the Zeppinator focus, I guess he's gonna change the Zeppinator from lane.
Let's have a look. Is he going to bridge switch here? This is the perfect bridge switch out of this Scrutillery. Seemed a little bit late, but negated most of the damage. Chisma!
The didn't get stunned, and he didn't get stunned. So, like, that just made the Scrat tank live here, and that's huge. And now he can play the Horde on bot to just defend and then have an extra push as it goes.
Prop Horde is
King Puff
triggered
gonna
from
appreciate that.
the raged Tantrum
He's triggered.
Furs.
The Chisme is triggered here. Chisme is triggered. I repeat, this Chisme is not gonna stop.
Alert, alert, alert. Chisme is triggered.
Yeah.
Oh my god, look at him go! One more! Jing goes down! It nearly kills the Battle Monkey!
It killed all the flingers as well. This
Oh my
Chisme,
God.
wow.
Chisme with the Scrat Swarm is insane. It's so hard to deal with. He attacks so fast. Like, how do you deal with it? You need something really tanky.
You don't.
And even if you put something tanky on it, it takes massive damage. Massive push from Dark Crow there. Chisme doing
And now he also goes
things.
with the Horde because he knows Westlin has no way of defending these. The Wolf is on face.
This is going to be Dark Crow in the grand final from the looks of it.
Bam! Wow. Dark Crow literally was like the whole turn line. Chill. No worries.
Wow.
I got this. Top 4, right? Let's go. Bam! Me again. Boom! You are them. Like, woo!
I played some solos yesterday for the
Damn.
first time, like in sort of like properly this season, and so many people were playing Scrat Horde, Prop Horde. It was everywhere in every deck.
Ah, the Horde, not the regular ones. I like the regular ones.
It was really powerful, and yeah, there we saw the power of Chisme and just how awkward Chisme is to deal with.
Horde, like
yeah, the Scrat Swarm, it just keeps on attacking. And it does a lot of damage. Its range is pretty decent, and it's just really hard to get near it. Even if you put something tanky on it, it takes massive damage. You just sit there and let it shred. Like, what do you do? Okay, that was the power of the Scrats.
Like, I want to highlight his Morelia deck. Clearly not because I think Morelia is like the best master and it's my favorite master. No. I want to highlight Morelia because it really makes her strength shine in the versatility it has. Like, number one, that versatility. But number two, also the fact that it really makes it first of the new change. So like right now, second perk on Morelia, the book costs 0 mana and you reduce 1 mana out of 3 spells. So Dark Crow was constantly getting 3 mana blind date, not walking. 3 mana blind date, 3 mana chain, 4 mana smite. Yeah, that looks nothing. It's huge. It's huge. His spells you are constantly rotating to help your push. Okay. And then you have the fantastic shield targets on both Ardera and the Shield Guard of Flight. And while you might argue, oh, the Spirit on Ardera does nothing because he's burning 4% of her max health. Sure, but she's also taking damage from units, so it does make a difference. And you might not have as many ways of dealing like bridges, but you have the grab from the book. And if you are in a situation where you need to kill stuff far away, as always, you have just the drain, just like everything has the advantage there. Like, it's really, really good.
Okay. Well, we have the bans.
The other guys didn't start, right? The other guys didn't start, did they?
We have the bans for Memfisto against Renzo, but we also don't. Because they're both choosing not to ban anything. I guess they've had a discussion between them. So,
hey. Like, think with me, who'd benefit more from these bans?
I mean, I feel like Memfisto's experience would make him the better banner. But I also feel like Renzo watches a lot of Memfisto's streams, which could give him some inside info. So unsure. But interesting, and it makes it easier for us. Right, so Memfisto against Renzo.
Yes. Wait.
Winner of this goes into the grand final alongside Dark Crow, who's just beaten Westlin by 3-0. We're just getting set up here, and then we'll be ready. So, no bans to discuss. Easy. And let's just set up player names. Memfisto. And let's put Renzo. Not sure how to spell the rest of it. Right, Renzo.
What's it gonna be?
Memfisto against Renzo. Okay. Let's bring the bands up. There they are. Done. Right. Now, I think Renzo mentioned this match was the Master against the Apprentice. Memfisto, of course, the Master. Renzo, potentially the Apprentice. Let's see how that transpires. All right, thanks again for joining us. It's semi-final here in the Team Mana Frenzy and BetaDwarf's Knights Duel, number 23. We're down to 3 players. We've got Dark Crow awaiting the grand final, and we've got 2 players remaining in this semi-final, Memfisto against Renzo. Who is going to meet Dark Crow in the grand final? We don't know, but we are going to find out together. We've been given them the go-ahead, so looks like we're loading in to the first game of this semi-final. Yeah! Thanks you guys for joining us. Should be a good one. Right, Stormbringer, Ratbo.
Which is nice, like we've not seen any Ratbo. And I also think Ratbo is in a really, really good place, mainly in 2v2. I really like Ratbo in 2v2.
His auto attack is just so bad in solos.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that should definitely get fixed, but I don't think that's on the proposed changes.
I died yesterday to a snake druid because he couldn't kill it quickly enough.
That's actually funny to hear. That's an interesting fight. Oh, wait, does this fight I killed because of the storm?
Oh, okay, nice.
Wow.
Those cowardly imps. Memfisto really likes the cowardly imps.
And I really dislike them because I think the fact that the animation is bad makes them very unviable. I think they are really good. I love them as a unit design, and I think they're really good. I think we can never see how good they actually are because the fact that their animation, like, just gonna load here, just need the hit, just gonna load again. No.
We always see that weird interaction there with the Scrat tank getting locked down by the Snake Druid, taking no melee damage, so it's closed, just tanking that range DPS forces you to tank it. That's an interesting interaction.
Interesting Bear Avalanche.
Bear Avalanche doesn't kill too much, but forces, it forces more
forces for mana.
And he holds the bottom bridge for a little bit longer, so we like it. Okay, so the
bottom bridge is going to be neutral now.
Yep, can't take the Rocket Scrat can't take the bridge on its second jump. That's why it's neutral.
Scrat tank top bridge pocket, yeah. And I would say you don't want to play the you don't want to play the aimbot yet, so yeah, you do those Scrats there. And now depending on what he does, you react with that, considering that you're going to play storms on bottom bridge.
Now, of course, you've got to be against Ratbo. You've got to have...
That's a Deca.
Yep. Oh,
it's still a fantastic Deca. It's still a very fantastic Deca.
He's got to have that Daka in mind. Renzo's looking for a good Daka opportunity, and Memfisto's got to be monitoring the potential losses he could take from it and see if he can interrupt it, of course. Interrupt by playing something closer to Ratbo.
Don't play Stint, you don't want to waste the tech. That's nice. Really good Vulture Prime. Now you can Stint top bridge. Yep, consume the tech on because you already have the bottom. You know, you wait on your mana.
Okay, so now Memfisto's going to pop stuff in the pocket, try to clear this up. Scrat Tank did take a little bit of a nerf in the latest patch, dropped 50 HP, but still decent.
I think for what he did, it's really, really good. I was having a discussion the other day how like you have some tanks on the 4-5 mana that they are all very similar. You can all get them to do the same thing, but like at what they are good, they are all good, and at what they excel, none of the other tanks excel. Like you're talking about Scrat Tank, Defensive Chopper, Divine Warrior.
Like look at this, it's just playing in
Vulture, nothing.
Blocked.
Whirly, and then Crystal Construct. Like these tanks, you can all get them to be a body to tank for a bit, but like depending on what you want, it's really
right.
Good.
Daka is available. I would have waited a little bit. I think it was better to take out the Whirly.
If these made it so that the Vulture Prime would leave and then proceed to kill the Snake Druid, sure, nice. But since not,
the Avalanche not quite killing the aimbot.
Close on. It's really close on the XP. You need tank top, yeah. Now this is interesting because while the aimbot is slowed, that's the poison? No, yeah. While the aimbot is slowed, the nets are not slowed.
Oh yeah.
And that's a deck.
Yeah, the nets are really strong on that.
That's okay. But that's okay because we knew that the Deca was coming
Yeah,
and he
so
played.
I was talking about the Dakar on my screen the
bridge.
other day. I think people get into this mindset where they've got to kill a Colossus or nothing with it. It's a 1-mana removal spell. You don't have to kill much for it to be valuable, right?
Yeah. Like
People
sometimes
just-
you really need to not kill much because otherwise you don't cycle it and it's stuck in your hand. Like you need to
people just hold on to it, waiting for something, and you don't need to. You don't need to kill mad stuff. Just get value, cycle, get the next one. Just keep getting value out of it.
Oh, look at that interaction on top bridge.
Yep.
Look at interaction on top bridge.
See, this is where the Scrat Tank's so good. Like, it's just XP, 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 just sitting on that bridge.
That Magma Cannon though, it's also doing a lot of good jobs.
Yeah, and now Stormbringer
Like
perk
the-
3 is just popping all these Scrats, just one after another.
But then again, I don't think that's necessarily bad, because like usually you would not have any units to tank these, and in Renzo's case, you have some units to tank these. Of course, you are going to need them for something else, so like there's no doubt Stormbringer is getting the...
Stormbringer's just
better
stressful to
edge
play
here.
against, because you just got to be aware of, like, his constant DPS all the time.
I don't like that poison, now I do.
Okay, that's an okay Dakar. Oh, I killed it, so
Killed.
that's exactly
Because
what it
remember,
needed
the
to do.
nets count as unit. The nets count as units. He had lots of units with those two nets. And Renzo is playing this really, really well.
Yeah, he's ahead on XP. He can close this out. He's got the bridges. Mephisto's nowhere near taking a bridge right now. I would have liked to see that Scrat Tank further forward. Like, you're almost about to get Mana Frenzy. Just get on that bridge. I mean, it's allowed him to
In
get
this
some
situation,
support
I think
behind
it makes
so
sense because,
it's
like,
okay.
you see, you want it on the bridge when you get to Mana Frenzy,
Yeah.
and if you play it at the front, he would be outside the bridge when you get Mana Frenzy, so your opponent could regrab.
No,
Now there's
you're
zero
right.
chance. Like there was just like nothing.
Yeah, there's no way he closes this down. Like, he can
No.
stop this attack.
That's a nice
the next
poison.
one's
Oh,
coming.
why that? Poison was better, but oh yeah, and he still did smoke it.
Dakar's going to be kind of impossible to hit anything, but it doesn't matter. Who cares?
It doesn't matter at all. Doesn't matter at all.
Wow,
Just
Renzo.
GG. This was so smooth, dude.
He played that
It
really
was
nicely.
super smooth. I mean,
deck
I
is.
think deck-wise, that interaction with the Scrat Tank and Snake Druid gave him a lot of value, and the fact that he had really good Deca targets that Memfisto couldn't really play much around also makes a difference. It's like Memfisto was trying to divert the deck, but what do you divert it to? Scrat Pack? Okay, sure, that's the best one, and you hit one Scrat and you get it. The other one was Elite Swarmer, and even when he managed to divert it with Elite Swarmer still died, a Scrat went by, grabbed the bridge, and what? You paid 1 mana still. So basically, the unit you were trying to protect cost you 1 extra mana. Did it do its job? Maybe, but like, it was in a skirmish, so it was going to be slow, and the Scrats are going to keep pushing. That was
And
that
also,
was very nice. That was a very good deck.
all the Scrats from Ratbo really do help against Stormbringer as well, just soaking those auto attacks from him
Ooh.
one after another.
And
Right.
when you have an aimbot whose shield you want, if possible, you want to protect, that makes a difference. Of course, there was the Bear Avalanche. That's another thing. I'm not sure that Bear Avalanche was as good as it was making out to be.
Right.
I think Memphis need to play it more on the bridge for skirmishes. So let's see what he does.
Ratbo
Now,
has switched allegiances. Ratbo is now under the control of Memfisto, and Renzo has switched to Diona. Let's see how this one
interesting
plays
Diona.
out. So we've got a Shield
Also
Guard
has
Light
Nats.
again, which we're seeing quite a lot. So probably Nats on the Shield Guard. Nice impetus.
I don't like that. I don't like it.
I mean, it's...
But
I always say that...
you paid 2 mana. You paid 2 mana. Virtually, those Plasma Marines were 1 mana. They killed something and they got 1 bridge. Would you pay 1 mana to grab 1 bridge? You would.
Yeah, I feel
That's
like
what you
a
kill.
lot of people with the impetus, they try to overplay it. They just feel like they have to play it, they have to get something out of it. Wants to kill all the Nats here. One's alive. Could be
But
annoying.
now the net is slowed.
Net is slow, that is true.
Shield guard on face? No, not yet.
Oh, I don't...
Nice
I
on
don't
face.
okay. I think if he'd played the Marines
That's an
slightly
iron
further back,
grenade.
he could have picked off the Nat.
That's an iron grenade. Because he has iron grenade available. But I think, yeah, it makes sense. He wants to wait a bit with his mana.
Yeah, I think he wants the Iron Grenade to support this counter push. Oh no, hold, it's the other side.
He wants
Ignore me.
the iron grenade to support what he plays to support this counter push.
To defend this counter push. Right, here we go. Trap.
That was a fantastic Impetuous.
Yeah.
That Impetuous was golden. 2 mana, you got it out of the bridge, out of the pocket, and now you're dealing massive damage. That was like 500 damage, maybe even more. That was very good damage.
Okay, Memfisto getting into the swing of things in this game.
Got
Perk
his farmer
2.
bot.
The Dakka's available, so he'll be looking for a Dakka on that shield guard if he can. But, I mean, he doesn't have a huge amount of board in his deck.
Diana has trap. Diana has traps. Like, Diana can always play 1 mana to counter the 1 mana deck now. Like, have the trap ready. Don't play the nets as soon as they are available. Okay, yeah, there we go. Wait a bit. Oh, that's him.
Ah, no! Too late!
Too late.
Yep. I mean, it always...
I think both players did a good play, but...
Watching it, it always looks easier, but it feels when you're playing it, you've got to be pretty quick to block it.
Yeah.
But I mean, it didn't kill it, so, you know, it wasn't the worst thing in the world.
Right? Like, I think Memfisto is going to be able to close this out on XP very well, but Renzo's deck still has the threat that it's reckoned with. Cannot be reckoned with. It's a force to be reckoned with.
It is indeed,
the threat that deck push.
Okay, that trap was great, allowing him to win the bottom bridge. I love those trap placements over there.
I don't like that in PTS, because basically you pay 2 mana to turn a 5 mana into 4 mana.
That was a Berserker Rage Zealot, but got shut down. So this is a big push. What does he have? It's a Dakka, but it's not going to be... Oh, I mean, it's bigger than I thought it was going to be. That's what she said.
Oh, he just wasted that deck. That's very bad.
I feel like if Renzo can block one of these Dakkas, it's really going to change the interactions quite a lot, because the shield guard keeps getting to face, but it's almost dead when it gets there. If he blocks that Dakka, it's going to be a different story.
And that's the thing, like getting these on as little of health as he can. It's Memfisto's goal. He's ahead on XP. Yeah. He's managing to shut down all the pushes. This is basically Renzo's attacking and Memfisto defending, and Memfisto defending a lot better.
Coming again, and he's not going to be able to block it.
But you see, he could. The other trap also blocks it, even if it fails.
He could have cycled to it, I guess. I feel like that
he should.
He's got to do a better job of that, because you know, if you lose your big unit for almost nothing, sad times.
He's getting good failure off those crossbow traps, but there's more to them than just getting that value. Saving your 7 mana unit, it's also insane value.
Right, here we go. Dakka's ready again. He's got to be ready for it. He's got to be ready to block it. It's going to be coming. Anything block it. Rocket scrap. There we go. Let's go.
There we go.
Perfect. There we go. Okay, all the nats die though, and the slow, plus the impetus.
Oh, but the impetus into a Berserker's Rage. That you see. Once again, Memfisto managed to get down the health of the shield guard, and it's all he needs to do.
Okay, it's good. Renzo knows what he's got to do. Failed a couple of times, but he's improving to tank that Dakka.
And he can already play a new one up top. That's bad. You're gonna get faced with a Dakka. Yeah,
okay. Now he's got a chance. There's no Dakka.
That was sick.
Any substance available. Okay.
That guy stops there. That's a good crossbow trap, but it's not gonna do enough. No. Memfisto's got this. Like the same way the other game was very smooth, just Renzo like steady. This game is Memfisto. Memfisto's just steady.
Like, if he'd been able to block those Dakkas, that shield guard would have lasted longer, he would have had more XP behind that, the XP would have been closer, but it's not, so... There's definitely ways that Renzo could have improved this, but it's not easy.
Prepare the trap, because he's gonna do... Okay, nice.
Okay, Dakka not really where he wants it. Now he has the nats, there's no clear on
why taunt this? This I don't understand. This taunt, like, blocks the bridge. It's the only thing it's doing, it's blocking the bridge in case he plays something there.
Okay, this is looking good. Might have to impetus this, decides not to. No, he does. Just clears it. But I think that was an impetus. He knows he's about to get Mana Frenzy. Let's clear this board and let's close this game out.
20 XP. Can Renzo close this out with 20 XP? I don't think so, yeah.
Unlikely.
Well, I guess Ratbo is out for both players.
Yep. But seeing both players win with Ratbo just goes to show that Ratbo's not necessarily as bad as we think.
Nice.
Okay, that's it. Nice. I don't know if he blocked that or
he's not gonna. That's not gonna give him. He's not gonna leave. That's an impetus out of the pocket into the rocket thread. That was huge. But yeah. 3, 2, 1. GG.
It's a phase. GG. Right, one game all.
One game all.
I think if Renzo looked at that back, he'll think he played okay, but he'll think that he could have done better. He got, as the game went on, he definitely got better at blocking the daggers.
In such a close match, and when your opponent has a slight advantage deck-wise, if you're not performing at your best and blocking all those very crucial things, you just like you lose. Basically, that's what we said. He was doing a good job, yes, but yeah.
But yeah, I think it would have been much closer if those earlier daggers hadn't landed.
Fully agree. I think you're right.
Okay, so 1 game all. Renzo taking the first game, Ratbo beating Stormbringer, Memfisto fighting back, his Ratbo beating Diona. Okay, so Ratbo's been on the menu, but is now off of the menu. Once players have won with a master, they can no longer play it. So both players have played Ratbo, so they can no longer play that. And remember, no bans were given by either player, so anything else is fair game for now.
Yep.
And if you've just joined us, this is the second semi-final. We've had Dark Crow beat Westlin in the first semi-final, so he's awaiting in the grand final. And we're going to see who faces him, Memfisto or Renzo, 1 game all. This is Team Mana Frenzy and BetaDwarf's Knights Duel number 23. Thanks so much for joining us from home. Thanks for everyone taking part in it. And, of course, thanks to Dfogo for being here with me, and Sinobii running everything, as always, awesomely behind the scenes. And just a reminder, these tournaments are open to everyone. We had a bunch of new players in today, and judging by what they've said in the chat, they've had a good time, they've won some games, they've learnt some stuff, and hopefully we look for them coming back in the next one, doing even better, putting what they've learned potentially back into practice. So good to see you guys here. And of course, we got a lot of familiar names as well. But Renzo, whilst Renzo is a familiar name in the community, not necessarily a familiar name if you're just interacting with the community in regards of watching the tournaments. So really good to see Renzo here. And he's putting on a good show, taking the first game against Memfisto and forcing Memfisto to fight back. And here we go. We're going to be loading into our 3rd game. This is best of 5, remember now. So winner needs to get 3. So this is not match point yet.
The fight is on.
And here we have it. Diona. Okay, we've got Diona against
versus
Milo.
Miloin. And if we are to be a bit of geek out, we are talking about Azure Miloin versus Galaxy Diona.
The
Jade
skins.
Spark. No, this is not Jade Spark. This
The
is
skins in the last match did kind of match together, the Witch Hunters, but the skin's very different in this one. Right, so we have... What do we have? We have an Impatient Statue. It's given 3 Slither Bounds onto the Gambler's Ball, so the Gambler's Ball will cast twice, and he gets a heal and a Fireball out of it. Cleaver is going to clear this up, but taking some early damage and some XP damage is Renzo. Cleaver will clear this and fight back, but he does have an activated...
Bear Avalanche. That needs to be a Bear Avalanche. You wanted that on face.
An activated Boomer, which means it was only 1 mana to finish off that Cleaver. Right, Werewolves. Does he have anything to deny the Werewolves? Yes, he does.
Ooh.
1 Werewolf. Does he kill the second one? Yeah. Oh,
Brother of the Void!
It was in Rage, so it shuts down both those Werewolves. Now, Renzo needs to pay attention to that interaction, and he needs to try to figure out what he can do differently to get those Werewolves to trigger, because those 2
By the way,
wolves
I think he's gonna take it on face. Yeah.
are very, very strong. Right, here we go.
That's scary to take on face. I guess he still had a heal puff, so he healed a bit. He can afford to.
He wants to support with the Gambler's Ball, but the Gambler's Ball is not activated yet. He has 3 Slithers attached to the Daggerfall, which he might decide just to use to generate those. Here they come. Slithers out. Slithers sacrificed. Fireball and heal. Does some good work. Spell support.
The trap! The value on the trap killing that golem is also huge, and the damage he's dealing on the Cleaver.
Yeah, almost kills the Cleaver as well. Right, here we go again. How is he going to... Right, so he doesn't have an activated... I don't know. I feel like he doesn't want a Bear Avalanche. It feels like not a great trade. Memfisto's full HP anyway.
Here's the thing: if you place it in a good spot, based on the time of the ruffles, you are guaranteed to also kill the ruffles that's coming. You know, so you're playing for mana to get 300 damage on face, kill a 2 mana unit, and deny a second perk. That's a very nice Bear Avalanche, though. I'm pretty sure it should kill. Yeah.
Did a good job. I don't know if Memfisto did anything to prevent it, but the The statue looked like it was going to spawn into the Bear Avalanche in the slow, but he cycled a bit to potentially prevent it. Wanted to Daggerfall those, but was too slow. Right, we've only got one Slither attached to the Gambler's Ball, so it's not activated yet, but again, we've got 2 attached.
No, the Arcane Missiles, although they are direction to a target in a line.
Oh, Boomer!
They are...
Here comes the Daggerfall. What are we waiting for? Oh,
There's the Gamblers.
that was kind of weird. Like, why did he not Daggerfall and then go into the Gamblers? That could have won the game.
He's enjoying the game.
I know. But winning, we've been over this
go.
before. Winning is good.
Winning is good. There's an that's an assess. That was very good Bear Avalanche. That was a fantastic Bear Avalanche.
Keeps the Cleaver alive. It's going to go in the Bear Trap, which is kind of frustrating. But XP, Renzo's taken so much face damage, but he's still alive XP wise. Right, Werewolves are out. He knows the Assassin's been used, so there's no immediate threat to those wolves. One wolf is going to trigger on face. Let's have a look. Right, we've got no slithers anywhere right now. $200 HP.
I will still deal some damage. Yep. He
Ruffles
really
going
needs
for
to
a
heal a
heal.
bit more.
This does
This
feel
sounds
like
nice.
Renzo's slowly dying. We do have the trap, of course. He can go
I would say it mainly feels that way because... Wait! Why? Why the imps into the Grenadier?
Oh, the Blood Imps! The Blood Imps!
Hello, it's a Diona face.
They give up? I don't know. Okay, Memfisto comes back.
Maybe it was a
2 games to 1.
misclick. Considering he played the Elite Scrat right after, I would say it was a misclick. That's so sad. He was holding on so well. No. And that's sad. That's very, very sad. But, yeah. He plays very well.
Very difficult to defend those pushes over and over again, and every time he was taking damage, time after time after time, and eventually it's just too much. You just can't.
Yeah, you just can't.
Can't soak that much damage.
Skirmish after skirmish after skirmish, you
Yeah.
lose a bit and a bit and a bit of XP and a bit of health. It's just...
Again, it was like the basketball, back and forth. But
I don't think this was as much back and forth though. It almost felt like it was always Memfisto.
I don't know.
Like,
I think
the back was just Renzo throwing the ball very far away to alleviate pressure, aka like the cleaver with the little health getting to face to die to a boomer.
it looked like Renzo was
That's like-
pushing forward and getting 1 point, but then Memfisto was fighting back, and every time he was landing a sweet 3-pointer.
Yeah.
I know, as a Brit, I know all about basketball, of course.
And I hope no one ever dares to contest that and say do not.
We can just accept that I know it, and we don't have to.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
The questions are not required. We don't need to go deep into this. Just
Questions not required.
Okay. 2 games to 1. Memfisto's come back from a game down. Now's a game up.
Hey, it's a reverse sweep. Not a full reverse sweep, but still a reverse sweep. Or do you need, it needs to be full. Ho 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 ho!
Fighters, let's go.
Mordar versus King Puff. Now, the reason why I like this is because third perk for Memfisto, it's gonna do almost nothing. Because 2 swings from Mordar and Pam, the Night Puffs die. Because Night Puffs now have 1 health, so first swing takes the shield, second swing takes the health. Did that.
Correct. But we've spoken about how strong or how weak perk 3s can be, but sometimes the games don't get that far. Right, Mana being burnt from Memfisto has to take that charm.
Rock Rivals.
Rock Rivals, the Assassin. Okay, he's going to stun the Assassin here. Okay.
Fantastic stun on the
That's
Succubus.
nicely done. The Succubus is kind of annoying killing the Jing. And remember, Rock Rivals against Mordar, you can give your opponent a statue that they can res.
Protect that tombstone, protect the tombstone. Not with the Jink, not with Joel, because the Joel takes extra damage because the Flingers attack in 2 iterations. The Flingers do tung tung, tung tung. So the 2 Flingers attacking the Joel removes 4 attacks. That's
Jolo's
very
not
strong.
good against anything that attacks quickly. Nice bridge switch, and a
You got the
fairly-
Succubus back again.
Succubus rezzed again, but the Succubus is not where he wants him. That's a scary looking push at the top. Bounty Sniper's not going to cut it.
Curse Bearer.
Okay,
I
there
guess
goes...
the assassin.
Oh, the
No,
assassin
no,
Diagros.
he needed the
Okay.
assassin to go there. Because now you see how the mistakes change. Now that Curse Bearer was necessary to defend, so now that Curse Bearer cannot go bot.
Yep. That was frustrating. He wanted to kill the Tranquil because the Tranquil was going to try and heal. But then it was just too far away. Right.
Ooh, played chain into that.
See,
That's okay.
I don't know. If he could have waited, he could have got a tombstone. He doesn't want this tombstone to get hit. Jolo. Okay, Jolo has basically no luck. Not a great res. And again,
Chef forced it earlier.
nice switch.
Tranquil, how much health?
No res.
Tranquil almost came back with health. That's fine. This is Succubus on top pocket. Bam, bam, bam.
Renzo ahead on XP, and of
And
course
that's-
Mordor is very strong in late game. That assassin's doing a great job
It's
clearing
Renzo.
up.
You're right. Renzo is ahead. That's huge. Okay, now this could be interesting. But I guess a Curse Bearer there is just, yeah. Too early with that shock. Oh, way too early with that shock.
Yeah, lovely stun from the chain. Trading well, bit of face damage. But we're gonna need to see some good reses coming.
For a second. There was
Curse
the Night
is
Puffs.
slowly killing it. I mean, the bounty sniper can really help
He got
out a
that
lot
XP.
here. What does he do about the tombstone at the top?
Tranquil top, Tranquil top, Tranquil top.
Okay, there he goes, just in time.
He needs to play something else, the Tranquil is gonna die.
It's okay, Tranquil's... Oh no, Tranquil
No
lives!
way! No way!
Okay.
That's so much value.
Yep, basically a free unit.
The bad thing here is that he's getting those those Lancers rest a lot.
Yep.
That's good. He sacrificed an assassin. for
Sniper's
his
gonna
numbers.
res, and Sniper doesn't really care that it's not got much HP. It has enough though, and a spirit.
But the Sniper does care about the haste. The Sniper does care about
Yeah,
the haste.
hasted bounty sniper could be good if he can keep it alive.
Shock that, shock that, shock that.
Perk 3 for Renzo, so the next tombstone he gets is going to be the big boy.
Oh, look at that drop rivals. That's okay. Okay that he used the froze on it, but he got cursed and Succubus tech.
Yeah.
Succubus just cleaned everything on bottom lane. That's huge.
That golem just died immediately. Renzo fighting back. Can we get a 2-game all here?
Yeah.
Bounty sniper doing just bounty sniper things.
Top. He needs a Tranquil Shifu on top bridge. Yeah.
Tombstone coming in 2 seconds, and it's going to be a big one. I don't think there's anything that he can res currently. Maybe the Tranquil. Okay, he's got a cycle to it. Right, maybe he can get a statue
And a
res. Let's
statue.
find out.
Yep. Now top is handled.
Perk
that's
3
very fine.
Night
You
Puffs
can let the
available
second
now
step
though.
hit.
But let's
But
have a look.
Night not do anything.
Night Puffs die so
No,
fast to
you need to
Mordor.
put the Curse Bearer in the middle for him to. Yeah, that's not the best movement of the Curse Bearer.
Okay, but the
because
statue
now-
did res. That's a hasted statue with a spirit. That needs to be
Yeah,
dealt
but you
with.
might die. You might die. 'Cause you
Yeah.
need to kill the Chink, otherwise you cannot play the Cholo. That Cholo is dead the moment that Stun is played. There we go. That was nice.
Scary, scary, scary for Renzo. He's low HP, doing a
Assassin.
good job though.
Renzo needs an assassin. No, assassin.
The bounty
Dude,
sniper.
he's
No.
back.
Oh, he wanted the
that was such a
XP.
huge gamble. That was such a huge gamble. Damn, talk about gambling.
Wow, the balls on this man.
Steel, balls of steel.
He's low HP though. Renzo needs to be
I
careful.
don't think he could afford to play those guys there. The tombstone should be in the middle in case you need to defend, because that is point drill, just need a mana frenzy. You can
Yeah,
dagger fall
tombstones.
bottom.
Bridge switch.
That was nice.
Okay, he's
But-
close to Mana
and-
Frenzy, but can he hold
And
this?
look, he got a bad res as well. I think he might die here. The chain went that way. No,
The
he
chain
has no
didn't hit
mana.
the tombstone though. Oh, but everything
The
else
curse
is going to
bearer.
hit the tombstone. Oh,
No, if he chokes. Oh,
Statue!
He still got the statue. That
oh,
extra
the
hit.
statue saves him. Maybe. There's more
No,
trouble
but wait,
at the
what's he gonna
bottom.
do about bot now? What's he gonna do
Oh.
about bot? Wait, he has stun
Oh,
lancers incoming. He has stun lancers incoming.
Stun lancers. Oh, this is so close. He's got Mana Frenzy. This
Jewel.
is...
He also has a jewel. He has a jewel he can play.
Okay, he can hold this. He needs a bit of Jolo luck,
And he has
does he?
top bridge
Jolo?
now. He has top bridge.
Jolo
Jolo
gets
needs
the
to be a
luck.
good Jolo.
Okay.
Yeah, assassin right there to kill that assassin. I think he can do it. I think he really can do it. He's a murderer. He's a murderer.
Correct.
That might be too early off that guy. That's fine. Tombstone in the middle.
Yeah,
you need to use the Tombstone.
That Tombstone has to be a wall, right?
Like, it has enough health. Like for the units you want to rest, that Tombstone can perfectly be a wall. Curse Bearer. Okay, the statues you're getting though are really giving you a good advantage. He needs bounty snipers out and he has the leverage to play them right now. No. You need to kill them with bounty sniper. You're not gonna kill them with health. Okay.
Assassin did res though.
That's a good res. That assassin.
I don't know where this
he
goes.
Leaves the chain.
Tombstone.
Bounty
another
sniper
assassin.
Bottom. He just played chain exactly. Yeah, there goes the Duel. There goes that's nice. You have bottom bridge now. That's not a bad swap for you. That's not a bad swap for you.
Okay, that.
You need to tank there though. You need to tank.
It's enraged.
Not there.
Okay, Succubus and Assassin. Okay, he's pushing back. This is good. So close.
That's a dagger fall. That's a dagger fall.
Okay.
That's a very good curse bearer. Doesn't matter the chain match. Great shock rock. But you're also killing him on top. Can top kill? I think top cannot kill because the Jing. Yeah, there we go.
He's done it. He's held on somehow. Renzo has held on. Now he's got the bridges. The Tombstone's charging. Memfisto's low HP. Can't use the blood anymore.
He needs something to get on the bottom bridge. It needs to be. It's like because it leaves, I guess. The other guys die. Do the other guys die? Succubus leaves the first hit of the Tranquil, which is fantastic because you still.
The Succubus survives. The Assassin helped it out.
And you see, now starting for the dagger falling the blood teams is good, and like Memfisto can no longer play the blood teams. That's how you see the difference. Memfisto can no longer play those blood teams. Renzo is even affording to play the sniper on the bridge, straight on the bridge, like he's gonna get one hit, but that's all I need from him. Assassin a bit on the back. I don't know.
The blood imps are his main generator for night.
Is that Tranquil gonna rest? The Tranquil rest.
Tranquil's res isn't gonna heal.
This rest, that's huge. That's so huge. A free Tranquil on this stage of the game is huge. That's a dagger falls there. No, you don't need.
Yeah, it looked like Renzo had this, but Memfisto fighting back.
He still has it because Memfisto is fighting back a lot. But Renzo has a very big advantage at this stage.
The chain kills everything. Monkey trying to heal.
Two things to keep in mind. Memfisto stopped playing Rock Rivals and stopped playing Blood Imps, and now he plays the Rock Rivals because he really needs to defend because he can't take any extra damage. But you see, he's gonna die now. He has no way of defending the Prowler. The Prowler's on the face. Jing defends very nicely. He's hanging on. Hanging on. He's taking. The bot is saved by a Tranquil and topped by the other guy. That chain's not gonna do enough. And there he goes on bot. No, he still managed to do something. He's hanging on so well.
42
HP.
He's
literally fighting on with every single thing he can do.
Likely to die to a spell very soon.
He's gonna die to a spell, but he's hanging on so beautifully. He has no use on the field. He has no mana.
There it is.
Wow.
Renzo
closing it in. That was so not wow. That
late
was
game.
So good.
Mordor.
So good.
Is insane.
Memfisto was this close, like managed to closing it out, but like that mana frenzy first. Wow. And like the fact that again, it's a Mordor against a King Puff. Mordor was gonna have that. What? Dude, that was sick. Because it's the thing on Mana Frenzy versus Mana Frenzy. King Buff third perk doesn't exist if you don't have units on your bridge, but Mordor third perk exists a lot, even if you don't have bridges, like a lot. You can literally throw something to the bridge to die just to get red with haste and spirit. That wow. That was so good. That was so good.
That's the game of the day so far, and likely, it's like I would be very surprised if that gets bettered in any way, shape, or form. Wow. That bounty sniper that Renzo
I hope against all those. I hope against all those odds of that being beaten. Like it still somehow does.
It's so hard that the Rock Rivals against Mordor now. Like, just giving that statue. When that statue comes back with haste and spirit, what are you gonna do?
What can you do?
Okay, that was a great game. Really
especially
good game.
because he has a succubus, like succubus behind a statue like that. It's really good.
Both players defended so well because there was a lot of periods of the game where they were very low on HP. We felt that Renzo not playing the tombstone in the middle was a mistake, but ultimately he was able to just survive. And that bounty sniper he put on his face that killed that blue golem was just nonsense.
greed there. Like, he was like, I need all the XP. Anyway, I think in the middle of the game he was struggling a bit because he was racing stun lancers. That's really not the race you want, but he still managed to go back. But now here we are, 2-0. Final match, final of this round. Diona versus APAP. What is gonna be?
Anyone's guess. Right, we've got looks like an Outlander-based APAP. I mean, both players have got some decent ranged units. More range for Renzo for sure.
Not getting the walking bandit on bridge there is kind of. Stun lancers handle bot. Yeah. You could also have gone plasmas after all those hits that Zul took.
Burning.
If Memfisto plays anything extra on that top pocket, or like if Memfisto tries to build the push around the top pocket. Okay, it's taunt trap. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, that was so good.
He doesn't want to lose that reboot.
That's a beam.
It's a beam, but he's decided against it, so he's gonna have to deal with it in a different way. And that is the power of the impetus. And I feel like against top players like Memfisto, you've got to just be aware that they may have those tools. Okay, so
also keep in mind there's a reboomer on face. This is gonna be so much damage.
Remember, he could have beamed everything. He kind of greeded it, and now he's getting punished. Reboomers, oh god. With the run! Ah!
That was a green turn moment. That reboomer there,
oh
wow.
my god. Goodness me. Right, Renzo taking a lot of damage, and he's behind on XP as well, so not a great start. He has to adjust now. He has to think, well, I know that Memfisto's got the impetus, so let's not allow that situation to arise again. Right.
And talking about that, look at these aimbot being impetus into the reboomer. Yep.
Yep. Oh, he got unlucky there with the way. Oh, wait, no, okay. Did you see the way the
trap? Oh, that trap!
Did you see the way the reboomer spawned? Because of the fact units can't spawn on bridges, it like popped back and it looked like.
Oh, is that what it was?
Yeah.
That was a respawn. That should be allowed on the bridge. But
Yeah. That's got to be a bug.
Renzo is just like doing.
But it almost screwed him over. Like it looked like it popped back and it was going to then get shut down. Right, Renzo.
Does that mean it could also have gone to the other way?
I don't know. I don't know if it. Because I don't know if it was like whichever's closest or if it always goes backwards. Who knows?
I think it goes backward at least, hopefully.
Like it was pretty far forward, I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
That's a nice trap.
Renzo's done really well in this series so far, but struggling in this game. Really powerful.
He's coming back now. He's coming back now. Like not coming back. But sorry, I'll rephrase it. He's managed to get a steady feed. Beam bot, for God's sake. You have no ways of handling that.
Yeah.
That helps, but
that's it. Okay.
If you're beaming, you don't need the trap.
Yeah, you just gotta commit, right?
It's like now you would use trap top and then just play the swarmers, and you would take less damage, and you would manage to kill everything there.
Okay. Maybe he's stabilizing. Gets a heal from Ruffles.
Stabilizing, yes, thank you.
He's not gonna be too terrified now. From
That's a drone walker. Don't play Dane. No, don't play Dane. But I know that's I know that's a Duel, but you need to play the other one. Defensive chopper in the middle to defend all that.
If you've got the aimbot and the drone walker, and you know it's going to get spelled, you've got to play the drone walker first to try to bait out that spell, right? You either bait out the spell or they don't spell it and you get.
Oh, that was a free skeleton horde. It's such a good thing to get on this push because it's just gonna give that pressure on the two lanes. That's a beam. That's a beam. Oh, dude, you gotta be faster with those beams. That's a dual defense though.
Cleaver on face. What is happening?
He needs to play the. He was forced into the stun lancers now to that extra mana. And if that reboomer does anything.
Reboomer's not close enough to face.
Taunt trap bottom. Taunt trap bottom.
Memfisto burning a little bit. HP feels like Memfisto's in control, but it is.
Memfisto is BM.
It's pretty close.
That's some health. Nice getting some health back. He really needs some health.
Yep.
That Infray, he got the free Infray. The Infray is so strong. Is Infray one of the cards that's getting buffed? I hope so. Infray really needs a buff. A nerf.
Wait, I don't think so.
Nerf. Yeah.
The only thing I think that she needs is, I don't know. At least she needs her wild cards removed.
There, that's a beam. I think he gave up, or he doesn't know what to do. He probably doesn't know what to do.
Infray's going to be on face as well.
I definitely think her piercing shot needs a nerf.
Yeah, I think. Did we talk about this before about not like reducing the range or something? Who was I talking to? I don't know.
Maybe it was me. I don't trust my memory that much. That was nice, man. Just leave that. And look at the XP gap. It was 20. Now it's like 15.
Yeah, it's
and
close.
he can do walking blind before. No, he cannot do walk. Oh, he can because
Ruffles getting some XP as well.
Nice, Ruffles. Go, Ruffles. That's a taunt trap, and then taunt trap, taunt trap, taunt trap. Taunt trap first, because you need the DPS from the Swarmers.
Yeah, he's got to watch out for the Reboomer as well. But you got to watch out for the Reboomer. Okay, the Reboomer lives and dies. Ruffles goes... Ruffles lives!
That's on face.
Okay, Ruffles lives somehow there. Holy sh... What is happening?
Dude, with how behind he was in the beginning, the fact that he's coming back like this really makes me think that if he had played just slightly better in the beginning, he would have managed to come back from this game. Like, to have at least, like, have a real good advantage here.
Oh, Ruffles gets shut down by the impetus.
That's Vulture, yeah, no, that's not what you need to play. Yeah,
you can't play that defensively when you're behind on XP like this.
Walking blind date, walking blind date.
Okay. That's not what you want. Ah!
Well, it's
Spirit
a body, it's a body. At this point, it's a body,
he's
gonna... Don't trap top bridge. No, that way the Drone Walker dies.
Is it gonna be a Reboomer killing blow? Not yet.
No, it's gonna be a Duel. Duel is on face, who's gonna
Cleaver!
Kill. That was still a very good game. Like, wow. Like, okay. No, really, like, with Renzo, with how behind he got in the beginning, clearly that was the moment, like, those panic plays, like, you do a lot of panic plays and push in a really bad position, having the fortitude to be like, stop.
Yeah.
Take a deep breath.
Like that
we got
Jolo
this.
that was just
and
too late and the
to do all of that,
him.
Like, okay, you never get the fortitude to get back to good enough of a shape of, like, acing everything, but like, he needed to be acing some stuff that he clearly was, like, too pressured to do, but still, how close the XP was and how he managed to do that was fantastic.
Very well played to both players. A great set there. That we saw the first semi-final, which was quite straightforward. Dark Crow beating Westlin by 3-0, but that second semi-final, Memfisto just coming out 3-2 against Renzo. One of the games of the tournament, or recent tournaments for sure. That game number 4. Wow, I think Renzo can be really proud of himself. He did a great job. But what that means now is we're going to have our grand final, which is going to be Dark Crow against Memfisto. Both.
We've had this final before, right?
Both players have won one each of the last 2 events. So this is going to go down to the wire. Dark Crow waiting in the wind, sure he was watching, seeing what was going on, trying to figure out what he wants to play, what he wants to ban. It's almost time to see what happens. So let's get set up here for our grand final.
Oof, I'm still like a bit shaken. That was such
a great set, right?
A series of like good match after good match after good match.
Are we going to get another one? Let's find out. Right, so we're going to have Dark Crow against Memfisto, grand final, best of 5. When we know the bans, you'll know the bans. Let's just check in with the admin. Okay. Right. Quite the semi-final. Can we follow it up with quite the final? We're about to find out. Okay. Okay, so if you just joined us, it's almost grand final time. It's Team Mana Frenzy and BetaDwarf's Knights Duel number 23. Thanks to those guys for supporting it. Thanks for you guys joining us. Thanks for the participants, the commentators, the admin. Everyone's doing a swell job, but it's not quite over yet. Renzo, you did great. And of course, you can learn if things didn't go quite so well. If you think you threw some stuff, you made some mistakes, you can learn from them, right? You can try to just do just a little bit better next time, right? Just watch the replay, watch the VOD, see what we thought, see what you did. Come back stronger.
Come back stronger.
Right. We've got the bands in for the grand final.
We do.
So we're going to go
Over
Dark Row first, yeah.
So Dark Row banned Wrecked, what a surprise, Cage Sprawler, and Reboomer against Memfisto. So we've talked about most of these things right now. The Reboomer is the first time we see him being banned right now on this tournament, at least. But after the performance we saw and the value we saw Memfisto get out of the Reboomer, I think it's very justified. And then Memfisto, we go Memfisto now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Memfisto banned Wrecked, Ave, and Cage Sprawler, which very standard bans. It's what we've talked about. Funny how Ave, like, it's really banned again, and we've not even seen it once. Cage Sprawler, we've talked about it before, and Wrecked as well. So basically, both players ban Wrecked and Cage Sprawler, and then we have a difference between Avea and Reboomer. Interesting how Memfisto has Avea available, so I wonder if he's gonna play it.
We'll find out. It's definitely a strong strat for sure. Even though she can no longer shield air units, which, you know, it's not really relevant for the air units, but it's relevant for her quest progression. Makes it more difficult to trigger her. So that needs to be considered. You need to change your decks a little bit with playing her. So there we go. So that's everything set up. So Dark Row versus Memfisto. Wrecked banned from both sides. No Wrecked in this grand final, but everything else is ready to go. There's a prediction up. Tangelizer, thanks for that. Get your bets in. We'll see if we can keep an eye on what's going on with that. We'll do some giveaways at the end, so make sure you get in that. Check the pinned comment for instructions.
I find it very interesting how... So the prediction was super in Memfisto's favor, like 1,000 in Memfisto and then 10 on Dark Row. Someone was like, just sure, one in Dark Row. And then someone was like, what? Dark Row is not the favorite. No. 70,000 on Dark Row, like, bam!
Right, I'll be right back.
Wow. All right, guys, another card. Pick a card, guys. Pick a card. I'm saying this now, but like no one's picking a card. No one's picking a card. Shall I pick a card? Let's see. What cards have we seen do and perform a lot better than expected? All cards are performing really good. I'm trying to think I could do this match were really so amazing. I guess I can talk a bit about the ATG and the aimbot and the drone walker. So right now I think drone walker is in a very stable position. We need more backlines doing stuff, and if we think about 4-man drops that deal decent damage as backliners with some range and so on, we have like drone walker and drone buzzers, because otherwise we have like Chisma, but Chisma is irregular damage, and then we have Infray. Infray is the crystal, goes the straight line, targets on units. Well, it's like Infray would definitely be better than drone walker, but like if you're gonna go for something with tech, drone walker is an opportunity. We have Net Blaster. Net Blaster is honestly a card that I think is somewhat underrated, but the problem I would say that his attack cooldown is so long, like 5 seconds before he does any other attack, so that's a long time. But like you can really do a lot with him. He still deals 50 damage, and it's like in an AoE area, and it's air and ground. But yeah, and then I don't think we have any other thing that can be considered. No, lie. We have other things. We have the shield crossbow dudes, and we have the war dancers. That's about it. But yeah, like 4 drops that is really nice. And of course, if you're playing the drone walker, you can get attack to get the aimbot boosted. And as Fish also mentioned before, like if you have the 2 of them and you know the opponent has a spell for them, you can play one to bait the spell, and then you play the better one. But yeah, sounds good, right, Fish? Welcome back.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so most of the channel points going on Dark Row, but people, the number of people betting is the same for either player. Just people are more prepared to put their channel points
We
where their
see
mouths
someone,
are.
Satan Worship saying, I think I skewed the betting. So I have a feeling we know who put lots of points here.
Seems like it. Okay, right. Someone else
Can
went
see
for
the top
Memfisto.
voter, right? Yeah. Satan Worship with 70. You know, Satan, that's fine. You know what? If that's what we're doing, if we are betting like this, there we go. 70,000 on Memfisto.
Oh wow.
We need to tie this up a bit.
Things leveled up. Okay,
Things
so we're
leveled up.
ready to go. We're just waiting on the players to be ready. They are preparing. Right, who's your money on?
I mean, I just put 70k on Memfisto, so I think I'm gonna go with Memfisto.
It's going to be a good one for sure. I don't know. I think I'm going to go for Dark Crow on this one, but we'll see. Memfisto, of course, the reigning champion. Can he do it? Can he do back to back?
I have really mixed feelings because we saw Memfisto right now do something like in these matches on the finals, like the semifinals, do something really hard. Like he was constantly playing, he was playing really well. He showed a great mastery on a broad amount of strategies and decks. So you're like, what do I bet in specific? Like I cannot target all decks. But there's on the other side also Dark Crow that came in like sweeping, like, yeah, I have some big guns. Is it now the time? Ching ching, pam pam. So of course for one side you have a huge display of mastery we just saw from Memfisto, and from the other side we have a huge amount of confidence we saw displayed from Dark Crow, and it's hard to balance the two of them.
Yep, Diesel, we are on a delayed stream, 3 minutes delay just to keep everything above board. So it makes chat interaction a little different, but it's all worth it, believe me. Right. Dark Crow and Memfisto. They are waiting in the wings.
In the wings.
If you're new to the stream, if you're new to the community, if you haven't tried Minion Masters yet, go try it. It's free. This game is super free, and it's super free to play, friendly. It's available on Steam and Xbox. And of course, BetaDwarf, the developer, have partnered with Netflix to bring the game to mobile. It's going to be part of Netflix gaming by the end of the year. It's going to be on Android and iOS. And of course, we're going to get a 2.0 upgrade for Steam and Xbox. But that's in the future. Let's talk about what's happening now. It's grand final time. Here we go. Right, Dark Crow, Stormbringer, Memfisto, Apep.
So this looks like some sort of Outlander Apep, right?
Outlander Apep, Crystal Bringer.
Oh. Oh, wait, why? Okay. So they had value, I guess. So 3 mana on that, plus 3 mana on that, plus 3 mana on that. You played 9 mana, they played 8, which even virtually becomes 6.
Yep,
but you keep the bridges for a long period of time.
Unfortunately, his tank is behind the DPS at the top, kind of awkward. So not a great start for Dark Crow. Those
Azog, really nice to see Azog. It's a card we rarely see be that used. But Memfisto has been using it, which is really interesting.
He wants to use the boomer on Azog, but he knows if he puts it down, Azog's just going to jump and kill it. So he's...
And now he's also going to jump there.
Yep. Oh, and he kills one of them, though.
He's going to jump on top. He's going to jump up top. Look, jumped up top. Kill the Infray!
No, decided not to. Right.
3 mana to kill an Infray.
Big start from Memfisto XP-wise. Doing face damage as well. Cleaver on Blood Imps. Scary. Boomer at the top.
That screaming scratch should stop the Boomer. Or the Impetus.
Okay, Impetus.
And I guess Impetus was better because it split the two of them. Now with that you can get the aggro out of the Cleaver. And that was good, not just because it got the aggro out, but because it also used the piercing shot.
Yep. And it saved the Cleaver, so the Cleaver got another hit off. Dark Crow's taking massive face damage. Like, what does he do here? Like, the longer the game goes on, the better it gets for him, but it doesn't look like he's going to survive there. Oh, he's going face! He killed it in the pocket!
Yeah, he was fully going face and ended up now he's going to jump again. Oh,
yeah, that was just kind of lucky, but this is going to be over. Memfisto!
Yeah, I guess Dark Crow was like, shall I show you the vegans? And then Memfisto is like, Charlie, see mine? Boom! Like the Dark Road is coming like with some very very big guns, and then Memphis is just like with a rocket launcher, like let's go! Boom!
Wow.
Just sweep. Both players with wait. Had we seen this deck from? We had seen this deck from Dark Row. We had not yet seen this deck from Memfisto. Sorry, no, the other way around. Apologize, everyone. We had seen this deck from Memphis. We had not yet seen this deck from Dark Row, and I don't know if we're gonna see this deck again from Dark Row, but well, there it is. Crystal Bringer.
Yeah, those Stormbringer decks like that, the longer the game goes on, the stronger they get with the extra range and stuff. But early game, if you can get on top of them, that's how you beat them. And Azog just so much value, jumping around against all those little units, getting behind the tanks, clearing them. And yeah, really, really well played for Memfisto there in the opening game.
Fully agree. Oof, okay.
Like sometimes, like you'll load into that match and you'll see your opponent is Stormbringer and you'll know straight away, like aggro. You got to put pressure on. And as soon as he put down those dormant defenders, it was from that moment on. He was just Memfisto was just on it. Right.
Now this is interesting. I was hoping the players would take a bit longer. Like Dark, like okay, I need to think a bit, but no, we're jumping right back into it. Literally, the first match is starting now on stream, and they are running. So literally 3 minutes from the start of the other match. Oh, now on stream I see that Dark Row pinged wrong on his Crystal Constructs. I see.
Yeah. Okay.
That was a mistake.
Right, we're going to see the power of the Growth Burst Shrooms potentially here. The Jing Juggle. Right, takes a hit, but doesn't knock one of the brothers off, so full DPS still available from the Ting Tang Tong.
I'm curious about this Mordor deck. It's a Mordor with a lot of units that you usually don't want to rest, like the Jade Slingers, the Jing. Like Dark Row is gonna need to be doing some good gymnastics here about how to do that.
Right.
Yeah, there's some Shen Shock Stick, yeah. This sort of deck was screaming Shen Shock Stick. That was very good.
Okay. Rock Rivals.
That was very good. I like that Rock Rivals, but that's
Tombstones charge in. Got to be careful with that puff though. He doesn't want to res the puff. Doesn't want to res the puff.
The puff doesn't get res.
Oh no, that's right. They changed it. Thank you. Right. Okay, but that's okay. He's got a Golem res, so he'll be fairly happy with that. But that statue's still healthy. But of course, the Golem reses without, even if it was that Golem, it reses without taunt, so the statue would just ignore it. Here comes the hill.
Oh, the growth versus Shroom. Yep, the hill and the giant growth.
Yep, the rampant growth really valuable in that situation. It's going to consume all of those mushrooms, heal and apply the growth. So suddenly that Golem needs dealing with. XP is very strong at the moment.
That's cool. Okay, yeah, there we go. The shielded units. Because otherwise those Zealots were going to take a lot. Oh, wow. The Golem hit all the wrong units. That's so sad. Having full Zealots there.
That's really aggressive.
And the Walking Bandit is doing a lot. The Memfisto is doing a lot here. He got Bouncing Berries, which might not look like good, but it's good because it's gonna kill the Jinx, so like it limits the defensive possibilities.
I don't know why he played that so far forward.
And now that's gonna take a lot of damage as well. Mordor is not... Dude, that was huge. Okay, so that Zealot should be dead, but Valorian healed the Zealot just before Mordor did one last hit. So that means the Zealot leaves, and if the Zealot leaves, the Zealot kills the Golem, so the Golem... Wow! There's the Shen Shock. Well, the Shen Shock Stick should be reserved always for this. Like, he needs that kind.
It just seemed weird how Dark Crow played that, because he's got the Jing support, but he played the Golem so far forward on the bridge that the Jing can't really stun much.
Yeah.
And the Golem just melted.
I think he was hoping on a Tombstone or something, but it's definitely not ideal.
Yeah,
there's the beam that he was not aware of. That's
like, you almost want a black hole in this, right?
Yeah, and here Mordor. Black hole is awesome in Mordor. I don't think Dark Row is going to win this one. Like, matchup-wise, it really looks like a...
He's got to hang on. We saw late game from Renzo how strong it can be.
Well, completely different decks, though.
Yeah, of course, but just generic Mordor strength. Here's a good res, though. No.
No. It's like, in Renzo's case, like, Memfisto was the one playing Rock Rivals. And in this case, Dark was playing Rock Rivals, and when you are behind, being forced to play Rock Rivals is not good. You see, that's the thing I was saying. Right now, I don't think Rock Rivals is a card you want to be forced to play, and if you are, the game's not going well for you. And Darkrow is gonna be forced to play Rock Rivals a lot. It's like here.
Here we go, as the game speeds up. Some more of these big golems that can come out, and the pressure he can put on. But of course, Memfisto is racing towards Mana Frenzy. That's his win condition. Although Darkrow has taken a lot of face damage, but let's see how that pans out.
I think Memfisto can definitely close out and kill Darkrow first.
Oh, the
GG.
That is so unlike Darkrow. Like, you very, very rarely see Darkrow make a misplay.
Yeah. No, it's... you cannot afford those situations.
Bless you.
Wait, I bet on Memfisto, right? One more to go, right?
Come on, Darkrow. Do it for the fish.
Yeah, the Darkrow is actually doing this on purpose, so he can reverse sweep us now. You know, like the finesse of just like, you good? My turn. Thank you very much.
I feel like we've seen so much top level play from Darkrow that just didn't feel like his normal level. Just didn't feel.
It's something that happens sometimes. Like you save some specific decks so that they are a surprise and they are good and so on. But if you are saving, it usually means you have less playing with them, and then they actually end up less polished than some other decks you have. That's some sort of thing that can happen. Not like good, but it can happen. Man, just now seeing how no health Zealot managed to kill full health Rock Rivals is so threatening. Like if that didn't happen, I think Darkrow could have managed to come back on that point. But yeah.
Okay, so Memfisto 2-0 up in this grand final, best of 5. So it is match point for Memfisto. If he takes the next game, he can close it out. Darkrow, are we going to have a reverse sweep? We've seen it before.
We've seen it before. And Darkrow is definitely a player that can do the reverse sweep. The thing is, so this deck, Darkrow was playing something similar with this, I think, before, with the rampant growth and deep freeze. But it was in the last tournament I cast, so like we were talking about a real long time ago, and it was with I think it was different master. I know it was a really good deck, but yeah, not sure how it. What we can say about that performance.
I've seen that, yeah. I don't know if that was before Rock Rivals was changed or not. But yeah, the problem with the Rock Rivals is your golem,
it was.
Your golem always dies so fast. Like you've got to preemptively get that tombstone down. You can't really Rock Rivals on the bridge and then put your tombstone down. It's likely to be too late.
Yeah, precisely.
Okay, Memfisto will be wanting to get straight into the next game, try to close this out. Darkrow thinking about what he can do to try to change things. Memfisto in the menu, Darkrow deck building. Maybe making some last minute changes, maybe trying to adapt, maybe switching decks. We'll find out. But, I think that deck was okay. I just don't think he played it quite as well as he would have liked.
Agree. I was thinking of if there's anything else I wanted to add, but sometimes it's just no words needed.
Okay, so Memfisto in the menu, Darkrow in the menu. We should be seconds away. Not looking good for Satan's points. Rip. Right,
and
here we go.
In.
This could be the last game, or it could be the start.
Match point, right?
Of a fight back, yes, indeed.
Here we go, Memfisto with Ratbow, the Ratbow I believe we've seen before, and Darkrow with Tjaenig. Match-wise, I guess Tjaenig has the advantage of being able to block the deck up with the traps.
Yep,
and also the fact that the crossbow trap can just kill all the scraps very quickly with attack speed.
Right.
That's not something he wants to get. Wait, it might be. It might be.
No. Yes, but no.
No. Hey, he got to the Annihilator behind, which is good.
Yeah. Let's try and put some pressure on Jolo trying to squeeze onto the bridge, but that don't work no more, my friend. Right, chain lightning,
But
so he's going for the pressure.
We know we are still always gonna play it as if it works, right?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it works. I don't know which and what and why and who.
I think the situation is works when you kind of play a horde, and basically what happened is that the units on the horde kind of push themselves into it when they are going to attack.
Yeah.
So
They need to be kind of wrestling between themselves when their summoning sickness is over.
yep.
Okay, so Memfisto taking a big amount of damage to start with.
To make up for its lead, basically. And I would say he plays Zealots on his face now and then splits back.
Nice support for the trap. Gonna get shut down though. Shield,
Curse
armor of
Bearer.
light's gonna really help. Oh, Chisma! Boom! Everything's dead.
Good thing he didn't play that Curse Bearer. But now you
Chisma
need to play it.
Beard back, of course, but Chisma comes again. Does he try to save it? It's going to be very difficult for him to save it based on what he has in his hand right now. Oh, he's unlucky. He tried to. He tried to, just didn't quite have what is available. But again, Memfisto taking a lot of base damage.
Memfisto could have played his Elite Swarmer earlier to get on the bridge, and this fight happened on a neutral bridge. That would have been good for him.
Daka available now, so let's see if Dark Crow can stop it. He's got the bats, which are pretty good at
yeah, exactly.
tanking that. He's probably gonna play it. He's gonna try.
Deca that, just Deca that.
Ruffles. Okay. It's kind of tricky though at the top level because both players know about the Deca. Both players know that it's probably going to get blocked, so you don't want to waste it. Sometimes you just hold it until you can guarantee the value.
Well, bets are out now, so honestly,
Yeah.
I think he goes Jolo bot, then he plays the Frost Feather Flyby, and that's where the Frost Feather Flyby.
Tried it, but it's just really awkward with those Diona traps. Yeah, he goes for one. Not the value he wants.
But could it be the value he needs?
Memfisto is pretty low on HP, so he can't just keep this going.
Yeah.
Oh,
and
there's a
Dark
mistake
Crow
in the
also.
pocket there. Chain lightning hits nothing.
The
Chain
change
lightning
on
with
the range.
slight range change. That could be important because he missed out on face damage at that point, but he's got to try to clear this
It needs to
big
that vulture, yeah.
health.
The problem for Memfisto here, I think, right now is that he's in a situation where Dark Crow is about to hit third party. He managed to get it first, he sacrificed health for it, but Dark Crow, you gotta impede is the bridge.
Big beam! Big beam! Oh, Memfisto
see,
dies
what I was
here,
saying.
right?
Yeah, Dark Crow can't just do this off playing the traps on face.
The comeback may have begun. There's the chain, and remember, he would be dead if the other chain hadn't missed. It didn't ultimately make any difference, but sometimes those tiny mistakes can come back and haunt you. Right, Dark Crow, the fight back has begun.
Maybe I jinxed it when I claimed Satan's points.
Maybe. That's what happens when you start trying to flaunt someone else's misfortune. Karma, baby.
I mean, what can I do with all these points?
Something amazing. Okay, has the comeback begun? Or is Dark Crow delaying the inevitable? We don't know. But we're going to find out, as always, together.
Fish, just a note, with 100,000 points that I'm gonna get from this bet, I can make you play my deck 10 times.
What? It doesn't say 10 times. Oh, you mean you can do it 10 times?
No,
oh, right.
10,000 and I can do it 10 times.
It's going to be a good deck, right?
What's my favorite card?
The Scrat Launcher.
Nice. Or maybe I'll just make a deck that goes against your values, and you have to play something you super hate. You still super hate City Watch, right?
Pretty much. Now.
No.
Moving on. We've seen Ratbo quite a lot today, and he's done pretty damn well.
The guy's good. You see, I think he's stable, and he has a clear advantage. Sorry, he has a clear weakness and a clear advantage, which differ depending on 1v1 and 2v2. In 1v1, I would say his weakness is the fact that the wind up of the attack it's really slow, and but you control when the scratch spawn. Like there's one player that might need to wait a bit before playing something. However, in 2v2, the attack is not that much of a letdown because your teammate can compensate for it with his master attack. But you guys as a team might be in a situation where you need to let your opponent's units come in, and that might not work if you are always playing scrats.
Ratbo's Poke 2 is just one of those, it's either incredible or just really underwhelming. It's not just not really a reliable perk, you know? Like in that last game, it was impossible for him to land that Dagger on anything worth it.
All will love me and despair.
That's why we are now on the, again, match point. 2 to Memfisto, 1 win to Darkrow. Memfisto is playing Millowin, and Darkrow is playing Morelia. Let's see how this goes.
Right. Ardent Argis, ready to bait the spell. Here comes the...
That
okay.
I just was so countered, and the Bannerman included.
Yeah.
That was such a good way of handling that.
Yeah, the Bear Avalanche really good the way it does its tick damage, so it doesn't really care about shields too much.
And basically that allowed the Rocket Scrat to just pop off.
Okay, big XP lead to start with.
Now here's the thing, would
Memfisto.
you bet? Yeah, okay. Good thing. Bet. Yep, there's the spirit we talked about.
Can he shut down the wolves? Because those wolves are strong. He does...
Nope, he cannot.
He does have a chain lightning, so if he pays attention
Oh, the Curse Bear is really good there, though. The Curse Bear was really good to get it out of the walking.
Cleaver. Okay, the Cleaver hits a shield, so not much value. The Rocket Scrat helps, but the Cleaver goes down, and we're really seeing the power of the Shield God of Light today.
Yep.
It is.
Darkrow still has that wolf on face, he just ignored. The wolf, we
Yeah,
can
that's
see
what
the
I'm saying,
damage
look
the
at
wolf
that.
dealt.
It's 1,000
The wolf
damage.
dealt a lot of damage, but like by ignoring it, Darkrow managed to get a
Seems
really
balanced.
solid vision as well. That is not where he wanted the spirit to go. I think he was a bit greedy with that spirit.
Right, here we go again, but he knows that he's just gonna... He's got spells for it.
I don't think I would play Ardent Ages when I know my opponent has Bear Avalanche.
If you're redeeming Dwarf Packs for channel points, don't worry, we'll deal with them later. They won't get forgotten. Probably. Right, there we go again. Spirit drops on the Shield Guard. He's a thick boy. These are wolves. He might try to chain lightning these to deny the wolves. Too late. I would have liked to
And
see
now he
next.
just gave the other one. Yeah, wow, so low health. He also low health. That's a good Bear Avalanche, but yeah. I don't know why. The matches. I need to see something that's gonna scare me. Like, Darkrow wins this match as well, and I'm gonna be scared for my channel points.
Okay, so really solid for XP for Memfisto at the moment. And if he wins this, he takes the tournament.
I think he's gonna do it. Like the
Cleaver.
next lead he has, it's
Okay.
big enough.
Nice.
And I don't think Darkrow has the tools to handle the
Yeah,
handle
the
Memphisto's deck.
Bear Avalanche just murders his whole strat, basically. Right?
And even if not, look, like he just managed to do it. That's good. So no Bear Avalanche. What's he gonna do?
Again, there's the wolves.
And like Ardera is really bad against the wolves because her attack.
Oh,
is too-
Chisma denies one wolf. Okay, hello. This is if Darkrow gets perk 3, gets the
Bannerman
dragon.
denies the rock scratch. That was good.
Chisma doing Chisma thing.
But Chisma killed the scratch there as well. This was a big amount of damage.
Still a long
That
way behind.
Chisma.
Chisma's still
came
going.
from a
It's
walking blind
enraged
date,
as
right?
well. Yeah, how do you get rage? Probably from Ardera.
Yeah, Ardera dying.
There's the wolves.
And that's bad because
Yep. Triggers double wolves.
no, don't do use Bear Avalanche on that. You saw how you need to use Bear. Yeah, exactly.
Trying to do it. He wants to block it. Didn't block it. Right.
No, not yet.
Perk 3.
The thing is, Memfisto is now in a range where it's like you, if possible, you really should avoid playing the Blood
Oh, that
Imps.
chain's kind of awful.
There we go, Bear Avalanche
Bear Avalanche.
going top.
Right. Niavir's available.
Wolves going top. Wolves. Wolves top lane. No.
I used to be a werewolf,
sending
but I'm
them
okay now. And I feel like I'd almost smite that at the bottom to deny those wolves.
I guess he doesn't care about the wolves against his dragon. Like, near view is gonna take lots of damage, yes, but at least
Look at
defense it.
He's so far behind on XP. Look at this!
Near
Look
view,
at this!
ooh.
I'm telling you, the smite was the answer there.
Will it also kill the golem? Man, these sequels are annoying. No.
Right, where's the spellbook? Spellbook's in 6 seconds. Needs a spirit on that dragon, really, to keep his
He
hope alive.
cannot afford to. He's still gonna do spirits. That's the way this deck goes. So he's still gonna do it, but
He's got to do it soon. Oh, next one's coming in on the dragon. No, okay, no.
he
That
just
could have
needs to
changed a
wait
lot
1
because that
second. Yeah.
it's raged,
And now the dragon has rage.
but it's also dead.
Did the cleaver die though? The cleaver died. That's also somewhat big. Dude, in terms of damage and pressure, Dark Crow is doing something. We need to keep in mind, Memfisto has been healing a good amount. But yeah, as we know, like Memfisto right now has one of the best, if not the best, support range unit in the game as a third perk, and Dark Crow has nothing as a third perk. So
Yeah,
I would say,
Mana Frenzy for Memfisto.
and Memfisto coming from Memfisto.
Memfisto is closing this game out. Memfisto is going to be our champion. Going to be 2
Can Dark Crow
tournaments.
pull out some sort of miracle? A
In
wolf
a
for Dark
row.
Crow.
It's a very unlikely. We got a heal buff popping away at the top for Memfisto. The dragon, he needed the spirit on the dragon. Probably still wouldn't have been enough. Here comes the cleaver. Dark Crow doing everything he can, but he just doesn't have the tools, or more that his opponent just has the tools to counter his strat. He's not giving up.
It's like the last seconds doing well that fight. You're like, yeah, I'm gonna do it. I can somehow pull out a miracle here. Not giving up, like that's the sort of attitude you gotta have. If you
There's
want
the smite to
win.
deny the wolves, but there's a cleaver on face. Like he just hasn't got.
The backline units get. This is game. Memfisto has won.
Memfisto is the champion. Hey, Memfisto takes the tournament, the grand final by 3-1. The dragon just not being able to impact enough. And Milloween just too strong in the end there. Okay. Right. Completing my notes. Okay, Memfisto. Very
Let me
well
get
done.
him here. I have questions for him.
Yes, of course. What have I done? I clicked the wrong thing. Hold on. There we go. Right. Okay, so that just didn't work out. The Bearvalanche really just shut down his old strat, really. The Ardent Argus was just... Like, what do you do in that situation? Do you just stop playing it? Because it's just getting countered every time? Like, you gotta wait until he plays the Bearvalanche somewhere else, and then try to get value out of it? I don't know. Just...
That's a good question.
It was like every time he did it, it was just getting destroyed.
Not just that. I think the wolves also a lot. Like you needed to be smiting those.
Right. Okay. Dark Crow is the runner-up, and Memfisto is the victor.
The champion.
The champion again. Right. Let's see if Memfisto would like to say hi.
Come say hi, ma'am.
Yeah, I don't like the way that Dark Crow played his dragon, knowing that he was going to trigger those werewolves. And
I don't like the way Dark Crow played his deck.
Those werewolves, for want of a better
think he
word, they
played
fuck.
his deck much better before. Like, really, Smite was almost a dead card in his hand the whole game. That was a situation where he was forced to play a naked Bannerman because his other cards were Smite, the Ardent Aegis, and then something else I don't recall. But
the Smite should have been good at denying the wolves, though. That would have been great use for him, but we only saw it right at the end when it was just too late. Okay. Right, we're trying to get Memfisto in for a little chin wag. Right, if you just joined us, you just missed almost everything. This was GG Tour's Nice Duel number 23. Not GG Tour. This is Team Mana Frenzy and BetaDwarf. And Memfisto is the champion. We have these monthly events, so if you enjoyed watching it, maybe next time you could be on the screen. Not commentating, but playing. It's available for everyone. Right, once Memfisto is joined, we will get...
He's gonna join? He's gonna join? Yes, I like it. Let's do this. Ta-na-na-na-na, ta-na-na-na-na, ta-na-na-na-na-na.
Right.
Time to close out the pool, like to give out the rewards of the pool, right? Yeah!
Mm-hmm. Right. Okay. You're such a shit.
But no, I'm a maybe.
Yeah.
when he's tries to justify yourself and you're like, let's avoid lying.
Okay, right. Don't forget you need to unmute yourself in Discord to talk to.
No, I already. I wasn't muted the whole time. Like when you said, "No, I don't care
Whoa,
about
I was just
that."
making sure.
Yeah.
Make
So
sure
like, I'm muted on my end. If you wanna be muted or whatever, like fine. I'm not gonna stop.
Okay, Memfisto should be joining us. Hey, Memfisto.
Hello, congratulations.
Hold on, Defogo, you're way too loud. Give me a moment.
That's not.
Not a
I get that
surprise.
reaction more. I get that reaction more often than maybe people would think.
Alright, this should be now better.
Okay, well done, Memfisto.
Congratulations!
Oh my god. You are the champion again. That's 2 in a row. How do you feel?
Feels nice, I guess. Yeah, I don't think I've ever won 2 in a row like this.
Good. Okay, so talk us through, if you will, how did that grand final work for you? Did you feel like Dark Crow was pushing you all the way? Did it feel easy? How did it feel from your point of view?
Well, from my point of view, I know he had this Morelia deck since we played earlier in the Swiss format, and I have no idea how to efficiently beat that without going like committing too much into countering it and then potentially losing against something else. So I was hoping I can either avoid it or somehow get a lucky matchup to win against it. I'm not sure what he started with. I forgot, but I was surprised since it did not seem that strong. I think it was actually Stormbringer, right, with the Dormants.
Yeah, that you absolutely swamped that deck.
Yeah, okay, that was mostly a matchup. Did a difference. If I played Control there, I would have lost that for sure.
Yeah.
I took actually the same deck I had Reboomer in, but since he banned Reboomer, and I have like 5 Reboomer decks probably, I said, okay, what now? So I said, okay, let's take Azog, and it worked
Played
really
off
good.
really well.
Yeah, Azog did a great job. I think that's really the key to beating those Stormbringer decks, is just get on top of them early, and if you can take out the back line, it's amazing.
Yeah, especially the crystal ones. You can't let them like play dormant and not take any damage on them. That's just gonna steamroll so hard. On the second game, he played Mordor with a lot of golems. This was kind of a tricky matchup because I don't have really good ways to deal with all the golems. Like I have single beam, but he has 2 golems and a tombstone and all that. It's not the easiest thing. I had razors. He has Shen's a stick for that, and I don't know. From his point of view, it was a bad matchup. From my point of view, I guess I agree, but not that much. Like it still needs. You still need to be very careful because it's a similar thing as in the first match. If you let Mordor just get some ground, it's just not gonna look good.
I felt with that Mordor deck that he played it kind of too offensively. He was too much on the bridge, so his Jing couldn't support very well. It didn't give his tombstones enough time. It just seemed like he didn't quite play it as well as we would kind of expect him to play that sort of deck, which obviously
I agree
favored
with
you.
that. The only counterpoint, I guess, is that if he played further back, it means he's further back on XP, and that's his lose condition anyway. Kinda. I don't really have any tanky units other than zealots, so maybe he could have endured even against Mana Frenzy with all those golems, but I don't
And
know.
there was that defense
It's
unit
hard to really
spectacular.
judge like that.
Like with the Lost Legionnaires, like you had the Zealot attacking the Golem, then the Lost Legionnaires, and then the Golem's like, okay, I'm gonna attack the Lost Legionnaires, and then he kills the Shield Lost Legionnaire. Like, what am I gonna do now? I'm gonna go attack the other Shield Lost Legionnaire. Like, wow, the Zealots were like, damn, bam, bam.
Yeah, but that's the
bam.
only play I had. If he had anything against that, all of the golems would hurt a lot more.
And of course, we can't go any further without mentioning the match you had in the semi-final against Renzo. You were King Puff, and he was Mordar, and that was quite the game. Both of you were defending incredibly well. Renzo very, very low on HP, and really just hanging into the game. That was a great one to watch. How was that from your point of view, playing in that?
I mean, from my point of view, I probably should have pushed him earlier because I don't know, that KP deck was really something I was just trying last time, and I'm not happy with it. It feels kind of slowish. But yeah, you kind of rely too much on Rock Rivals, so I'm mostly preparing my swaps to get rid of the statue efficiently. That means you don't have a lot of Night Puffs. On the other hand, Night Puffs against Mordar with the change to Night Puffs are kind of useless unless you're fighting on the bridges. And he also had Bounty Sniper, so it was... I would say the match was in his favor, and he did a good job enduring all that.
Did you find it frustrating? Obviously, you kept giving in the statue, and then there was a good number of the statues rezzing, especially from Perk 2 onwards with the Haste and the Spirit. Was that kind of awkward to play the Rock Rivals, knowing that not only were you potentially giving him one statue, but also potentially two?
To be honest, I didn't even pay attention to that. It did not occur to me that he's resurrecting the statues, but... Well, yeah, I guess. I don't know. I feel like the statue is the least of my worry. Okay, it can hit Golem, but I have monkeys and other stuff, so it's just giving him a tank. I'm more concerned about actually him killing my units, and I don't know. I mean, I guess it did help a lot since it was harder for me to reach his bounty. Since he kept being like slightly behind on XP, it kept receiving shield, so it can use Chain Lightning on it. And it was very hard to actually think of a plan that could work. And yeah, in the end, I could not think of anything and just slowly lost it.
How do you feel KP is at the moment? Obviously, the changes to the bridges kind of hurt KP, King Puff, as well as the fact the Night Puffs only have like 2 HP or whatever now. Especially against Mordar, that feels like a really awkward place for King Puff to be in.
Yeah, now it feels like you're playing a Redpo 2.0. It's just like everything you summon just dies.
And then you got into the point where like your Blood Imps were your main Night Puff generator, but you dropped 2 low HP, so then you were unable to play those, which made it even kind of more awkward for you because you weren't able to get the...
always sucks, but I kind of needed those to lower the deck cost because it's really high. I think it's like 3.6 or something. And I don't like it because those Jadespark Watchers are 9 mana, but they're the only thing that generate a Shroom and can like keep the pressure. I don't know. Not happy with, but yeah.
Also, looking at the proposed PTR changes, one of the potential changes was the Jadespark Flingers losing the Shroom and just becoming a ranged minion, which it feels like...
which would result in even less potential Shrooms outside of going like full Zenchi deck.
Even less people playing Jade Flingers, I think, also.
That too. I don't think I've seen anyone play them except for like, okay, I need one Shroom, let's play them. And kind of like Marines, weaker, but at least gives a Shroom, so...
Okay.
But back to your question about KP, I don't know. I feel like he's a bit on the weaker end with how his perk 2 got changed. Now it's I don't know, it feels like it's coming up rare. Like you're getting what every 20 seconds, or
Yeah.
do you remember how
I think
much
it's like
it is?
22 seconds, I think, something like that.
20
Yeah, and
something,
then
and then you
you
reduce it. So
yeah, and if you get something that you don't need at the moment, like you get rage, and you could really use a spirit or some night puffs, then you wait for the next push, but wait back how it was when you spawn two of them at the same time. You can at least do some like those wave pushes, like you play everything, you take both buffs, do whatever you can from those push, and then you defend for the next 20 seconds, and then you can do it all over again. Now it's kind of like you're supposed to do it constantly, but it's, I don't know, it feels a bit clunky to play it.
It definitely doesn't feel in a good place, and maybe we'll see some changes. I think this is one of those things where it's been impacted by the bridge change, and once it's decided on the direction that we're going to go, whether we're going to keep them, change them, revert them, once that's locked in place, then the masters, the cards, whatever that have been really impacted in with these changes, maybe they can then start to change them and buff them as appropriate. So yeah, KP not
Yeah,
in a
it
good.
really does hurt KP and Volko.
So it'd be interesting to see any changes going forward. So just thinking if we got any more questions.
yes.
Yeah, go.
So we noticed that you made no bans against Renzo.
Oh, yeah,
And it did feel like the matches were more close. We also mentioned that in some of the decks we're not so sure, and it was a good place to give it a go. How do you feel that the no bans implicated the matches? Do you think if you both had banned something the other was gonna play, it would have been much different? Would at most just remove some of the enjoyment? How do you see it?
I mean, we played that more as a friendly match. We were both on voice chat together while we were playing that match, so we kind of agreed. Okay, let's do no bans. We agreed on a few things of not playing any cheese and then just play something fun. And yeah, it was fun
Nice.
in the end. So
it was really a really good series to watch, and had one of the
Oh, it was fantastic. It
the
was
best game of the
fantastic to watch.
tournament for sure.
I think that's what we need. We need both players that are going to play against each other to always go to chat. So look, no cheese, right? Good. And then okay, that's that. Like those were some very enjoyable
I mean,
matches.
like when you don't have to worry about someone potentially sneaking in a Veya or someone playing Zenchi Ravager and just smashing you in the first minute, then it kind of makes the game a bit more relaxed and more like tactic oriented than just trying to run for your life and see if you can maybe squeeze in some advantage, stuff like that.
Got it. We also have some question if you want to make some comment about the current state of the meta, aside from some of the points we have already stated.
I think I've talked about that enough on the last time, so yeah. I mean, we could go into another hour and a half discussion, but
That would be
I don't
fantastic.
think.
Oh, we cannot write fish. Damn it.
I
would
don't
love to
think
entertain that.
it changed much from then. Like,
Mhm.
I see some proposed changes. Some of them make sense. Some of them are a bit weird, let's call it that way, and it does not help when
Thank you
they
for being
keep
nice.
wanting to rework Setsu and then never actually have her in a playable state. Like that makes it very complicated to actually test.
That's a good point. Just to remind everyone at home, there is a PTR, a test realm this weekend. Join the Minion Masters Discord, give yourself the PTR role, explore the PTR section, find out about what is coming in the next patch. Check out the 2 new cards, check out the balance changes. It tells you how to get involved, tells you how to get the version of the game with the changes. Try things out, and of course, make sure you give your feedback. You know, this is key. The more people we get involved in the PTR, the more testing, the better things, the better the feedback, the better the things will end up when they reach the game. So generally what happens is we have a list of balance changes and the new cards, and then based on the feedback from the PTR, they will then therefore change, revert, whatever, as appropriate for arriving in the next patch. So this is a good way to not only see what's coming up ahead, but also to have your feedback heard. If you're thinking, wow, if I tried the Mana Chasers, I could have told you they were going to be OP as shit. Well, this is your chance. Get involved, have a chance to have that bit of feedback.
Yeah, the more people we have, the more they will also. I'm assuming at least the more they'll invest into PTR, and hopefully, we won't see those bugs like Setsu that often. So
Yeah, that's the thing.
I'm assuming right now they're not too invested in the PTR since not a lot of people actually contribute to it. So it's a lot of work for them and not that high of a payout. So yeah, if we can get more people to do that.
I see a lot of, when I get the balance changes for the patch, I see what stuff's changed after the PTR. I think a lot of things do change based on the PTR response. So
yeah,
I
but
feel like it is valuable.
if you get more people, no, it's always valuable. But if you get more people, you're gonna have like some of the changes will get tested more, and
yeah,
it's always gonna be
just more is more
better to have it.
Yeah, more testing, more feedback. You know, you can find more bugs that could be fixed before they reach production, and of course more things can be tested because a lot of people will get involved, or people will get involved, but they might not be able to test everything. Because there's a lot of balance changes. Like how do you can't really go and test every card. What do you think of this? Is it too strong? Is it too weak? But choose a few things. Choose some of the big ones, like master reworks. We've got a
you should always focus first on the new cards and some reworks, like major ones. If it's just some small number tweaking, sure, it's good to test that. But in general, most of the people I think have some rough idea. Okay, this is really weak or underused, so it could use like 5 damage more. It could use 50 health more, but some
bigger proposed
reworks
changes to Milloween and to Setsu. So those are going to be very interesting to see what people think trying those out. And Milloween's been a balance nightmare forever. Is this going to be the one? Who knows? Renzo says, what do you think about the proposed Millow changes?
I think if we start going that way, we would.
Hold on, I think my smoke alarm's going off. Hang on.
Shall we go on about them? Now we take the helm. Now we talk about all the changes we want.
Yep.
Just testing.
Yeah, the Milo change, I don't know. I feel like it has potential, but not sure if that is the change.
But what is the change? That's the question.
That's a good question, of course, but
I
mean, at least it's hopefully not going to be so obnoxious that the golem just defends against everything basically, and there's very little you can do about it since it's tanky to survive almost every spell.
Yeah, so I was just going to say very quickly, I think the proposed change for Milloween is that the golem no longer hits air, the golem has shorter range, the golem's no longer mythic, the golem no longer levels up directly from a spell, but every time you use a spell, you as your master gains a charge, and the next time you spawn the golem consumes those charges, and the number of charges it consumes gives it
the level.
It gets it gets a level, it gets HP and a damage increase from each of the charge that it consumes. So
yeah, that's, I mean, it's
the
good.
design looks good.
It's like it prevents the golem from growing while it's on the field, so it's at least it's more predictable dealing with it.
Having that consistency is great. Like right now, this sort of thing that's growing. We saw this mid-tournament, right? The arcane bolt that was gonna kill the arcane golem, but the arcane golem got 1 level just on that second, so he became level 1, and in that arcane bolt, having these interactions change mid thing. It's.
I think removing the mythic is nice because that felt
that's a big thing.
The other change is that the timer doesn't start until the previous one dies.
Yeah, and so same for Setsu, right? Only goes into the deck when she dies as well.
I'm never a fan of those because it means that if you keep your golem alive long enough, you're potentially playing like 5 golems in the whole match. It's kind of I don't know. It's
I
not
think
as
that's
interesting, but
I think it's the biggest disadvantage is exactly that one, like both for Setsu and for Miluin. If you have whole things built around your master perks, and now you are super dealing your master perk, it can be bad. Not to mention your opponent can play around it. Like let's say you have a Setsu or a Million Golden on your face, and you are Setsu and wrecked. You just go away and you leave it there like a whole lot of time, and you can virtually do nothing about it. And you're not getting a new one. Your whole strategy it can be locked during 30 seconds. And I'm saying this, but like there's much more you can do. You can be Morelli and just open the book. And like now, while the book's open, you just use all your men, open the book, stay there. Like I think it's very dangerous for that.
So yeah, potential big changes, but yeah, check them out in the PTR, read it, try it, see what you think, and of course, make sure you just give your feedback, right? Even if you've only tested one thing, feedback that one thing. And of course, there's also an extra part, so you can say any other things. So if there's something that you want addressed, balanced, nerfed, whatever, make sure you put that on there as well. Okay. Right, any other questions for Memfisto before we say goodnight and I get some food? I think I've covered everything I wanted to. But yeah, very well played, Memfisto. 2 tournaments back to back. You're doing very well at the moment. Yeah, pretty much it. Congratulations. That's pretty much it. Congratulations. Very well played.
Really well played.
Thanks for putting on a great show for us. And of course, well played to all your opponents as well. But they weren't able to best you quite today. Maybe next time. Maybe not.
Yes.
That's it.
Thank you very much, Memfisto.
Thank you, Memfisto.
thank you. Enjoy your food.
Have a good evening, my friend. Thanks for joining us. Okay. There we go.
Okay.
That was it. Right. What do we need to do? Let's do some giveaways quickly. I like to do those while the stream's still on, so I don't forget. Let's just do these quickly. Boom. Giveaways. Hero in a box. Congratulations. You are a winner. So Elso says, range units not hitting air is kind of strange. Well, you've already got things like the cannon roller that can't hit air. And
I do think that one might be too much. Like if you are reducing his range, you can allow him to hit air at distance of 4.
yeah,
But,
I think kind of the idea is that it's changing a unit that can self-support itself into something that needs support. So
I really also don't super like the change on Setsu. As we talked about a lot of the rejam, and that is definitely problematic. So I think what you could do is like those cards have a mandatory cooldown. Like the cooldown is going to be reduced, and at a minimum of 5 seconds. You know, like something like that. Ooh, that would probably be the best way. Like as the time goes, you are getting it, and then when it reaches 5 seconds, if it's dead, it's dead. If it's not, you still wait there. And the thing they're calling it the golden shot, only triggering on 4+ spells for Setsu sounds a bit too much. Like then but considering the current bug we have of the shot only hitting the first unit, like the damage goes through, but the stun is only on the first unit, right? I don't super dislike that.
No, I think that's...
You can damage everything, but the stance goes only to the first one.
I like that, but also the fact that people are still playing Setsu and still getting some good results with Setsu. I think right. I think it shows that that's not the entirety of the reason why she's too strong. That's just maybe potentially part of it.
No, yes. That's why I said I would not increase the health as they are saying.
I do think it's the fact she can just come back immediately that just gets... Yeah. I just don't like that.
I think if you make it a mandatory 5 seconds cooldown on both the Golem and the Setsu, it would change a lot both Miluin and Setsu. Attention, the fact of the Golem not growing, I love it. I think that one, like the design, not talking about the values, because yes, you lose a bit of like the whole unique part of the Golem, but then again, like right now we're trying to get away from these sort of things that change midways, right?
Yeah, well, it changes it because so then you kind of
also makes it much easier to play around it. So
Yeah,
it's
you're
good.
kind of you don't want to be using your spells. I mean, you've got to pay attention to your charges, right? You don't want to be using too many spells to get too many charges and not get any value. You've got to be thinking about having enough. It seems to make it more interesting.
Yeah, instead of just playing randomly and then getting spells, now you have something you need to manage. It's I'm not gonna say scary, but it's something to pay attention because it's an extra stat.
Yeah.
Right, it's an extra stat. We are doing it. But yeah.
And also, you want to be
I don't
making sure
dislike
you
it.
are using the spells, right? If you
Exactly.
you don't want your little golem spawning because, as you
I
say,
think it could.
it can't level up while it's alive. So you've got to play
Exactly.
things in a correct order, right? You've got to have a little bit more thought process. And of course, the fact that it can't hit air, that really impacts the kind of the cheese. Like when you have the golems supporting the big units,
That's true.
Suddenly they become very susceptible to air units, whereas previously they weren't.
That is true. That is true. And for example, I think with this sort of thing, you can also play more around her whole build. For example, the second perk on Million right now, I think lots of people are complaining because the targeting doesn't work well. It became very weak. It does not face damage. So for example, you can do something like when you if you kill the unit with second perk, you gain one extra spark. For example, like you can play around the unique Million resources. I would not put it in a card, because then if you don't play that card with Million, you kind of lose it. But I think if you put it on the second perk, which is guaranteed to be a Million card, it can be something very interesting. Although I do think this is fully gonna change, and they need to keep it in mind. Million in adventures, or at least Arcane Golem in adventures. But yeah, not that adventures is the core part or anything, but it is something that would potentially be broken in adventures. Aside from that, I like the idea of swapping the perks on Volko. Like that one sounds very interesting. It's a shame that King Puff has no proposed change.
Yeah, like, as I mentioned, I feel like that's one where they've got to decide which way they're going.
As you mentioned, I think that's really good. The Mordor Tombstone just increasing the delay. The delay, I'm not sure if it's such a good thing.
That's the timer between tombstones, right?
Yes.
Right, we're just giving out some big dwarf packs for people that entered the tournament.
Yeah.
Sorry, the event today. No, the giveaway today. Nailed it. So let's just do one more of those. Congratulations, Hatchie. Right. Okay, if you just joined us, you missed everything. But don't worry, you can check the VOD on Twitch, and it'll be up on YouTube tomorrow. So you can follow, you can rewatch the event, you can skip through. We'll put some timestamps and stuff in there, to chapters, so you can jump through to the matches. Everything's going to be super easy for you to use. Right, there we go. That's it. Okay, so if you just joined us, Memfisto is our champion. And he's won 2 events in a row. Really, really well played to him. The only thing we need to do now is figure out who we're going to go raid and who we are... And Awkward Wave. Raid and Awkward Wave.
Wait, tell me when to start Awkward Wave. Do we start now?
I mean,
or do we first...
It's fine, we can start now. Otherwise we end up just
Okay, bye
here.
everyone! Thank you!
Thanks so much for joining me, DfogoX.
Thanks everyone.
Always
Thank
fun
you,
to
Fish.
hang out with you. Sinobii, of course, legend behind the scenes. Right.
There's also a time where the delay is 5 minutes. Now it's just 3 minutes, right? So now it's just waiting for 3 minutes.
Yeah, it's all good.
Oh wait, I need to do your wave. That's just a hand. That's much easier.
I'm a professional Awkward Waver.
I was waving with the whole arm again, and then I realized no, just the wave to the fish trick.
See, Show Me the Money makes an interesting point in the chat about, like, Setsu's one of those masters that's really strong with good players, but kind of bad with bad players. Like, that just makes it so awkward to balance. Like, it's either going to be too strong with the good players or too weak with the bad players. It's like, you have to, like, choose which one of those you're going to have. It just makes it super hard to balance. But, trying to keep everything balanced between multiple modes and all sorts of different player ability levels is just... It's impossible, right? but
It's
the
it's
devs,
hard. It's
the
challenging.
devs do their best, right? And you know, it's not a job that I would like. And of course, you know, a lot of people are always outspoken about, oh, I hate the balance sucks, blah, 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 blah. Get involved in the PTR, have your voice heard. If you think you can do a better job, then get involved and see if you can. It's real easy to criticize others, but it's way more beneficial for everyone involved to get involved and have your say and try to help out, right? Make it more of a community-based balance setup.
Yes. It's only been 1 minute. Damn.
Yeah, so Tantalizer alluded to the fact that the Setsu changes, we've seen a few proposed ones, and they always do seem to be like just hella just nerf. Which is, you know, it's just difficult because it's a hard to play master.
Mm-hmm.
But we like those hard to play masters. You know, it's, you know, people just think Setsu's about jumping on face, but it's not. And especially with the proposed changes, she was going to do less face damage, so it's less about that and more about, which I kind of like, right? Setsu just jumping in face is kind of annoying. You either have something to immediately kill her or you take massive damage. There's no sort of middle ground between that.
The thing is, like, there's also all the sort of interaction that then you can do with the masters and everything. We're also getting supposedly a new master in the future, right?
Yeah, new master coming with 2.0. We've already trialed him.
Oh wait, that means it's only in the end of the year, right?
Yeah, so not a while. Haven't seen him in a PTR for a good few months. Setsu's perk 3, the 4+ mana trigger was going to be called a golden shot. If you do like 3 back-to-back golden shots, can you call that a golden shower?
I'm not answering.
Okay. Fair enough. Right, we're waving. We're gonna get our raid on.
You can call it a golden burst. You can call it a golden burst. It's
a golden burst. I mean, you're using different words to mean the same thing.
Words.
You're just not brave enough.
Maybe.
Tangelizer says, "Thanks for your expert opinions and awesome vibes, DfogoX." Doesn't say anything
Thanks,
about.
Tangelizer.
Doesn't say anything about thanks fish or anything like that. But you know.
That's because we've already all thanked you in our hearts.
Oh, it's so beautiful. Right, we're going to go raid Dark Sun. He is probably the highest profile level in the game, like 800 and something. It's insane. He's on the road to level 1000. Very good player. Played with him a lot recently. Very experienced player. So guys, say hi to him, give him some love. Appreciate you guys hanging out today. Always a good time here in the fish tank, especially on tournament day. Tangelizer goes on. Oh, he did mention me. GG's to Memfisto and all the tournament participants, and thanks Fish, Sinobii, and BetaDwarf. Yeah, we get a footnote at the bottom there. Thanks, Tangelizer. Tangelizer, thanks for being here as a mod. Much appreciated. Couldn't do it without you. Thanks for everything you did today, which I think was starting the prediction, and that was it.
Still thanks to Tangelizer and everyone. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Bye.
Almost ready. We've got 10 seconds, and then we're done.
10 seconds of waving with both hands. Bye, everyone.
See you guys soon. And finish with a dab.
Bam.
Right.
But this part still appears in the YouTube, right? Hi, YouTube.
Yes, hi, YouTube. This is super secret. If you're watching this, then you are special. Thanks so much.
If you're
for
watching
your support.
this, you belong to the Cool Kids Club.
You are a cool kid. Right, let's just do this raid. And, oops. Okay, sub-raid. Sinobie's going in. And that's it. We are signing out. See you guys again soon here in the fish tank.